I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
This is the BDTV Breakfast Show, and you are on to BusinessDay. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Good morning and welcome to the Breakfast Show. Thank you for joining us on this lovely Monday morning. Of course, in the studio with me this morning is... Very well. How was your weekend, both of you?
Well, you see ladies first, so let me like it.
Ladies first.
Yeah. I've been a gentleman.
Yeah, you are, since you walked in. My weekend was good. It was short, but good. You said I'm well rested. No, I'm not well rested. It's just the makeup.
You have to triple the hustle. Okay.
Triple the hustle ahead of January.
First. For me, it was so I rested a bit. It was important, but again, like they say, those factors come in. The factors of you remember the bills we paid. So you cut short your sleep from 8 hours to 6 hours. So did I rest? Well. Let's see how
I have questions. Sometimes I think about it like this life we're living, is it like a rat race?
It is a rat race. So we're in a maze, really. And you're not seeing, the idea of a maze is you're not seeing the end.
Yeah, you just keep going.
You are sure the end.
Yeah.
It's not left for you to navigate your way through the hurdles and challenges of life. So at every junction and every cut, you dive and you avoid the pythons along the way. In the words of Nice, say, too many pythons along the way. You know,
Okay.
I don't know. I don't
there's a
think I
song like
remember that
Why
song.
would you?
What's the name of the song?
Another tomato.
Anyway, we have a very packed show this morning. I mean, we'll look at the headlines. We'll also look at what we have on the front pages of the paper this morning, as well as the business week with Frank Aigbogun, as well as Ololade Akimorele and Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun. And then we'll come to the big story and see what we have on the big story this morning. And then the social listening segment today on the show. So it's a packed show, so keep it tuned today. But let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Over 650 ships lift oil from Dangote refinery to global markets under 1 year, and this is according to management. Federal government targets $5 trillion foreign direct investment from World Investment Summit 2026. Obi of Onisha decries 7.6 trillion naira loss to insecurity in Southeast. And finally, Trump ends aid to Colombia and calls country's leader a drug leader. Interesting. Well, those are some of the headlines this morning, but let's start off with the first one on Dangote refinery. I mean, there's no better way to start than speaking about Dangote refinery, because we know how important this refinery has been for us this year. You know, everything that our energy, life, crude oil and whatnot, conversations around those, anything that has to do with crude oil and whatnot, you have to mention Dangote refinery. And now I've seen over 650 ships lifting oil from Dangote refinery to global markets under 1 year. And it just buttresses what I'm saying about how this year has been sort of shaped by conversations around the Dangote oil refinery.
What can we say if not it's great news?
And it's doing the Lord's work.
I was coming there because not definitely I was going to mention. But the good thing is that, see, I can now afford to say that the video I watched of Reno and Dangote, or Reno giving him all the accolades, they stood together as in beside each other.
That was just
So
media
I
stuff,
watched
yeah.
the video and I said to myself, should I draw my conclusion or should I just wait and see? Now with this headline now, I think I might want to give a bit of pass back to that particular video. However, if not watched it.
Okay.
What I'm saying so is that, people always say the best way to achieve something is to start from home. And in this case, the fact that he can come forward after all those hurdles with, Pengasine, with that group and this group, still say we have hit the mark of 650 ships as an individual, a private company. I say kudos to him, right? Again, I don't know about that video 100%, but I think it's great. And what this means for business really simply means that hard currency comes into our system. Whether or not he banks in Nigeria or not, look, he's putting Nigeria out there on the map.
Whether or not who banks in Nigeria.
Whether or not Dangote as a group banks in Nigeria or not, he's putting us out there on the map globally. And this is the part I've not even seen the most, is that, look, yes, we know that when they had that issue about 800 and some people were let go back and forth, they're still having conversations, but it still creates room for more jobs. 650 ships. What about the area where those who own those ships, right, will employ some Nigerians to do from lifting from the point of, depot to point of, conveying to the ships? Jobs will be created there.
Yeah.
No doubt our GDP will feel it positively.
Right.
So it's a welcome idea. I don't see any angle where normally, me, I like to just throw in, being objective. I throw in.
But you have nothing to do.
But in this case now, I'm just thinking, maybe I'm being biased. I don't know. But in this case, shouldn't I be?
I hope you're not being biased, but I don't even
you
think there's
this
anything to be
report
biased
is
about.
actually very contradictory, because if we have 650 ships moving from here to the global market, why is that we are still grappling with petrol issues here in Nigeria?
So
why are we still grappling with pump prices? If people are coming to take from us, are we not supposed to have in surplus? Don't you see that there's
so
it's not balanced?
Fantastic. Again, that's where regulators, right, come in. And in this case, not even for a good note. 650 ships, what about the area where those who own those ships, right, will employ some Nigerians to do from lifting from the point of, depot to point of, conveying to the ships? Jobs will be created there. No doubt our GDP will feel it positively. So it's a welcome idea. I don't see any angle where normally, I like to just throw in, being objective. I throw in.
I hope you're not being biased, but I don't
But
even
in
think
this
there's
case
anything
now,
to be biased
maybe
about.
I'm being biased. I don't know. But in this case, shouldn't I be? Thank God we've all been following the trend of the issue, like I said before, Pengas before that, other groups who have been trying to howl on Dangote. And at some point, people say that he's trying to manipulate the market, he's trying to monopolize at the same time. How can one man try to manipulate and monopolize the market if you're not just being jealous? Let's be honest. So in that case, any scarcity that we feel in this country, whether it is fuel, whether it is diesel, whatever it is we Nigerians and those so-called agents, call them marketers, who are frustrating Nigerians. The man has said, look, I have a refiner that is capable of not only refining, at the same time, exporting, at the same time, making sure it gets to different countries and still have enough for Nigerians. Shouldn't we be happy and clapping our hands and singing Kumbaya? If not, then what will be?
All right.
Told,
Okay. All right. In that case, let's move on. I don't know if Debbie has any more to say. Let's move on now. Federal government has targeted $5 trillion foreign direct investment from the World Investment Summit for 2026. What are your thoughts?
2026 is around the corner.
It's not realistic. Sorry, I'm continuing.
I think I want to agree with Debbie.
It's very,
is it realistic?
No.
So I think at this point, it's not realistic.
Realistic.
However, if they don't run a projection, somebody else will run that projection, and it might not be in the favor of FG. So it's better that they run a projection. Let's now question it, which we're doing. Now, this is the challenge now. With such projections, right, for 2026, which is less than 3 months from now, is the aim to put federal government on their toes to work even harder, put themselves up, as in put other people who are stakeholders to work even harder to meet that? Or is the aim to make the international world believe that, look, at some point, whether or not we are borrowing from them or not, we are good to go? So there is some other underlying issue that we are not seeing there. But to come out and now say, these are the projections for next year, I believe he has economists. I believe FG as a whole, they do have economists who are professionals. I mean, people who are far more advanced than we can think. So I'm sure they know what they're doing. But they've told Nigerians this. How does this better the lives of the common man come 2026? When already in January, people are already saying, look, are we going to survive the extra tax that's coming our way?
The erratic power supply.
That's coming our way. So give it a thought.
Because even the normal projection for FDI is around 1 to 2 trillion naira. So we're saying 5 trillion naira. Like, where is that coming from? With all the stuff that is going on that we are yet to correct, how are we going to meet the 5 trillion naira? For me, it's unrealistic. I think it's just the normal Nigerian way of throwing numbers. And
we don't see investors in any way tying into this.
So the word investor is a very, very deeper than we think it is. Because for an investor to come forward and say, I'm bringing my money to this thing,
you have everything in check.
Thank you very much.
But we're grappling with so much.
So the investor has two things in mind. One, am I putting my money in the right sector? Secondly, have I taken my time to look at the mitigations that might come in an event where I can't handle it? Can I get a back door to escape? And then thirdly, if it succeeds, will my ROI be assured? Knowing that our regulators and agents and the government as a whole can wake up one morning and probably change the national anthem.
We know nothing about you.
So the question is, it is quite in a gray area, which has.
I think at the end of the day, we just have to keep our fingers crossed and see how it all pans out from here to 2026. But let's come back to still within Nigeria, where Obi of Onisha has declared 7.6 trillion naira loss to insecurity in the southeast. That they've lost 7.6 trillion naira to insecurity in the state. And it just goes back to the conversations we've been having about how insecurity is actually making us lose some of a lot, from the east to the west to the south. Everyone is bearing the brunt, 7.6 trillion naira. It's a lot of money. So lots of businesses that could have, let's take a look at, the Monday, is it Mondays that they have the state at home? Just imagine how much you're losing every Monday. How many Mondays do we have? 365 days in a year. How many Mondays do we have in every freaking week? That's for every month, that's about 4
4
Mondays.
days.
So just calculate 4 times 20 times 12.
12.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. You know, when we even talk
48
about,
months of it.
yes, when we even talk about public holidays, usually we talk about how much we get to lose from public holidays. Talk more of having to sit at home every Monday, and that's just one out
it.
of many others.
Truth be told, you need to travel to Onitsha to understand the in-depth effect of this sit at home. I think he's just being a bit prudent. They're losing more than that. Debbie, you understand what I mean? I mean, you come from a family of
Traders.
line of traders,
Yeah.
and so beg your pardon. And so you know that for what it's worth, if Mondays that is supposed to be the time to run your checks and balances, you cannot get your people to come together and talk about it. Cannot people come together and have meetings. Wait till Tuesday. Is a lot out of the economy. And as a state, let's also talk about the internally generated revenue. You're also talking about people who will go to the office knowing that they're trying to counter it, but yet nobody will come and patronize them. Hours are lost also. What about people who have to travel through that state to a different state? So transportation of goods and services have to stop at Asaba, get hotel. Although those within that Asaba area have recorded a lot of, income from hotels. Because whenever you travel and you get to Asaba, you stop and you get a
But the
hotel.
income does not match the loss.
Again, that's another thing. So, like they say, when one end suffers, the another part finds a way to be appreciated. So, I think it's a sad thing.
Yeah.
Whether it's tied to the Nnamdi Kanu issue or tied to any other issue, I think it is high time that sit-at-home thing is removed, and every other area that might be reducing income in Anambra State as a whole, that's Onitsha, should be looked into.
Yeah.
And no better person to do that if not the governor.
I mean, beyond even the governor, just in general, the government, even the federal government, I wonder what it is that's being done at this time because if we're talking about insecurity, if I was an investor from the outside, I'm going to be worried about, coming into your state. So what's the federal government doing about this situation to encourage or to restore investor confidence in this state? Because Onitsha, I remember growing up, when you think about Onitsha, you're thinking about a bustling, bustling city for, businesses, commerce and all of that.
Logistics
all of
and
that.
a lot.
So we can't afford to let Onitsha die. Onitsha should be one of those places where people are coming from out of the country and they're thinking, I have to be at Onitsha. I have to do business here. You know how you go out of the country and there's certain places that they tell you have to be there if you want to get XYZ, if you want to get the best, the bulk. So we can't afford to lose our Onitsha.
Well, like they say, if trade doesn't happen, people will suffer. In this case, they've always survived a lot. It's not just one of them. In the past, they survived a lot. Most of them are traders by trade. And so, whether or not, right, that Monday is put in place, they will always find a way around it. But again, what you know in the past about Onitsha and now, it has grown exponentially. I can tell you. Look, it is so much of a bustling city that even those who control the market, like the omatas, will tell you, sit at home, yes, shops are closed, yes, but no one funny thing, they are still doing businesses around that. Obviously, they're not making as much as they're supposed to make. But this is the question now. Those associations, are they in line with this sit-at-home thing?
Of course, they're in
Guess
line.
what?
The sit
They
at home
are.
is not a government thing. That's
Exactly,
what I wanted to
they
say.
are.
It's not.
And
It's
so-
people who came together to like a radical movement.
Most definitely.
For the government to help them combat
That's another thing.
insecurity. So it's a people thing. I think the view of Onitsha is just trying to like outline the losses. The people at the power have come to say, okay, you guys can resume, but they are saying no. If you're not going to like put security in check, we're going to sit at home. Meaning the state is going to lose the revenue that they're supposed to get
Most
for
definitely.
Monday.
Most definitely.
So it's a people thing. I think the government should just come and put the security reforms in place.
I think so.
Because
Yeah.
because if the people are not comfortable with something, they've come out to say it. It's like a year now, or over a year, the sit at home. They've come out to say it. So if the government cannot, look for a solution then it simply means you're not listening to the people. So the sit at home can continue until the government is ready to actually really listen to the people. So that's what I think.
Well,
Oh, okay. Yeah. At the end of the day,
because if I had to respond, I would say,
But
if sit
that's
at
what
home
it is.
continues,
yes.
The funny
This
thing
is
is,
just-
it's the
this-
government
I mean,
that is losing.
What will happen?
If I don't sell on Monday, I
yeah.
will sell on Tuesday. The tax you're supposed to come
So,
and collect,
yeah,
you
so-
will not collect on Monday.
Is it really the government that is
so that's the
losing?
thing now.
Yeah, it is.
To be honest with us, I don't think the government is losing more than the people
Are
leaving.
losing.
And I will explain to you.
Okay.
A lot of people have died, not because hospitals will not take care of them if there's an emergency, but because moving from where it had happened to the hospital
Yeah.
is almost impossible on Mondays. I've been to Onitsha. I am from Anambra State, and I can tell you for a fact that sit-at-home thing has affected a lot of activities. Now, I might not be someone who travels to the village every now and then, but I can tell you that, look, getting reports, you know for what it's worth, that is this adding value? I don't see, I mean, you're trying to muscle the government to get what you want. But how long has it been?
But
So
what
that-
would you have them do?
So I will tell you.
Instead of
Truth be
having
told.
my shop vandalized, having to deal with
There's more there's more to that because
deal with unknown gunmen,
that's the thing. So there's more to that.
I'd rather
On the-
sit
on-
at home.
On
Guess what?
God's man.
Guess what? Even on that same, so they sit at home on Monday. The people who are going to perpetrate crime, whether it's gunmen or unknown gunmen or whatever it is, they can always come on Tuesday.
So
Always
Onitsha has a thing for Mondays.
Right.
Mondays are like when you like start afresh. You get what I'm saying? Those who are expecting their bill, they call it bill.
Right.
No matter what you're selling, if it's engine or clothes. Sorry, I'm digressing.
No, it's okay.
that's
It's part of
Mondays
the
is
business.
like, yeah, it's a time where, I open a new shade. That's what they call it in Onitsha. Yeah. So that's the time where crime is actually the most.
Right. Okay. I get where
Yeah.
you're coming from now.
So that's why they chose Monday. You see that Monday where we actually make the most money. Let us sit down at home. If the
Okay.
government is not going to do anything, let us just
But,
sit
but at the end of the day, if we're just looking at it holistically, I think they also need to just realize, because how long are we going to do sit at home? Like, it's gone on for the longest time now. So is it going to be an indefinite? I think it's also encouraging laziness, if you ask me.
And guess what? Other neighboring states, even as far down to Lagos, they feel the pinch of sit at home.
Of course.
Believe it or not. When cargo is meant to get to Anambra State or pass through Anambra State,
would not.
It will not.
Yeah.
Meaning to say that those international, investors or traders who have huge amount of goods needed to get to Enugu, they have to pass through Onitsha, they'll stop them.
Exactly.
So guess what? Time is lost.
Because at the end of the day, if they've been sitting at home for this long and nothing has happened, so
Cut your
I
losses.
get
Just review.
exactly, because I get it that you might, I mean, someone like Debbie will say, oh, they should get whatever it is that they're asking for before they go back. But at the end of the day, it's been on for a while now and we're
Wow.
losing.
And the government is not just
So
budgeting, they're
yeah,
thinking,
you might as well
let's
just
just enjoy the vibe.
end
One
it.
day the government involved.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes.
Let's see and hope that they budge sometime soon. Finally, Trump ends aid to Colombia and calls country's leader a drug dealer. Now, when I saw this news, I thought about it and I said to myself, what does this really mean for, Latin-US relations, with Trump actually ending aid to Colombia? Also, what does it mean for the foreign policy itself, It's interesting how it says drug leader. Like you call the country's leader and you say the drug
He
leader.
promoted him from being just a leader to
Drug leader. Like
What an ironic-
what a thing to
I mean,
say.
let's be honest. Look, the man in question, right? The reason why they will not even take him seriously is because, look, he gives a speech in not every sentence, but it's once or twice in his speech. You leave his whatever it is in the prompt and then probably cost one or twice like that on national TV. So what I'm trying to say is that you call someone a drug leader because the person is refusing to do what it is that you want them to do.
Yeah.
So it simply means that you are gradually thinking that you yourself, right, are off the hook. That you don't peddle drugs as a leader doesn't mean that you are not tied to it. For you to call someone else drug leader, which means there's something else that you must know about it. Let's be honest. I mean, look, he's not someone who has come forth as the most liked person when it comes to even the president as a whole. But give and take, is he getting the job done? I've sat back and I asked myself a question. People are feeling more pain than there is gain. Those who haven't gaining from him being the US president are just maybe his billionaire friends.
And to be honest, they are not actually happy. They are just rigmaroling around the entire situation because it's the president now. So they're just trying to
exactly doing the waiting game. And this is the funny part is that diplomatic relationship, right, has been so battered within the US and some certain countries. And then if you look at it, the certain words you use, you just tell yourself, this person
is out of spite.
Is he or she is not just a leader, honestly speaking. Because for you to be able to achieve that status, you're supposed to have gone through some other proper character development. I don't know if Donald Trump understands that. For every time he opens his mouth to say something, right? People are just waiting for him to make one.
But I thought he was your best friend.
So I like that fact when you say my best friend. It gives us content to talk about. And for instance, now we are vast with communication when it comes to
all his speeches. Will come that you would say this.
I mean, that's
it's Donald Trump.
If you do something good, we'll talk about it. If you do something bad, we'll talk about it. However, Donald Trump, my good friend.
He should come look for you.
Anyways, I'm not surprised. It is strong.
Let's be honest.
I'm not even surprised. He calling him a drug leader. I think it's very lenient. Because everybody knows that Colombia, that's the Latinos. They're actually known for drugs. So that's like something anyone would actually say. So I'm not surprised. Everyone's going to collect in this Trump administration.
Most definitely.
At the end of the day, Colombia just needs to find their food. The same way we talk about when some things are held back from us in Nigeria, we talk about looking within and making use of what we have. So Colombia will also have to adopt that, seeing that their country's leader has been called a drug leader.
But it sounds very
and then the aid has been
even say a drug dealer, a drug leader.
Do you understand? It's a play on words for me. Anyway, we have to leave it there right here on the headlines and move on to see what we have on the front page of the paper. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello viewers, welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Ifunaya Indigwe. On this day, October 20th, 2011, Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi was killed in Sirte, ending his 42-year rule, rising to power in 1969 after overthrowing King Idris. Gaddafi reshaped Libya through nationalism, oil nationalization, and Islamic reforms. His controversial leadership and opposition to Western influence made him a polarizing global figure. And also today, October 20th, 2002, the Blue Stream pipeline, the world's deepest underwater natural gas pipeline, was inaugurated in Turkey, running beneath the Black Sea. It connects Russia and Turkey, supplying natural gas to meet growing energy demands. The project marks a major milestone in national energy cooperation and engineering innovation. And that's how far we can go today in history. I am Ifnaya Iniwe. Until tomorrow, keep watching BDTV.
Breakfast show, and this is the news preview segment right here on the show. We start off, of course, by looking at what we have on the front page of the Business Day paper, because this is Business Day. Now, the front page of the Business Day paper this morning says Nigerian banks tap solar to cut rising energy bill, and this is amidst all of the squeezing profits, crisis squeezing profits, and undermining operations at the bank. So they are definitely turning to solar energy, solar power to continue their operations more effectively. And still on the front page of Business Day paper this month says foreign investors show confidence at World Bank IMF meetings. And this is still on the back of, when I remember last week that one of the headlines we had seen was that who was this person that mentioned that that didn't list Nigeria as one of the fast growing economies? I think that was that was.
I remember now.
So now I'm seeing this is a little bit contradictory to me. It says foreign investors show confidence in Nigeria at World Bank IMF meetings. Anyway, moving on. On page 30 of the paper this month says fractured opposition paves way for Tinubu's dominance, and on page 30 still says Nigeria's reform revival to trigger Africa's next big wave. Look, whenever I hear anything Africa, it's time for Africa rising, whatnot, I can't even explain the kind of joy that I have. For someone that is very big on Pan-Africanism, like we've gone through the roughest times, and now we're here at this time where everyone is trying to tap into what we have on the continent, or trying to align some way with what we have. So I'm really happy to see that, and Nigeria being, of course, the giant of Africa, the big brother of Africa, even though sometimes it seems debatable. But I think I'm on. I can't even help not see, because honestly we've earned it. I mean, we might have our quirks and so many things not going right, but really I can't see anybody who is the African giant aside from Nigeria. But yeah, Nigeria's reform revival to trigger Africa's next big wave is very much on brand, really. And then this one on Nigerian banks tapping solar to cut rising energy bill. Also, that's also one story I think is very critical at this time, seeing how much energy you can't talk about prices, how much we have to pay for energy. So if they are turning to solar to cut their rising energy bill, it's very much okay. And I think on the good side is also talking about the fact that they're easing up the pressure of the national grid. So that's a good one. So if they are moving to solar, it's not just it's to me it's a win in three ways. It's a win for them. It's also the fact that they get to control the amount of power that they consume. It's also a win for us, because then they are easing off the pressure of the national grid. So that's good news if you ask me. But yeah, that's that for that, really.
I mean, truth be told, if I must throw in one or two there, when you have the financial quote unquote sector cannot even rely on national grid and power from the federal government.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Just before you go on, the third thing I wanted to say was also the third good thing about this is also it also makes way for cleaner energy.
Most
so
definitely.
that's also a good thing, especially when we're talking about the goal 28 of SDGs and whatever. So it's good.
So, I mean, if you look at it closely, you will see that there's some certain areas in the banking sector that are more or less covert. When you say covert, some areas where you don't have, it is like the cybersecurity area where the banks depend on, so that way nobody taps into to go steal money and defraud the bank. So the bank cannot even depend on national grid and their generators alone. They need uninterrupted, 110% uninterrupted power
supply.
Because for any reason, right, if given any extra loophole or gray area, I tell you, those cyber criminals, they target banks. Because banks are not reporting doesn't mean they're not targeting them every day. And when your communication is down for 1 minute, that's a window. And so they know this thing. So, I mean, we see that the banks can now say, look, we are tapping into solar. We have been hearing this like 10, 12 years ago.
12 years ago.
But you know what? I'm not trying to exaggerate.
Better late than never then.
Exactly. Because the truth of the matter is, banks are integral when it comes to commerce. And everyone that has a bank account is depending on their bank to make sure their money is safe. And now, those cyber criminals, they're everywhere around the world. If your system or whatever it is down, no power to power it, how do you even, indicate or see someone coming to the back end or trying to fish into your system to steal money? So they cannot but help it. It has to be 110% uninterrupted power supply. And in this case, your generator can be run after a while, it breaks down. But the solar power is there. Even if it's going to have an issue, the way to drop, it will give you one before that time. So as a backup, I think it's good. But now, what does it mean for business now? What it means for those who are into this solar panel business means that there's going to be a major boom. Banks, they have the money, right? In fact, I can tell you, look, you know what? For every 5 years, we'll put together a package where every 5 years, remove the old, solar panels, give us new ones. They can pay consistently. They're in the business of money, right? And of course, we know that the Apex Bank, which is CBN, right, banks all this money for all these other banks. And for what it's worth, if I'm into solar business, for instance, and I know that banks are not keen into this, it's a perfect opportunity for me to now say, where are the angles and indicators that I can use to key into this bank to say, look, bank, I have this amount of solar, panel for sale, or this, that, and I'm into this. Can we have most of your, and this is a business idea for those listening, don't have most of your customers who don't have enough money to buy a unit that probably costs 700,000 to 1 million naira, something like that. Can they pay instrumentally? I can run that with you. Let's run a partnership. It's an opportunity. And banks say, okay, wait a minute. This sounds like a viable idea. Let's come in. So what this means for business is the sector, when it comes to alternative power supply, which is solar panels and every other thing, will experience a boom. Now, what this means for federal government is, would there be less income? I don't think so. Because all those importation of solar panels, importation of batteries, lithium battery, all that stuff, the government still gets taxed into their pocket. So it's a win-win for the government. The less strain on the grid, so the power can be designated to places where they don't have power at all. Because we know that banks draw a lot of power. Manufacturing companies, factories draw a lot of power. So if those factories are now dependent, maybe 80% or 60% dependent on their own generated power supply, good enough for the government. The one is run the factories, uninterrupted power supply that you can give, get your products out, employ people, pay your tax. The government is fine. Everybody wins.
And I think it's also important to just see, I guess we're on the same page, seeing that we're definitely seeing this as a step in the right direction. But, just coming into the details of this story a bit, it says that the country's top lenders from United Bank of Africa, that's UBA, and Access Bank, to Sterling, to Stanbic IBTC, to Fidelity, GT Bank, and Zenith Bank spent a combined 270.9 billion naira on power-related costs in 2024, which is almost double with 142.9 billion naira recorded a year earlier, and this is 89% year on year, expenses soaring. That's a lot. So it's definitely a good thing to see that they are tapping into solar to cut this rising energy bill, with UBA actually leading the charge. Apparently, UBA has already moved about. We're seeing that UBA being, as emerged, one of the most aggressive adopters of clean energy, thanks to a long-term power as a service deal which involves Renew via Solar Nigeria Energy Limited. First phase of the partnership covers 25 branches in 5 states. So 25 branches in 5 states, that has already eased off a lot of strain from the energy grid, and this is delivering 1.5 megawatts peak of solar capacity and 3.6 megawatt hours of battery storage. The installations now generate more than 166,000 kilowatt hours of clean electricity monthly, cutting over 228,000 kilograms of CO2 emissions each month. That for me is a win for the environment, really.
It makes a lot of sense.
It's a win for the environment, because man, that's a lot of carbon emissions that we're trying to really reduce. So yes, that's good. Now let's move on now and talk about the fractured opposition paving way for Tinubu's dominance. So we've been seeing all of these party defections and whatnot, and what the story is literally pointing out is how this is actually paving a way for Tinubu. We're talking about the elections, upcoming elections, and what are the chances for Tinubu. But with all of these defections, with these cracks within the opposition party, certainly it's looking like it's giving Tinubu more leverage.
Of course. You want something?
No, go ahead.
Truth be told, if you look at it closely, you will see that anyone who is a seasoned politician, anyone who knows how to play this game of no permanent enemy, no permanent friend, but only permanent interest, should be wise enough to now say he or she to throw his anchor or her anchor in the party that will have to carry them along. Otherwise, they'll be left, gasping for air in the middle of the ocean. Why am I using all these videos? I'll tell you. The way and manner our system has been designed now, unfortunately, it has now become a point of Babasopu. It has become a point, for those who don't understand Yoruba, it has become the point of Baba has said this. He has said this. So he has said it, so shall it be. And we cannot run a government like that, truth be told. Right? We're not in a monarchical system where all power is centralized in the hands of one person. That's why we have the 3 tiers of government. You have the judiciary, you have the executive, you also have the third one. Which is the legal area, which is what legislative. So which is why it's important for people to know that if we don't have formidable, opposition party, then we have failed as a nation. We are not a one-party system. And this is not me trying to throw darts at anybody, whether you are the umbrella group or you are the broom group or you are the handshake group or whatever it is that you call yourself, right? We want healthy politics. We want a case where we can say politicians are also human beings, although when it comes to having conversations on the round table, who should be a better leader, who should represent who, right? Each and every other person, when push comes to shove, will, air their mind. That is politicking, that's on the side. But we want to see a case where healthy, competition, healthy opposition party will remain. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to hold some people to account. Now, I'm not saying that the present government is not doing a good job. I'm saying they can do what? Better. However, they should come out and say, we are a responsible government. We don't want people defecting to APC because you see that your party is not strong. No, stay where you are.
Well, that's politics.
Again, stay where stay where you are, strengthen your party. Then come 2027, prove to Nigerians that truly we are a multi-party system. Even if you lose, lose with pride. And if you win,
lose with pride.
If you win, good and fine.
It just reminded me of what
I should join this party.
What party?
Yeah, you should. I don't know why you're more into politics. Yes, you do. You're very.
It's not by this one. It's not by this one. Don't go and be social media president.
Trust me, I don't have a dream to be a politician.
You know, it's like the man said, our newly elected INEC chairman, Professor Joash Amupitan, says this time around, losers will congratulate winners. Okay, let's
keep our fingers
let's see
crossed.
about that. But let's see what we have on the Guardian paper at Valentine.
Okay, so the Guardian says, which is the big story, it says farmers in limbo as bureaucracy stalls 50 billion naira tractor rollout. Again, it says farmers in limbo as bureaucracy stalls 50 billion naira tractor rollout. I'll come back to that. On the down, middle left or right says FG reverses policy on math as parents. Teachers protest. This FG reverses policy on math as parents and teachers protest. You'll find that one in page 5. And in page 4, it says ASU confirms talks with FG team as strike enters 7th day. ASU confirms talks with FG team as strike enters 7th day. And down here it says, coup denial, not enough. Stem rising, anxiety, discontent, stakeholders tell FG. That story about that coup, whatever it is, it says, I don't think that's, we're in an age where that will not even work. Right? I don't see where coup can work right now. So let's not, give it more of that energy. But however, it is what it is. It says, coup denial, not enough. Stem rising, anxiety, discontent, stakeholders tell FG. And down there it says, let's take this one. It says ADC, and by the way, you can find that one in page 6 of the Guardian. And it says here, ADC says defections can't save APC in 2027. So I hate to say, but these are the kind of statement that will make you think that truly we're a multi-party system, right? Even though it might not carry water or might, I don't want to be the one to pour sand in their food or whatever. But it is what it is. It says ADC says defections can't save APC in 2027. You can find that one on page 4. Right. So and then below it says NAFDAC rallies manufacturers to homegrown vaccine production. NAFDAC rallies manufacturers to homegrown vaccine production. And the last one here says Kanu, victims of interest. This is quite interesting because you see, I find it difficult to understand. However, we have to understand it, right? It says separatist violence, others oppose planned protest. How does that really hold water? Which one?
I think the first one I want to speak on is the one on page 6, the farmers in limbo as bureaucracy stalls 50 billion naira tractor rollout, because we can't overemphasize the importance of agriculture. So when our farmers are in a state of limbo, that is a state of where you're not moving from point A to point B because of bureaucracy. We know how bureaucratic our system can be. So when we are talking about a 50 billion naira tractor rollout, that's a lot of tractors that will actually help us to move farm produce from point A to point B. So if we, speaking as a farmer now, if we are in a state of limbo because of some bureaucracy going on, then are you seeing the ripple effect of this on food, we the citizens, the food, right? Because if we can't, get food from Sokoto to Zamfara, what am I even saying Zamfara? From Sokoto to Onitsha as quickly as possible because of no means of communication.
Subsistence farming instead of mechanized farming.
Exactly. So there's an issue.
Really
so, again, as much as we want to see farm produce, right, become a stable, breakdown such a way that, let me just call it spade as it is. As much as we want food on our table, truth be told, I think we should also think about, and this is to the FG now, we should think about those hurdles, those so-called, again, bureaucracies, want to call it, but those so-called, I don't know what to use to, all I would just say is, look, reduce the strength in which you hold on to this money. Yes, we understand there's corruption in Nigeria. We know this. So maybe their fear is 50 billion naira, when it gets into the wrong hands, we get it. Yes, you have the breakdown of, due process, how money should be spent, but this is an integral part of Nigeria. Agriculture cannot be taken for a joke.
Yeah.
In an event where oil and gas fails, what then? What next? Can agriculture save us? We have come to a point where we keep howling and talking about it, but we don't do much. Now that there is light at the end of the tunnel, can we cut down on all those bureaucracy? Can we cut down on due process? Is okay, but let's also be able to slacken that, slacken the hold a little bit, so that those tractors are out there. You have farmers who are willing to get into mechanized farming, and also those other professionals who are key players in the agri business can begin to record major income. Remember this, and we'll keep on saying it on the show. Until Nigeria 100% produce what it eats, right? We'll keep on experiencing the dollar killing the naira eventually. Until we begin to also consume what we produce, we will keep on seeing issues back and forth. Whether or not it's coming from China or America or a different country, wherever it's coming from, look, when we import food, it's not really good for us. Believe it or not. We have arable land. We have, look, and we are blessed with great soil, blessed with great environment. We have what it takes to make sure that agriculture can somewhat way save this nation in an event where oil and gas fails. So why all these hurdles? Why all this unnecessary bureaucracy? Is it to mitigate corruption? If so, then let us know.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we have on the Vanguard paper as well.
The Vanguard is somewhat different. Today is 20th of October. That's the EDSAS at 5. Memories, Matters, Unfinished Struggle for Justice. And we have Why Accountability Remains Elusive, and that's coming from lawyers. And we have Politics of Forgetting, and that's by Nare Navgiza, a member of the hashtag EndSARS United. You can get a grip of that story on the page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. And on the top of the Vanguard newspaper, we have hashtag Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest. I think it's ongoing now in Abuja. Showore urges police to protect protesters. Stay off Aso Rock, NAS, Police 1. And federal government declares prisons red zone. And another on the top of the Vanguard says Vanguard Mental Health Summit 3.0, Nigeria losing young people to suicide, advocate warns. And then we have the bustling Regina story. I hope we talk about this on social listening.
I will.
Regina battling drug, alcohol addiction, needs rehabilitation. That's my husband, Nendwoko. And Regina saying, I can't stand the domestic violence. And at the bottom of the Vanguard, we have Nigeria spent 3.53 trillion naira on raw materials export or import in first half of 2025. And finally, we have Sirap to NAS accounts for missing 18.6 billion naira commission office complex, name contractors. I think we should talk about the EndSARS.
Yeah, and I think I have to commend Vanguard for actually reminding us of that, because we can't afford to forget all of the lives that were lost. So, I knew it was October 20, but I completely forgotten that today is October 20. So it's good for them to see. These are not conversations. You see places like Rwanda, during the Rwanda genocide, they literally built a memorial center for that because they don't want to forget. And 21, how many years now? 23 years after, they are still remembering the genocide. So this is just 5 years. It's still fresh in our memories. We can't afford to forget the lives that were lost fighting for Nigeria, fighting for a better Nigeria. And that's why you see that many people are always
a little bit... again.
It will never happen. People are scared to go and protest. Maybe places like Kenya, despite all of the lives that are lost, they're still protesting every day.
Yes, very
but
rugged.
Nigeria, I don't know, for some reason, after that, it's like, even when we want to do little protests these days, you find everyone staying in their homes.
Yeah.
I always really commend the people that actually go out.
Yeah, I think even in places like Kenya, the police still respect their right to protests. They would have preserved 3 days before the police now, or when it starts getting out of hand, but the police now starts, throwing tear gas and gunshots and all of that. But for this, it really hit us. It was that was supposed to be a protest for hope, but unfortunately, people actually lost their lives. I don't think anyone in their right thinking sense would say, you know what, the same thing that happened October 20th, 2020.
You want it to
let
repeat
it
itself
repeat itself. I
at
don't
all,
think anyone
because
would
if we
want
still
that.
have people in asylum.
Yes. So
for this situation.
If the police can actually respect the right to protest, because it is in our constitution, we have a right to go out and conduct peaceful protests, which was what the NSAS was actually about. They were all about, we want you to end this, so just give us what we want. If the police and the people at the firm of government can actually respect that, the citizens have to protest, then maybe we can see another NSAS. But with the look of this, I don't think so.
In the meantime, I would just say, just as a team, would just say our thoughts and prayers go out to the families who lost their loved ones in fighting this battle for Nigeria, protesting, peaceful protest for the ending of what type of violence was that?
It was
violence
under the guise of being security personnel.
Exactly, violence from security
we're busy,
professionals or security officials.
Probably as it is. The SARS unit of police at the time needed to go.
Exactly. But that's why we leave it right here on the Business Day newspaper review. Up next is Business Week. Do stay with us.
On October 7th, 2025, the Nigerian Investors Showcase was held, jointly organized by the UK's Manufacturing African Program, UK Aid, and the Private Equity and Venture Capital Association of Nigeria. The event, themed Align Vision with Capital, gathered key players in Nigeria's manufacturing sector's investors, development partners, and industry leaders to explore investment opportunities and foster growth in the industry. Yasmin Osaige, country manager of Manufacturing Africa, opened the event reaffirming their commitment to boosting Nigerians' industrial growth by preparing local manufacturers for investment.
The opportunity of what lies ahead and the scale of the potential impact is huge. Africa currently contributes less than 2% of global manufacturing value add. We know that the continent's population is estimated to double by 2050, and we project that we'll require $400 billion worth of new manufacturing investment by 2030. That's why the Manufacturing Africa program remains firmly committed to increasing the number of financial close of the transactions that we've supported and working closely with investors in order to do so.
5 innovative Nigerian manufacturers pitched their businesses, including Sygen Pharmaceutical, which aim to reduce import dependence through local production. Sygen Managing Director Charles Oguwuyi shared their strategy to meet rising demand for locally made medicine and create jobs. A vibrant roundtable followed, led by Kemi Onobanjo of Manufacturing Africa, focusing on improving Nigerians' investment climate. Investors praised the continued support from Manufacturing Africa, UK Aid, and PEFCA in connecting the investment community and boosting competitiveness. The event wrapped up with networking, encouraging partnership, and David Meredith from McKinsey and Company closed by reinforcing commitment to Nigerian manufacturing growth through technical support and investment readiness programs.
Initiatives like this are absolutely critical because this is the platform that brings visibility to the companies and also helps with pipeline development for the investors. There's cash looking for where to go, and there are companies looking for cash. But there are not many platforms like this, especially for the manufacturing sector, where you bring all of them together. This investor showcase is a fantastic idea, bringing ready companies, because investors are looking for companies that are ready to receive cash. These are companies that have received support and are ready and are active actively fundraising and bringing them into a room with other investors is a great way to not only get feedback about their business idea and how viable it is, but to actually really get connection for the funding that they need to grow, scale, and create more jobs and impact in Nigeria. So absolutely, we should do this every month, if you ask me, to make sure that companies that are ready to receive funding meet the investors that are ready to deploy funding.
They've given us guidance all through the process and leading to this pitch. We've been able to grow in terms of how to present our company, and they've helped us put ourselves in a state where we are investable. And this opportunity today has given us a broader audience in which we are able to have vision.
They're incredibly valuable. It's an opportunity for kind of local businesses from Nigeria to really kind of showcase the opportunities, and there are so many here, and bringing them together with kind of international investors and have that face-to-face contact. It's really valuable because it's an opportunity to really kind of bring to life their opportunities and also answer any questions. And I think that kind of, the face-to-face opportunities is just so important.
The fact that Nigeria is heavily import dependent when it comes to drugs, right? Which creates a major drug security risk. We are setting up a local manufacturing business here, right? And that focus is on helping local production of drugs here. By doing that, that means we have
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Business Day Television, and this is Business Week, a weekly 1 hour roundup of top economic issues of the week. But before we go into the conversation for today, first the headlines. The central bank is to issue Treasury bill in an auction planned for Wednesday to the value of 650 billion naira. The federal government of Nigeria has terminated the contract for the construction of the road from Port Harcourt to Aba on grounds of poor performance. Police says the Free Kanu protesters have no business coming to Aso Rock in the course of their demonstration. Israel says it will keep its borders shut, closing all entry of humanitarian items into Gaza as it trades accusations of ceasefire violation with the militant Hamas group. Now, welcome to today's conversation. We will start by looking at what we learned in the course of the 1 week of meetings in Washington of the IMF World Bank Group. So, first, Dr. Adeosun, who is Chief Economist of Business Day, and then, of course, Lolade, the editor of Business Day. Dr. Adeosun, what did we learn from Washington?
Thank you so much. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for joining us. I think one of the key things from this is the revision of the Nigerians' projected growth upwards by 0.5 and 0.9% respectively for 2025.
That's very rare.
And 2020.
You typically would get a downward revisions. Not very common to get economic forecast revised upwards in Nigeria.
Yes, even though some other economies had their own revision more significantly higher than Nigeria, and some sections of the media picked on that.
which is also part of the trend that I'm talking about, of revision upwards rather than downwards. Lolade, what else did we learn from the meetings?
Yes, just to speak a little bit more about what Dr. Adeosun said. Yes, the revision 3.9%. Yes, maybe there are some other countries that are estimated to grow even faster than Nigeria, but like you rightly said, it's not usual for us to get upward revisions like this. It's mostly downward revision, especially when oil prices are, under some sort of pressure. But to our surprise, well, maybe not to our surprise, because we've seen the trajectory the economy is heading in already. So it's only fair that the IMF has upgraded the forecast, to 3.9%. Another thing that came out from meetings was that Nigeria's population will grow by 130 million by 2050. Currently, we're at around 237.5 million. So that's huge. I know that we've also seen, we're very much familiar with the forecast by the United Nations that says that Nigeria will be the third largest country by population by 2050, home to 400 million people. But for me, that just goes to say that we need to really start to put in the work now to ensure that we're able to create the jobs for this huge population explosion that is going to happen by 2050, as well as also putting in place the requisite infrastructure so that you don't have a situation where you're still running on infrastructure for 100 million people when you have 400 million people.
Interesting. Can we just I wanted to ask, is there any other thing we learned before we begin to take these items one by one from the World Bank meetings? It became quite clear in the course of last week that a Eurobond issuance is on the cards.
Yeah. Yes. So, there were presentations. We had some of our colleagues at BusinessDay there, two of our senior editors, giving us live coverage from the event, and they were able to follow an investment forum that happened on the sidelines of the meetings, where essentially we had presentations from the central bank governor, Solawale Kadoso, Sonyade Okoli, who was representing the Minister of Finance, was there as well. One of the advisors to the central bank was there. They just essentially tried to reel out the positives, what's happening, the transformational shifts that have happened in the economy in the course of the last year. And they were right to mention that this time out, last year, Nigeria had, an FX backlog of about $7 billion. Inflation was still in very high level of around 30%. The Naira was very unstable, it had depreciated sharply. But fast forward to now, things have improved. We have a trade surplus, the Naira is stable. We've cleared the FX backlog, so things are looking up. And from my sense is that the investors were really impressed by what they heard, and it would easily raise the Eurobond. I know we're in the market for about $2.3 billion, part of which would go into refinancing one of the existing Eurobonds we have, which matures next month, November. And then the balance will probably go into budget implementation. But from what I saw, and from the presentations and from the reaction, the feedback, from the investors in the room, I think we would easily raise our Eurobond at very favorable rates. I did forget to mention that Dr. Patience Oniha of the DMO was also there. She made a presentation as well. I'm just looking at Nigeria's fiscal numbers and how, although we have a larger debt stock because of the reform, because the external component has just shot up since the devaluation, but we're still pretty much stable. We're not burning our scarce resources on fuel subsidies anymore, so that's a plus for sure. So generally, I would say it was a good outing for Nigeria.
As part of the presentations that you alluded to by way of a roadshow, I think it also became clear that the debt to GDP or other indices with which you use to measure the size of debt will improve in the years ahead.
Yes, correct. Yeah, to around 40%. So that's also good. Even though the GDP is shrinking, the expectation is that we would have less reason to rely on debt because we're implementing some reforms that should boost revenues. Whether you're looking at the tax reforms that would kickstart next year, that should probably grow government revenues by another 1 trillion naira per annum, or just, the leakages that we're trying to plug. There's still a lot of work to be done, I must say. Anyway, I did a piece this morning where I just essentially looked at how, for Nigeria, it's time to really don our work boots and not the laurels. Yes, we've got the applause and the praises already, but it's time for us to now even kick on from here and do even more things that would boost revenues in terms of.
I think I'm going to take you on. I'm going to take you on your piece this morning, but I wanted us to start by looking at the first point that was made, which came out of Washington, which is the revision in Nigeria's economic performance. And to ask the question to both of you, what do we think is or are driving these upward revisions in economic forecasts?
I would say that quite a number of factors. Of course, already alluded to quite a number of them. Our improved foreign exchange earnings, it's critical. Also improved oil production, very critical. Then the reforms are also very central to this. Again, the move from unorthodox practices to more orthodoxy is beginning to build confidence, both internally and externally. And of course, you know that some of these predictions also respond to sentiments, positive or negative, as the case may be. And we'll also see that even internally, for example, our inflation rate slowly has been dropping over time. And so I think that forecast is in good faith, is in the right direction. But we also think that it's optimistic, but it's not huge enough, especially if you just oppose it with the potential growth in population. By the time you now look at the per capita income, so if you are appreciating your GDP by 3.9% and then your population is growing, then we need to do more. Either we control the population or we do more to escalate, increase our GDP growth. Don't forget again that we are coming from a huge deficit from the past.
Thank you. So the point is we may have a rising level of GDP growth. That's a different thing when you talk about per capita income, which means that GDP growth has to far outstrip the rate at which our population is growing for there to become, impactful, and more importantly, for us to attain what has become a buzzword in Nigeria, inclusion, inclusion, and of course, poverty reduction. Let me take Lolade on here because you are cautioning that this is not a time for victory lap, and that rather it's a time to pull the sleeves and to get on to doing the job.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Good. So, like Dr. Adeosun rightly said, 3.9% growth, still below population. We need to grow even faster if we want to have shared prosperity and inclusion, like you mentioned. So for me, while we're seeing the macro gains, I think I'm expecting now for the government to just identify a few sectors, say manufacturing, agriculture, and just go big in terms of creating levels of extra growth. So we know that, for instance, we've lost quite a number of our heavyweight manufacturers, especially the foreign ones, in the last year or two. Most of them just closing shop and exiting Nigeria. We need to get them back, because the truth is, for a country with the population with Nigeria's population, we need low-wage manufacturing jobs. Like you find in India, in Bangladesh, in Malaysia, Indonesia, to really ensure that the macro gains we're seeing actually translates into gains for income, for Nigerians. The manufacturing sector is the one that really can produce those low-wage jobs that Nigerians can easily take up, whether it's in storage, across the value chain, really. But if you look at the numbers, you know that there's still a lot of work to be done. So, for instance, last year, Nigeria attracted less than $1 billion in foreign direct investment. That's not even enough to build a state-of-the-art modern factory plant today in Nigeria. So we need to do more. In the first quarter of this year, it was about $121 million. So you're seeing that the trend, what has really been driving capital inflows to Nigeria has been more of portfolio investments, right? Which is okay. I mean, you can see the impact it's had on the currency. But if we really want these macro gains, the reforms to trickle down to the average Nigerian, then they must feel it in their incomes. Let's not forget that even though inflation is moderating now, you have seen prices of goods, food prices, you've seen that jump by more than 50% in the last 1 year. So if your income hasn't increased by that percentage, then it means that your purchasing power has been totally weakened or diminished. So you need jobs that that can gainfully, so that Nigerians are gainfully employed and they can start to really feel the impact of the reform. So we need to really go all out to get more foreign direct investments and just ensure that that pipeline is easy flowing and then comparable to the likes of African peers like Egypt, South Africa, that are able to attract over $5 billion per annum in foreign direct investment. For Egypt, for instance, last year was about $8.8 billion in foreign direct investment. So there's still a lot of room for progress, if you ask me. So we shouldn't get carried away. The reforms, we have done some really bold reforms. We've gotten some applause, whether it's from the IMF, the World Bank, but it's now time for us to ensure that these reforms translate to shared prosperity for Nigerians.
Thank you. What I hear you say is that, yes, we are seeing better numbers, but government must deliberately seek significant growth in job-creating sectors. Precisely. Not just any sector.
Precisely.
But sectors that are capable of generating the kind of jobs that we require for a rising and growing population.
Labor-intensive
and labor-intensive sectors. And that takes quite some thinking to do, joined-up thinking, I must say, where all of government is working not at cross purpose, but working together in unity and pursuing very aggressively policies that are capable of generating the kind of growth that we're talking about. Dr. Adeosun, is there any other contribution you'd like to make in this regard?
I'd like to also add that we need to step up our diversification efforts. Yes, generally speaking, the ratio of oil contribution is reducing, but we need to be more intentional to be able to, because don't forget that Nigerians work across different sectors, and you want the multiplier effect impact of prosperity to go right across. The other thing I also like to see is that we need to further strengthen the fundamentals. In reality, publisher, you mentioned it multiple times, even on this platform, that our interest rate is still a far cry. Don't forget that the significant portion, while I love FDIs, I love them, but what about the local investors who are largely SMEs? Can they access funds to push their businesses at the current exchange rate? Ladies, you realize that, for example, even if you go to Morocco, interest rate is way less than 5%.
No, but interest rate is dependent on your inflation rates.
Yes, that's
right?
what I'm
so
saying.
What's the inflation in Egypt? So we
must strengthen our fundamentals.
Yeah, but you can't put the cart before the horse. You have to target inflation first. If you bring that down, then it gives the room for interest rates to come down.
I think the point Dr. Adeosun is making is that we have a big problem if we want to see growth. You can't see growth at the elevated interest rate regime that we have. That's a fact. We shouldn't be carried away. There's a lot of work to do. We are leaving so many of Nigerians behind.
Yeah, no, I get it. What I'm just saying
and that's a big danger.
I agree. What I'm just saying is...
So Dr. Adeosun is not arguing for one against the other.
Yes, I know.
Dr. Adeosun is only saying there is a problem. And as you
with interest rates, yes. So what I'm saying is the approach to solving that problem would be to lower inflation rates, then interest rates can follow. Because, I mean, now we're talking about expectations that the MPC will cut rates even further at the next meeting next month. Why? Because you've seen inflation drop even more since then. But if inflation were to be on an upward trajectory, then it will be difficult to make that case. So I agree with you. I'm just saying that the approach should be to target inflation. What do we need to do to bring down inflation? Then it will just naturally follow that interest rates would come down as well.
And come to think of it, I mean, the small businesses and even medium-scale businesses are the ones that are being penalized here by the high interest rate. And you ask yourself, did they contribute to the mess that inflicted the Nigerian economy, the kind of recklessness of government, 21 trillion in ways and means and all that. You know, so this is a message to government to, you know, put behind it the recklessness that we saw over the years, you know, that helped to heat up the economy, drive inflation much higher, and that then became a reason for the central bank to begin to take a monetary policy rate higher and higher and higher and higher. That almost for 5 years, we never saw a drop in interest rates that were already already elevated. So there's a lot of work to do. And I think the awareness by government that whereas we are making improvement, but it's not a time for a victory lap, I think that's very important. And there isn't anything, in my view, that expresses that more than the elevated interest rate regime that we have. It's just like a sore thumb. Anytime you try to celebrate and the thumb just shoots out and you keep your mouth shut because it's a mess. And as I said, policies have to be coordinated to ensure that we don't hit the economy any more than we have at this point. Quick then gives us the ground to begin to expect and begin to canvass for a continued drop in monetary policy rate. I think we are going to have to take a break at this point. When we come back, we will zero in on the inflation situation, look at the trajectory and what the implication means for the broader economy. I think it was important, the inflation figures that we saw last week, that we should try and just unpack it and see where the Nigerian economy, in terms of how households and businesses are feeling, where it is headed. This is Business Week. We will be back.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading Through Change, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily.
We have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out on the great networking and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Welcome. And once again, this is Business Week, where we examine some of the top economic stories of the past week. Last week, the World Bank and IMF Group had its meetings and just talking about what we had, the signs that we saw, what we had people say, and how we thought that will impact our own economy was our focus when we began the show this morning. We will now very quickly slide into a conversation on the state of inflation in Nigeria. Everyone, even drivers in large car parks today, have become so informed about inflation that they talk about it. This was never the case 5 years ago. Inflation was thought to be an elite conversation topic, but it's a measure of how prices have risen in Nigeria and how households have been buffeted by the increase in prices. So they are forced to take 1 or 2 lessons on inflation. But thankfully, the numbers issued by the Bureau of Statistics last week were much cheerful. So can we unpack these numbers? Any of you can take the first slice.
So, it's interesting and encouraging that for the first time in recent times, we are seeing a rather significant cut in inflation, especially the food inflation, dropping down to 16.87%. And of course, again, there are attributions for this, and the attributions seem to come from nature. What do I mean by nature? The onset of the harvest season, maize and grains, and so on and so forth. So the question now is that, is this going to be sustained, or is this going to be sustainable? And I'm almost beginning to imagine that. So if we know how the harvest season can help reduce inflation, can we now be proactive with measures of storage, silos, so that if we have supply and we have adequate storage season, we will not, anytime there is excess, we just mop it up and we keep the inflation at a reasonable rate, because we are too big to be subjected to the forces of nature. I mean, in 2025. Yes, we should take advantage of nature, but not that when it's harvest season, inflation goes down. When it is not, it goes up. The problem is that when these fluctuations, these distortions affect the common man, it really, really affects the common man. And of course, the middlemen, I think we spoke about them last week or 2 weeks ago, how they profiteer from this. So we really need to look at this. And that's why even the central bank may or may not reduce the MPR significantly. The reason is, if the core or principal driver is harvest, what happens when the harvest season goes down? Of course, it may go down, but the MPR may go down, but maybe not as low as it should have gone, because you don't want to take a risk. So you'll be slightly cautious. But to be honest, at this stage in our country polity, any good news is worth celebrating.
Precisely. We're going to look at the trajectory of inflation later, but I wanted to make the point. I mean, if nature is kind to us, why shouldn't we take opportunity of it? I mean, to celebrate it rather than regret that we're getting better simply because we are in a time of harvest. I imagine that for a country like Nigeria, harvest season will always be a good season. Even from time immemorial, harvest season are always seasons of joy, which is the reason why in a number of Nigerian traditions, you have things like the New Yam Festival in the eastern part of Nigeria. And I'm sure for the Yorubas, I don't know whether they farm, but if they do, thank you. There is also expectation that they celebrate times of harvest. But that's for a more traditional economy. And economy hasn't really been modernized, to put it mildly. But Dr. Adeosun focused on food-led inflation. What other features can we speak about in the inflation numbers released last week?
Yes. So we can also look at the impact of the naira stability on core inflation. Like Dr. Adeosun said, the biggest driver this time around, honestly, was food inflation. Coming down to 18%, 16% from about 21% in August. So that's massive, and obviously that's because of the harvest season. But the truth is, beyond that, other drivers, although maybe they contributed much less than food inflation, is core inflation as well. We've seen the naira stabilize, but that could easily reverse. It was part of the key points that Mr. Bismarck Rewani of the financial derivatives company talked about at his presentation at the Lagos Business School, that most of what is driving the stability we're seeing in the naira today is really foreign portfolio inflows. And if that takes a turn the other way, then we could be exposed, which is why it's important for us to go out of our way to ensure we get inflows that would be more stable, like FDI. So that's important. But if you look at the forecasts, general forecast for the naira, this year, next year, it's somewhat favorable. So I don't expect any sudden change in the trajectory of inflation at this point. I think what it also means, another reason why people have been celebrating the inflation numbers is because of the impact it has on interest rates. So now we can boldly see that there might be another rate cut, even though we're not sure just how the size exactly, but you can bank on that there will definitely be, because obviously, like was rightly alluded to earlier, the high interest rate is really choking the economy. So I imagine that the central bank is really looking for ways, whatever reasons that make sense, to just ease up a little bit, and that's what is happening. So I believe that there will be another rate cut next month when the MPC meets, off the back of this favorable inflation numbers we're seeing.
And that will be the last meeting of the year.
Yes,
right?
that will be the last meeting of the year. So that's really something to look out for. But generally speaking, there might be one or two factors hanging in there that might cause a somewhat slight reversal in the the decline we've seen over the last 5 months now, because inflation tends to rise in December, right? You know what I mean. So that's a factor to look out for, but I don't think it will be anything material to take us back to the dark days of high 20-30% inflation, obviously. Yeah.
Interesting. So it was Dr. Adeosun who alluded earlier to the rate of inflation in other countries or peer countries, and how low that they are. Some countries are dealing with inflation in the region of 3%, 5%. We're dealing with the one something close before now at 30% or even more. And we say now that the core reason for the drop is food inflation. It's problem I have is how did we get to where we are? Was it food inflation, or was it something else?
I think it was okay.
Yes.
Generally, we're coming from somewhere. You mentioned ways and means.
Yes.
So inflation too is a function of demand and supply. When you have excess liquidity,
chasing fewer goods.
Chasing fewer goods, it typically, and the production capability is not at commensurate to this. It creates a problem, and you will see that in the last 1 year or 2 years, we've seen trajectory, we've seen progress, slow, steady, and consistent. So these are some of the things that is now helping us to ease the inflation. You will see that the headline inflation dropped from 20.12% last month to 18.02%.
That's significant.
That's also significant, because that's 210 basis points. So every other variable, when you talk about our foreign reserve, is looking up. When you look at the foreign exchange, the naira dollar, at least is coming slightly down. So the indicators are good. Of course, we've had a few distortions, like the recent Nupeng strike, but oil production has been consistent. Fuel supply and don't forget that in the past we had more fuel scarcity, and now even fuel scarcity adds to food inflation. And I think the economy is generally opening up, and because of this orthodoxy of this Cardoso regime, no matter what you are doing, if you are consistent with
there's predictability.
the players, the operators can plan and navigate, whether it's good or bad. As long as it's consistent, you can know what to do. So I think this also is affecting the inflationary downward trend.
You know what I'll add? Sorry. What I'll add
please.
to what he said is, we're coming from a time where it's almost like, you have two broad types of inflation. You have demand pull and you have cost push. Demand pull is when there's excess liquidity chasing fewer items, right? But you also have cost push when, cost pressures, the cost of production just go. I think Nigeria had a situation where we were being attacked by
both.
Both ends.
Because you had the exchange rate spiraling out of control, that impacted imported inflation. It was just essentially more expensive for businesses to run production and run operations, right? Because it was a very, very difficult situation that we found ourselves in. And we had that with stagflation as well. So
and then you then have food scarcity that pushed up prices.
Yeah, because insecurity was rife at the time. Farmers were too afraid to go to their farmlands, and that impacted on their output, and then obviously fed into prices as well. So, but if you look at where we are today, I mean, we've come a long way. We've made significant progress. But I will still say we shouldn't get carried away. There's still some work to be done to ensure that this is sustaining. Yes.
You know what I'm hearing is, as they say, it's very easy to bring down a house.
Exactly.
And takes quite a lot more to build it. When we got on this mad path that led to a significant increase in inflation, I'm not sure anyone looked back to say, hey, look, where are we going? It appears we're heading in a dangerous direction. We just went on and on and on. And now we're beginning to see how slowly inflation comes down after it has risen.
Yeah.
And I think that's a lesson for everybody. Whether Nigerians have the patience is another thing. Bringing down inflation is not magic, as has been said earlier. It takes a lot of caution because you don't want the patient that is recuperating to suddenly, fall into a relapse that could even be worse than the initial illness. So I think that there is a sense here in being very, very careful. That's one. Secondly, there is also a sense in ensuring that we don't tread this dangerous path that brought us to where we are now. And the question would have to be, at what point should the government get into inflation targeting, for instance, or the central bank, for instance? When should it begin to engage in inflation targeting? And a clear messaging to economic players as well in terms of the direction and targets for inflation that it seeks.
Yeah, I think we're already seeing that, and that's the essence of the decision by the central bank to just revert to orthodox monetary policy, which also then entails that the central bank assumes its primary role of trying to maintain price stability, which would then mean that you would have a target for inflation. In the past, it used to be between 6 to 9%. Right. So that's where we are now is like double of the target, but I think 6 to 9% is good. It's fair enough, because you also don't want a situation where, if the rate is too low, then it becomes a problem as well. 6 to 9% looks like just the right level to ensure that you don't stifle growth.
At what point is 6 to 9 right level when Egypt has, with all the crises they've had, they have 5%. So
I mean, we can get there. We can get there.
I don't think anything more than 5% inflation is good enough.
Well, there are a lot of factors that shape that. I will allow Dr. Adele
to talk a little bit about that. You have to work on all those factors.
Yes.
Work on all. I'm not saying an automatic switch on and off.
But less than
I'm just saying we should look at all the drivers of inflation and begin to target them one by one in terms of better managing them and ensuring that we contain them at a comfortable level.
Yeah.
For an economy, people used to tell me that businesses, especially foreign businesses in Nigeria, tend to be very efficient in cost-wise in competing against their Nigerian peers because they're able to import capital at a much lower rate than their Nigerian competitors are doing. And that gives them a clear daylight between them and their competitors. So if you don't do that, you continue to face that particular problem. That's my view.
No, I agree. I mean, but it will take. I agree. We can
It will
get
take
there.
time.
It will take time. We'll need some structural reforms in place. First of all, we'll need to look at the type of things that we import. That should shift from the over concentration of importing finished items to raw materials that are brought in. You add some value and then you export. That's also one of the things, because imported inflation is a core part of inflation. So if you always have to import finished items, then it's almost like you are the whims and caprices of the prices in the global markets.
Make conscious effort
Mm-hmm.
with respect to our consumer behavior.
Yeah.
As a nation and as citizens, even the government, we need to focus more on local production.
I would really
value added.
I would really, maybe next week, let's unpack our import vulnerabilities. Let's look at, so that we can be sure how negatively impactful they are, how much they have become a drag on economic growth in Nigeria. I think we should really take the importation figures and really break them in terms of their size and see what we need to be careful about. I think for me that's quite important.
Yes. Once you take out petroleum products, next big item is probably food.
And when you say food, let's break it down. What kind of food? And how is the local effort to replace those imported items as well? I think that would be a very interesting conversation.
I agree. And yes, the effort is ongoing to replace those items. But like Dr. Adeoshi said, sometimes it takes some sort of consumer reorientation to just, because the truth is Nigerians still like, Nigerians like foreign products. People would rather buy Kellogg's than buy cornflakes.
No, but hold it.
But Kellogg's tastes better.
Hold it. Kellogg's tastes better. But we're also aware that Kellogg's is now manufactured in Nigeria at the free trade zone. Kellogg's is now manufactured.
Yes. So that's one of the changes that we're seeing.
But the point is, I don't feel a difference today between when I eat local rice and imported rice. In fact, I think that the local rice is healthier. So when you talk about change in the taste of Nigerians, I think that's already happening. Some years ago, people couldn't even contemplate taking imported rice. I mean, local rice. Local rice was for the poor people. But I think we have crossed that Rubicon long ago. If I'm looking forward to that conversation, just breaking down what is in our import bill and looking at the size of each of the items. Where, as you say, when you take out petrol product, I'm still very intrigued.
We've got clothing and textile as well. So we still like to buy foreign shoes, forein shirts, suits.
No. Look, listen. No. Listen, let's be careful. Let's not talk about things that will not even show up in the radar. For me, that's a wasted effort. People talk about imported toothpick. How much do we use to import toothpick in Nigeria? I mean, so there are those in government who will throw up those figures, or those who are against. There's no country that is self-sufficient in everything.
Agreed.
No country. I mean, can you imagine if the major buyers of your crude oil, for instance, begin to feel the way you feel?
We're in trouble.
That why should we be importing?
Why don't we just?
Where would the Nigerian economy be? So let's be careful how we say this things, which is why I say let's focus on just looking at our import bill and asking ourselves what are the 10 top items on our import bill, and how do you address them? Just ensuring that we don't lose more trying to eliminate those things rather than focus on.
Exactly. Automobiles is another area, and I think we're making some sort of improvement with local assembly plants.
But if you ask me, the greatest lever that I continue to see today is oil production, gas production. In Vision 2010, the estimate was that by 2010, Nigeria should be producing 4 million barrels of oil daily. That is 2010.
Wow.
Which is 15 years ago. And today, We are at less than that today.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Now,
Below 2 million.
somebody said to me that if you had done the Olokola LNG and the Brass LNG, that Nigeria will be earning $500 million weekly.
Wow.
And you guys are wasting your time talking about shoes.
Wow.
How many people
That's
buy
$2 billion
how many people buy
a
foreign
month.
shoes? You're wasting your time talking about toothpick. What is the cost of toothpick? You're talking about cosmetics. Do you know how much of cosmetics is made here? And how much is it in any case when you do that? It will be less than 10% of doing a local and doing a Brass LNG.
Yeah.
So let's focus on the big hitters and not just waste time.
Olokola translates to $2 billion a month.
Yes.
And
That's $24 billion a year.
That's huge.
In everything we have
What are
done in
total
Nigeria
import
since 2015 is nothing. All of them combined is nothing to compare with our failure in doing Olokola and Brass LNG. So we need to look at
big movers.
Big. Norway is a major energy producer in the world. It doesn't make its own cars. Why should it? When it has $2 trillion in a sovereign wealth asset.
Yeah, you have to think of where you have comparative advantage.
Of course.
You don't just go into everything because you want to be sufficient locally.
For me, there is absolutely no excuse for producing less than 2 million barrels of oil daily.
4 million.
Today
is below 2 million.
Below 2 million.
Yeah.
And that's even when you have added condensate.
Yeah.
So we need, you had a rash of executive orders, welcome as they have been. It just shows that it's not enough, because the increase in oil production, some months it goes up, some months it goes down, some months it's flatlining. It means that we haven't really.
We're very lucky. We're very lucky.
We haven't scratched the surface there.
We haven't really. We're lucky that non-oil revenue has really stepped up to the plate.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we would have been exposed because our oil revenues have been dwindling.
Precisely.
Even in the midst of the reforms that we have seen, we've not really sufficiently.
And this is
oil
the
production.
time that the world is still consuming oil.
Yes.
This is the time to produce the oil.
Yes.
If we don't produce it now, we're going to produce it when nobody in the world wants the oil. So I think the government must. For me, it is energy along with agriculture. Those, for me, are two key things. I don't care about import reduction. That's just a waste of time. It is energy, push energy. Say in 5 years, we are 3 million barrels a day, and then we target another 1 million increase per day. Then that would be a healthy way of managing the Nigerian economy.
Yes,
Any other thing we're doing, we're just tinkering at the edges.
I agree. I agree completely, because even if targeting imports might not be the problem, because if you look at it, we don't even import enough. It's less than our import to GDP is less than 10%. You compare that to other countries, and it's a very little. It's a far cry from that. So we should really think of how to even boost exports further.
Precisely,
oil production needs to be better than where it is now, for sure, without a doubt.
Is the lazy economists or analysts who talk about reduction of import? That's not bold enough. There's no courage in that. There's no ambition. A country that is projected to be 400 million people needs to be more ambitious, man.
Precisely. And we've been here before. I mean, with the former central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele, he tried to manage the import bill. We had restrictions on 41 items just to go. But did that work? It didn't take us anywhere.
Where did he go?
It didn't take us anywhere.
It only helped Benin Republic to become a much larger import location than Nigeria. We don't want to go that way anymore. We must be wiser from very, very painful experiences.
Yeah.
Now, we say that in looking at the economic performance numbers, the revision by the World Bank, and the general applause that we see for what has happened so far in Nigeria, it's good, but it is not good enough. We have also looked at inflation and the numbers that were released last week. We try to unpack it and we say, well, good as they are, we're still far away from where we should be when we're dealing with peers that have inflation at around 5%. 18 point something percent is surely not good enough, as helpful as that might be. That it's time for government to begin to identify the real causes for inflation in Nigeria, but also more importantly, it is time for government to begin to focus on two key levers that can really pull the economy up: energy production, as well as significant input in agriculture, efficiency along the entire value chain that ensures that we become a processing country as well, which can help to transfer gains from harvest time to across the year as well. That way we can reduce the significant waste in food harvest that we currently see today. Anyway, let me thank my guests, Lolade, as well as Dr. Adeosun, for being here with me this morning and for their very insightful contribution. Now, dear audience, I hope you have enjoyed it. We've been quite ecstatic. It's been a great Monday. We look forward to see you next Monday when we will bring a fresh edition of Business Week. This is Business Day Television. We'll see you next week.
On October 7th, 2025, the Nigerian Investors Showcase was held, jointly organized by the UK's Manufacturing African Program, UK Aid, and the Private Equity and Venture Capital Association of Nigeria. The event, themed Aligning Vision with Capital, gathered key players in Nigeria's manufacturing sector's investors, development partners, and industry leaders to explore investment opportunities and foster growth in the industry. Yasmin Osaige, Country Manager of Manufacturing Africa, opened the event, reaffirming their commitment to boosting Nigerians' industrial growth by preparing local manufacturers for investment.
The opportunity of what lies ahead and the scale of the potential impact is huge. Africa currently contributes less than 2% of global manufacturing value add. We know that the continent's population is estimated to double by 2050, and we project that we'll require $400 billion worth of new manufacturing investment by 2030. That's why the Manufacturing Africa program remains firmly committed to increasing the number of financial close of the transactions that we've supported and working closely with investors in order to do so.
5 innovative Nigerian manufacturers pitched their businesses, including Saigen Pharmaceutical, which aimed to reduce import dependence through local production. Saigen Managing Director Charles Oguwuyi shared their strategy to meet rising demand for locally made medicine and create jobs. A vibrant roundtable followed, led by Kemi Onobanjo of Manufacturing Africa, focusing on improving Nigerians' investment climate. Investors praised the continued support from Manufacturing Africa, UK Aid, and PEFCA in connecting the investment community and boosting competitiveness. The event wrapped up with networking, encouraging partnership, and David Meredith from McKinsey and Company closed by reinforcing commitment to Nigerian manufacturing growth through technical support and investment readiness programs.
Initiatives like this are absolutely critical because this is the platform that brings visibility to the companies and also helps with pipeline development for the investors. There's cash looking for where to go, and there are companies looking for cash. But there are not many platforms like this, especially for the manufacturing sector, where you bring all of them together. This investor showcase is a fantastic idea, bringing ready companies, because investors are looking for companies that are ready to receive cash. These are companies that have received support and are ready and are actively fundraising, and bringing them into a room with other investors is a great way to not only get feedback about their business idea and how viable it is, but to actually really get connection for the funding that they need to grow, scale, and create more jobs and impact in Nigeria. So absolutely, we should do this every month, if you ask me, to make sure that companies that are ready to receive funding meet the investors that are ready to deploy funding.
They've given us guidance all through the process and leading to this pitch. We've been able to grow in terms of how to present our company, and they've helped us put ourselves in a state where we are investable. And this opportunity today has given us a broader audience in which we are able to have vision.
They're incredibly valuable. It's an opportunity for kind of local businesses from Nigeria to really kind of showcase the opportunities. And there are so many here. And bringing them together with kind of international investors and have that face-to-face contact. It's really valuable because it's an opportunity to really kind of bring to life their opportunities and also answer any questions. And I think that kind of, the face-to-face opportunities is just so important.
The fact that Nigeria is heavily import dependent when it comes to drugs, right, which creates a major drug security risk. We are setting up a local manufacturing business here, right? And that focus is on helping local production of drugs here. By doing that, that means we have local employees here as well. So we have almost 400 employees in our factories.
And then another key thing is that pharmaceutical manufacturing or pharmaceutical products are highly defensive. Whether you have money or not, if you fall sick, you have to spend money to get better. And so the growth potential is really there. That's for the pharma sector. For the agri-business sector, again, whether you have money or not, you have to eat. Right? Yes. So again, the growth is also there across all the verticals in the agri-business space, right from production, manufacturing, and then even exports. Right? We are seeing a lot of demand for locally produced and well-packaged foods.
I'd say that the manufacturing sector is interesting to investors for multiple reasons. One of which, and very importantly, it solves two critical problems. It meets consumer demands, and it also alleviates the FX volatility problem that we have because it depends less on imports.
So our final the original equipment manufacturers that we will.
On October 7th, 2025,
Are asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack. That Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads that also need attention, and they're asking why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited and all because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it is going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where we're from, it takes hours turning from one road to that. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the costing. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road, to me, they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large, that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's a simple arithmetic. Sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct road that there will not be cost, there will not be variation? So as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News.
are watching Business Day Television.
That's the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria is moving to boost power supply through clean energy. The federal government, alongside several state governments, has signed renewable energy agreements worth $435 million with private investors and partners. The deals announced at the Nigeria Renewable Energy Innovation Forum in Abuja aim to expand access to electricity, drive local production of solar and battery technology, and create over 1,500 jobs nationwide. Vice President Kashim Shettima said the move positions Nigeria to lead Africa's renewable energy manufacturing, with investment already targeting solar panel assembly, smart meters, and recycling plants across Lagos, Ogun, Akwa Ibom, Kano, Bayelsa, and the FCT. Joining me now to discuss what this means for the country's energy future is Cyrus Ademola, Managing Editor of Energy in Africa. Good morning, Cyrus. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, Elizabeth. Thank you for having me.
It's very lovely to have you here this morning. Cyrus, this announcement actually has generated excitement across the energy space. Tell us, just because you cover this beat and you have the better understanding of it, how significant is this $435 million investment for Nigeria's power sector?
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you again for having me. I think it's very significant to the renewable energy space in the country. Nigeria, it's also part of the renewable energy transition and towards its energy mix. So having a $400 million investment pledge, it's a very big feat for the government, and a very big fit for the renewable energy player in the industry, because now we're talking about a huge investment that is, I think, unprecedented in the space. Nigeria has not had such huge investment pledge, in the sector, and I think it's a move in the right direction, and it's going to help, kick off the sector itself, which really needs capital.
The immediate changes or benefits that Nigerians should expect to see from these agreements?
Well, not necessarily immediate changes, but one of these investments do is to help drive liquidity, help drive capital. You mentioned something about excitement, help drive investors' interest in the space, because investors follow the money. They follow where the profit margin is. They follow where the policies are, where the investment are. So may not be an immediate change, but what it speaks to investors, what it signals to investors across the value chain, is that, okay, Nigeria has a huge potential in the renewable space, and people can come in and create jobs and build assembly plants and expand the value chain in terms of logistics and other aspects of renewable. So I won't say that it may have a immediate impact, but like I said, it indicates that the government is very much aware of renewable, particularly solar, in the energy mix of the country's electricity development, which is very vital to economic growth, economic development. So it may not be immediate, but you're going to see much investors' interest. You're going to see much people partnering and collaborating with the government to tap and leverage on the pledge capital to ensure expansion in the renewable energy space and take off. So yeah, I think it's a step in the right direction, but like most renewable energy projects are long-term based. You have to have importation of solar panels, you have to have assembly plants, you have to install solar grid across different places, and those things take time. So while it may not be immediate, but it's a positive step in the right direction, that in the nearest future, there will be a lot of interest in that space.
Right. And Cyrus, we've seen that several states have signed individual renewable projects. Do you think that coordination across states will make or break the success of this plan?
Yeah, so different states have different electricity need and different energy demand. So what that means is that states have different paces and different interests, right? So some states, for example, have a low grid energy consumption, if, for example, look at states in the northern part of the country, there's a low grid energy consumption in those places, like Yobe, like Jigawa, like, other places, the other northeast, north central, northeast, northwest state. And some other places, like if you look at urban areas where there's huge industrial activities, like Lagos, like Abuja, like Port Harcourt, there's a high grid energy consumption. So they take a lot of electricity from the national grid. What that means is that people have different diverse energy consumption and different need for energy mix. So for the renewable aspect, which is what we're talking about today, I feel like if there's a coordination, it's going to be within the context of their need. For example, if you look at Lagos now, most of the energy consumption is not driven by individual consumption, rather industrial consumption, factories, manufacturing plants, and things like that. The same thing if you look at Ogun State, Port Harcourt, Abuja, and other places like that where there's a huge economic activities. On the other hand, some other states in Nigeria do not have such high energy need. So they may not require large investment. Not that they don't require it, but in terms of consumption to payment, consumption to cost, they may not require that much investment like those other places. So what you have in those cases, like you have mini grids, right? You have mini solar grids, mini panels that are targeted at schools, at facilities, at hospitals, at individual homes and things like that, because many of them may not even have the ability to pay for high electricity costs if such huge investment are there. So back to the issue of coordination, I feel like states are going to run in their own paces, right? And depending on the energy need and energy consumption of each state, that's what's going to determine, how much coordination is going to be between those states. So a Lagos, Ogun State, renewable energy cluster, for example, that maybe it's powering industries in, let's say, Ogun industrial clusters or Lagos industrial cluster, may require much, investment, much capital, and much cost than in other places like, say, Jigawa or Yobe. So those kind of diversity or disparity will definitely be at play when I'm talking about coordination. So each state or each region or each places will determine, how they're going to address coordination based on their energy consumption and based on their larger electricity market.
President actually talked about building the renewable energy supply chain. In his words, he said, right here at home. How realistic is that vision, and what kind of policy support will we be requiring rather?
Okay, good one. I think the renewable energy is still at the frontier stage. It's still emerging. There's still room for a lot of possibilities. There's still room for a lot of investment. It's still a very little part of our energy mix. I don't think it's up to 20%, about maybe 7 to 10%. While we're talking about ideal power, which some people may not consider as part of what we're talking about today. But we're talking about solar. It's still very, very little, and it's not a huge chunk of our industrial electricity consumption. But the value chain has always been there. There's manufacturing plants in Nigeria. There is people creating solar. There are people who are into logistics. There are people into B2B businesses for supplying electricity or supplying solar panel to companies, to banks, to hospitals. All of those things are present. But I think what the Vice President might be talking about is a centralized form of value chain that will require some kind of government involvement in every segment of electricity or renewable energy distribution. Well, I don't know how that will work out in practice, but what I would advise is a more commitment to investing in those value chains that have already existed. And in terms of policy, right, we already have a Nigerian first policy in our electricity sector. We now have devolution of regulatory oversight across states in Nigeria that is primarily driven by NEC, and we also have the Electricity Act in Nigeria that determine how states generate and distribute power. So all of those things are in place. What we need is a consolidation of them, a collaboration with the private sector, because when you talk about electricity in general, what you're talking about is capital. Without capital, there is no room for development. There's no room for growth. So if the government wants to come in and disrupt or help drive growth in the value chain, that means that the government has to create policies and climate that drive investment in those areas that I talked about. So, but I don't think there should be too much involvement of government in all of those value chains, because each of them have different markets and each of them have different incentives. So they have different things that drive them. Logistics, for example, B2B retail, for example, manufacturing plant, for example, assembly plant, for example, all of those things, importation of solar panels, for example, all of those things have different incentives. So how can the government come in will create an environment where there is capital inflow and capital retention to drive growth, because anything has to do with electricity costs a lot of money, and anybody that's in the field will tell you that.
Always seen in the past, we've seen concerns about policy instability. With this drive, do you think that we might in some way see some strengthening investor confidence in Nigeria's energy market?
Yeah, to be fair to what the government is doing, there's been a renewed confidence in the market in terms of electricity. You see what's happening with the state, creating their own electricity market. Some of them also having renewable as part of their energy mix. Some of them, trying to create their own power plant that may not really require the national grid. Like in the case of Abia State, where there is an integrated power plant where you have a generation and distribution. So here, I think there's been a renewed interest in investors' confidence because of the electricity that has been passed, whereby people can now see how defined, how unified the system is, and people realize that there can be a level playing field. But going forward, in terms of policy flip-flop, which is one of the issues that we may have, I think there's a new electricity bill that has been considered in the National Assembly that may unwind some of the things that have been stipulated in the previous one. I feel like that may not be necessary, but in terms of investors' confidence, based on people I've spoken with, based on my own observation, based on even data out there'll be more revenue collection in the electricity market. There's increase in investment. Recently, the federal government issued a 4 trillion naira bond, to help pay off certain bills to the GenScos. All of these things are investor confidence, but policies must be given time to mature. Policies must be given time to grow. Policies must be given time to be solidified. You can't just keep changing the goalposts and expect people to not take their capital elsewhere. So for me, my advocacy would be, let the Electricity Act, let it stay put for a while, maybe 5-10 years, and see how it help resolve some of these challenges, and then ensure that you are not coming in as the referee and trying to change the rule of the game every now and then. But in terms of confidence, I think we are heading in the right direction to an extent, but the important thing would be to maintain that momentum so that there will not be capital flight. That would be my position.
All right, and Cyrus, let's take away the focus just a bit from, solar and battery production. Are there other renewable sources that Nigeria should be exploring more aggressively?
Yeah, so like I said, renewable is a frontier market in Nigeria. Gladly, there's a lot of interest from players. There's a lot of interest from international financiers, like the World Bank, the AFDB, and others like that who are interested in funding renewable. It's going to be a part of our energy mix, in the future. But in terms of other alternatives, right, that can be explored. When it comes to electricity, one of the things that drive it is your climate. So how indigenous is this electricity generative supply to your climate? If you take South Africa, for example, which is one of the places we cover, in energy Africa, is that they have a huge coal resource. So a lot of electricity comes from coal. In Nigeria, a lot of electricity comes from gas, right? Because we have huge gas quantity. So we have a lot of gas. And then there's hydropower. Hydropower is considered to some extent a form of renewable energy. So if you are talking about alternative, hydropower will definitely be one of the drivers of electricity mix in Nigeria. We have like 4 main hydropower. We have like 20 of them in different places. We have 2 of them in Niger State. I think the Jeddah, the Kanji, the Shirogo, and the I think the Zure group hydropower. So hydropower requires huge capital, long-time investment. But the good part of it, or the important part of it, is that it can help drive huge scale industrialization, right? So when you have hydropower, it's situated in a place, with engineers and with people who facilitate it, but it can help drive huge industrialization. And if anybody ask you today, they will tell you that what Nigeria urgently need is industrialization. Electricity is not just for consumption alone. It's not just to plug your devices or put on your freezer. It is to drive growth. It's to drive general economic development in the country. So hydropower comes to play in that area. And there are certain other areas, for example, in the north, where there's a huge landmass where you can have huge facility for wind energy. It's being considered, but I don't think it has the same momentum as solar, probably because of cost and government commitment not being enhanced in that area, not being present in that area. But as of today, I would say that when it comes to alternative, and we've been doing it, we are doing it, but we need more of that, to help drive that. That would be hydropower, as a form of renewable energy source. Then there's other also that we can talk about, but I think biomass, for example, but it's not really that. I don't think there is the climate for it in this part of the world in terms of large quantity. Some people have advocated for nuclear power plant. There was a time that Nigeria was considering having a collaboration with the Russians to build nuclear power plant in Nigeria. Right? Nuclear power plant is not a renewable energy, but it does not cause any form of emission. Right? So it's a good thing to consider. But like I said, electricity has to do with capital. And if there's no climate for capital, you can hardly, see much investment. What has been happening over the years is that the Nigerian sector has been deprived of huge capital. There are reports that say that Nigeria requires about $2 billion, yearly to even scale up its electricity market. So hydropower will be my go-to, but there are other alternatives like biomass, like nuclear plant, which is not renewable, but I think it should also be considered if you're talking about industrialization.
Well, Cyrus, you mentioned something that I think is really important. You said that electricity is highly dependent on capital, and I agree with you. So how do we actually ensure that this project don't just, remain on paper, but actually translate into power for the ordinary homes, the small businesses, and the likes?
Okay, so the project, as I understand it, has to do with mini grids across different states in the country, and we are mostly targeted at rural community. And for a fact, Nigeria has one of the lowest rural community access in Africa, if not in the world. About 90 million Nigerians are still without electricity as of today, and many of those people live in the rural community. So, and what that means is that low growth, low production, low economic development. And so, if you have a pledge of $400 million for renewable energy, what you should be thinking about is how to accelerate, how to ensure that the project has been expedited, and there is no room for bottleneck. Right. So it's also mean, giving to the most competent bidders, in the space, the players that are in the space that can ensure service, competent and efficient service delivery, making sure that they are the ones that are on board. And so I don't have to mention it. I don't want to give any free advert, but I feel that there are many competent players in Nigeria, renewable space, that the government, of course, they might have them in mind also. That the government have been thinking about, like, okay, fine, we can work with these guys, work with that guys at different country, different state, different region to help deliver the service. Because if that happens, it will target the SMEs that you talked about. It will target the small businesses, target the homes, the hospitals. I read a report recently that Nigeria is planning a 400 million investment that targeted at varsities as universities across the country to also help, research and things like that. The problem with Nigeria economy at large, to an extent, is electricity, is energy. our energy consumption as a country of 200 million people is still very, very low. Kenya has about 14,000 megawatts. South Africa has about 50,000 megawatts. Nigeria has just 5,000. Or maybe if you put all the alternative electricity put together, maybe 7,000 megawatts, in use. That is very, very low compared to other countries across Africa that are driving industrialization. So what would happen is remove bottleneck, ensure that projects are being facilitated so they don't just stay on paper, and looking for the right competent service providers that can ensure that service delivery is on time. Another thing is that having the right contract that emphasize and enhance timeline. So timeline is very, very important. How long will it take you to scale up this energy project? How many people is it going to reach? How long how much will the cost be? How much will be the upfront payment and things like that. So these are the intricate details of how to ensure that these things are done properly. It has to do with political commitment and determination at the end of the day. So those are the things that the government needs to consider.
Ademola, Managing Editor at Energy in Africa. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, this has been the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the social listening segment. This is where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me this morning is... Very good to have you this morning. I mean, the conversation this morning could be a little bit juicy.
Our seats are on the cool seat.
Cool seat, really? No, I mean, you're definitely on the cool seat because you're not on the receiving side. You are just on the analyzing side.
Because a lot of people on social media are very emotional. And, you know, when some certain topics are, you know, on the table for conversation, they get very jittery. They don't think clearly. Most of them think within the angles of their... where the limit where their nose is. They don't see above.
All right. I think at this point you're already trying to give them a peek into what the conversation we're about to have.
I'm warming up the table.
Because then if I'm a viewer, I'm thinking, what's he talking about? Jittery, emotional. What are you talking about? But let's begin this morning where a 15-year-old Nigerian student called Agbo Adoga from the Graceland International School in Port Harcourt has scored a perfect 1,600 on the SAT, a rare global achievement. But despite this, he may miss representing Nigeria at the International Mathematics Olympiad in China after the Ministry of Education reportedly refused to sponsor him, citing lack of funds. Worse still, reports say the government blocked private individuals from sponsoring him, and Nigerians online are angry, calling it another example of how the system fails brilliant young minds. We'll see a little bit of how Nigerians are reacting to this story online. You know, firstly, congratulations to this young boy. You know, it's just making us proud. You know, when I see young people doing excellently well, I mean, at that stage, you know, it's kudos to the parents, kudos to the teachers, kudos to everyone who has supported them. But yeah, let's take a look at some of the reactions online and see how Nigerians are reacting. Show the Void Elder says, now tell me, will this boy ever be proud of being a citizen of Nigeria if he misses this once in a lifetime opportunity? We keep saying we're the future of leaders of tomorrow, yet there's no support for us. I agree. Mafia Boss says the Nigerian leaders are still unable to link development to education. Some countries figured this fundamental truth over 500 years ago. They think that generating revenue and building is enough. No country can rise without a very serious investment in education, especially science and technology.
Most definitely.
Till we have more reactions. Figure007 says, and don't let us forget, JAM, Ministry of Education, makes billions of naira yearly from our dear children, but cannot sponsor a single child for how much? Worse, they will spend 10M. Anyways, it's well. You know, that's our best line in Nigeria. It's well. It's our best phrase. It is well. Niger Budget Bro says, only in Nigeria where talent is treated like an expense instead of an investment. A nation that won't fund its brilliance is funding its own downfall. Valentine, really, what does this really say about how we treat education? This situation, what are your thoughts?
As it is, we must talk about it. There is no light at the end of a tunnel if we think that education comes in secondary. Matter of fact, there's only major storm along the way. It hurts my eyes and even worries my thoughts when I see opportunity for this country to grow, to become great, you know, to leave its indelible mark in times where we question our educational background. When we see an opportunity to create a breakthrough, right? Some quote and unquote selfish people want to, you know, trample upon it. I mean, first and foremost, congratulations to that young fellow. The reason why I'm using all these words and terminologies is so that people who are responsible for trying to dampen his star should be ashamed of themselves. They should stick their head into the sand and behave the way vultures would behave when they know that they've lost the battle. Unfortunately, they didn't even end there. From what I found out, they went as far as stopping any other person from trying to support the fellow.
That was just so bizarre to me.
So in trying to understand it, I might end up having a migraine, but I will try. I don't mind in this case. It's worth me having a migraine after now. Look, the young man at the prime age, prime time, a point where if he strikes hard, he will make a great mark. And you were saying that we don't have money to support him. No, not we. They don't have money to support him. So they waste billions in infrastructure that they don't see the end of it, right? There are road constructions within that whole state or wherever it is that at the end of the day, they come back every 6 months to spend more money on it. What about federal government allocation? Fuck, what happens to that too? All those unaccounted monies with the S, you need to tell me that they can't carve out. I heard someone say 10 million. It's not chicken change.
It is chicken change.
They can't roll out 100 million and say, look, apart from the fact that want to sponsor your movement back and forth, want to make sure your education moving forward from now till you get your doctorate degree is covered.
Right.
If we cannot do that as a country, we can't do that as a state, and we can't do that as, those who are in charge of that area, then I'll simply say it's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. I don't like to be part of people who say that in Nigeria no happened to us. But really, sometimes when you see cases like this, it's just very easy to just agree with the fact that Nigeria can happen.
There is something else that we are not even seeing.
What's this thing we're not seeing?
Now, what we're not seeing is the area that looks as if it's the blind spot. Wait a minute.
What's that?
There could be some political undertones. Someone's trying to play politics with this situation now. They could have said, you know what? Let us play the card, which is if we're not going to allow if we cannot pass through the door, no other person will pass through that door. I think as this case and this story unfolds, we'll find out those who are responsible for making sure that if they will not pass, no other person will pass. Such a very selfish thought. And to use that now, right, and it now has to affect a little boy. The question is, where do we go from here?
I think my only 2 cents is, what kind of a country are we living in where just how much are we looking at? And we're saying that the Ministry of Education is saying they lack funds. I know that, yes, they are owing, the educational sector, for the longest time, we were talking about how all the so many gaps that we have in this sector. But this is just another reflection of the negative side or of all of the unfortunate things happening in that sector that honestly I can't even say more than this, because how do we get such an opportunity? So if this child grows in the next how many years, this will be one of the people that will definitely be pro jackpot, because they see this because when you have opportunities and you don't get your opportunities because you're in Nigeria, definitely you're going to be pro jackpot.
Should I shock you? And just upon that, the guy who sang that song back then, Andrew, no check out to Nigeria go survive. Can you imagine if a child of 10 years old at that time, right, had chosen to listen to that? That child right now who is doing so well in a different country will probably be in this country driving the bus somewhere within Oshodi to Obalende. I'm not saying that people should run and leave this country, but I'm saying sometimes you look at it and say, if I cannot water my green here for it to be green pastures, I'll probably go somewhere to enjoy it. Having said so, I will tell you what this means for them to trample upon these guys, these little boys' star. It simply means that the trust and the patriotic feel, or a feeling that we should have as Nigerians, will begin to be dampened. It will make those who are still young parents begin to think, is this the country my child wants to grow up in? It will make you begin to ask the question, wait a minute.
And then they'll do anything to just get the child out. And honestly, I respect that.
Well, if I was the president of Nigeria, I would have been a ruthless one, because man, the way I would make a decision very clear and very swift. First and foremost, whoever is in charge of that should be sacked first. Then get that boy and put him on a federal government, direct scholarship. It's very harsh, I know. But sometimes, if you don't make harsh decisions, you will never enjoy the day. And I remember what I used to say here. I said, look, Hard times create room for what? Strong men.
Yeah.
And strong men create good times. Good times create weak men.
Mm.
Weak men create.
And I think this is also
it.
the time for, we've seen how benevolent Nigerians can be.
Yes.
So I think this is the time for all the benevolent Nigerians
Most definitely to come in
with
and say,
means to swing into action.
This
is a good time to use your money, not on some other cloud chasing adventure.
Most definitely.
Mhm.
If I had that money to say, okay, 50 million, and I look at this young boy, I know tomorrow he'll become great. He'll come back to this country, hopefully come back to this country
and give
and
back
be
to
a
the
better
country.
leader. Look, what are we saying? Even if in the next 15, 20 years, maybe when I've retired, I'm out of the whole journalism space, media, everything, I'm resting at home, but I'm enjoying some form of, kickback. No, I won't say kickback, but some form of social welfare, and things are working well in this country because he ends up being the leader. Wouldn't have won?
Absolutely. So honestly, this is just a honest call for people to give back. If you have the opportunity, and if you come across this story sometime, you might want to swing into action. This would be this is a good cause.
There's the money part to that. There's a good economic part to that. If any goodwill Nigerian decides to support him, if he moves there, succeeds, and comes back and creates what we call multiple effects and create chains of different businesses, bring those ideas to this country. If it's technology, use his mathematical skills. Can you imagine the amount of people who will actually be empowered through his knowledge?
Absolutely. Let's move on now and talk about another story. Nollywood actress Regina Daniels has set social media on fire after a viral video showed her in distress, hinting at possible domestic violence in her marriage to Senator Ned Nwoko. Her brother, who is called Sammy West, accused Nwoko of assault, threatening to defend her. Hours later, Senator Nwoko responded on Instagram accusing Regina of drug and alcohol abuse, saying her outburst was drug-induced and that she needed rehabilitation. And of course, you trust Nigerians to swing into action when things like this arise, because obviously when you're in the public eye, you definitely will be under public scrutiny, and that's for both of them, because she's kind of put him in the public eye. So they are both people that everyone looks out for, aspirational material. People look up to people that they think that, okay, they have these things and then the life that you want. So yes, they've been on that. She has the people that certainly admire the things that she has. He also has the people that, wish that, they could, be in that position or get some of the things that they have. And now seeing this happening, because many times she's always talking about how sweet the marriage is. Some people will say online, just interesting comments. You see, this is the only person that can give me marital advice and I will listen. And I always wonder, so what happens to your parents at home? What happens to the people in your homes? But honestly, onto this issue on hand, really, domestic violence is nothing that anyone should ever smile or joke about. I'm seeing people online, making jokes about it. I recently, actually this morning, I saw some people have even, how they take a sound and start using it for content. And the part where she was saying, I'm in my house. In my house, I'm a queen or something. In Ned Nwoko's house, I'm nothing. And then some people are using to create content. In my house, I'm
trying to make fun.
They're also using to promote business. And I think that people need to understand where to draw a line between content creation and just being a civil human being, because this is somebody's pain. Yes, you've been looking for an opportunity, maybe because you felt like she had it all. You've been looking for an opportunity for her to see the worst days that she would ever face. But the truth is, she would definitely swing back, because domestic violence is not something that we should look at and then say and then try to give give reasons or whatever, because like the way people have been doing online.
So I will tell you, and again, let's approach it from an angle where our viewers will just want to hear from both sides. So let's stay on the fence. But let us start from the angle of we saying, what is it like when it comes to choosing to marry someone who for what it's worth, wants 100% control, someone who you know for what it's worth, who doesn't need you to work anyway, can take care of you 100%. What this means is that, you see, you trade off your freedom for that particular issue of provision. That's the fact. Now, this is not just peculiar to one gender, it's both genders really, whether you're a man or a woman. Whoever it is that holds the bulk of the finance might most likely be the one to, dictate the pace. So it's a choice. And you see, like they always say, those who cry wolf should not really be, be on the complaining angle when truly one day the wolf finally comes. You decide to dance with the devil, as the case may be. You should be able to be prepared.
This proverb.
Yeah, you should be prepared, to have some little bonds.
So is the devil.
Now, I've not called names, but give and take. Every human being can either be a saint or a sinner, as the case may be. Situations will bring out these things out of. Having said so, since it's not a marital class or relationship session, what is, for me, I always like to look at the business angle of every situation. As strange as it might sound, I would say it. Okay, but first and foremost, sorry that your marriage is experiencing this up and down, Regina Daniels.
But what if it's content?
But again, I was coming there. So sorry about that first and foremost. Again, you are the one in it. Those in glass should not throw stones. I leave it at that. Let's look at the business angle of it now.
What's the business angle?
It will shock you. The amount of people who are already getting a lot of likes, a lot of followership, and a lot of attention with this particular issue now, look, I'm about to smile to the bank, because with those content, you just said it now, people are creating a lot of content. Oh, my house, I'm this or that or that. They begin to drag attention. That's on one end. Now, the part where most people who obviously are like their major clients when it comes to buying stuff for the house, when it comes to buying, purchasing stuff in general. Marriage is experiencing a lot of turmoil back and forth, no matter what the case is, whether it is drug or infidelity or whatever it is. Those fundings will not come any longer. Yes, you can't go on social media and then accuse your husband of doing this or doing that. He will cut off his funds first to make sure he cripples you, which is a basic thing. And if you have other monies in your bank, which for what it's worth is the one that gave to you, you can simply just freeze your account, making you even more frustrated. And that can push you to doing drugs. But whichever the case is, which means her spending power will reduce. Those who she used to patronize will experience some downtime in their business. That's how I see the thing. So it's a good give and take. As much as we wish that she gets out of that issue and give proper content. For now, those who are content creators will enjoy what's happening. I wish her well that she gets out of it.
It's just time for us to see some of the comments on social media. Reconcile? No, I don't. If this case of
he said something.
If it's really
he said that she is into drugs. For him to have said so, I don't think that is something that happened today. Maybe has been covering up for her for a long time.
Yes, but you know why this is a problem. You know how
and she has accused him of what?
Hold on, of domestic violence.
I've seen those videos.
So, but the thing is, why people are going to, if he's not able to provide substantial evidence, why it's going to be an issue is, why was it after this? Because we've seen this pattern. This pattern plays out has played out in different situations, from the Fani Kayode and Precious situation to the Two-Face and Annie situation, where it's like after some incidents play out, then they now come out and say it's like a counter. It's like counter. It's like you now come back and say, so why wasn't this known earlier, right? Yes, granted, you might be trying to cover it up. I mean, it's your spouse just trying to manage the situation, but it's always like, why wasn't this said? It's like when you're having a fight with somebody, and then when you now mention this, they now mention that's like, so why didn't you mention this in earlier? It's like, where you wait, it's more like just a defense mechanism. And then, social media VAR, as I've talked about the video, analyzing the video, they had said the video had started out, quiet, and then then they started hearing sound. So someone like Very Dark Man had mentioned, analyze the video. Like I said, it's social media VAR. He had mentioned that in a situation like that, where you supposedly say she was breaking stuff at home, then why was the video? If you're filming that situation, there should be sound. There should be sound of maybe things that they were saying, argument or whatever. But it was like that place that there was no sound. Because truthfully, you can't just film such a thing and there's no sound. Maybe conversations, the altercation. So it's looking like that place was taken away, maybe because there's something implicating there.
That was said.
So you are taking only the part that might. So this situation, honestly, there have been people on social media who are of the opinion that, as always, because like I said, you do know why people enter into unions like this. It's just like a way out of,
some certain financial burden.
Yeah, burden. And honestly, in Nigeria, that's kind of like the order of the day most of the time. But you see a situation where, in this case, she's in this position, and there are already speculations that she will definitely go back and beg.
I mean, you see, they say, excuse me. So, light doesn't strike twice in one place. So they say. But at the end of the day, if she has this way of going back to bed always, maybe that's maybe a part where her parents come in and they play a role, saying, look, her mother, okay, her mother. So save your marriage, go back and beg, find a way and then settle it. Again, I want to say this. It's good that she's experiencing, this particular issue. There is some form of, physical issue going on. She has said it out in the public. She didn't keep quiet. Now we are aware. Instead of just dying in silence, right? You keep quiet and you're dying inside. No. Domestic violence is not something to joke with. And if it did really happen, we want to see more evidence that will really show that this is what's going on. Whether the man is 70-something or 100 years old or 10 years or 12, matter,
she says it's not up to that.
Forget the age. It is a union between two people or amongst a lot of people, because she's like fifth or sixth wife. I mean, I don't know. But whichever it is, it's a union. So obviously some court agreement there. They've signed. So if she thinks that this thing, she can't handle it, don't allow social media judgment to be what will give you more frustration. You know the right course.
Or trying to impress people on social.
That's my point. You know the right course to take. You know the right action to take. Get your lawyers and say, look, this XYZ is what I'm experiencing. Right? Come in and defend me in a matured way. If she had done that earlier on, maybe she could have gained more respect. As far as I'm concerned, I keep saying this. Social media, quote and unquote.
Don't you think this is beyond her control?
See,
she didn't come out herself.
No matter what it is, whether it's beyond her control or not, the fact that it started, she could have been obviously the first hand, receiver of this whole thing. Before he goes on social media now, you could have seen the signs. So wait a minute, there's no smoke without fire. So if this is what it is, I had to find a way to do what? To protect myself.
And if truthfully these women are now into drugs, I think when I said these women, in this case we're talking about one person, but I just played back to some of the situations. Alleged.
We're not even sure.
So there's something wrong, because if these women went into these unions, clean, not doing drugs,
how do we
and then they get into
the marriage?
No, there was nothing known about that. But then they get into these unions, and then suddenly we're hearing that when things go haywire, then you now hear the man say, oh, she's into drugs, she's into this, and it tells me something. So what happens in this union, and why do they suddenly become these people when they get into the union, if it's true?
Again, they say the worst of anybody can come out when pushed to the wall. Right. No matter how small the person is, if the person is pushed to the wall, you have no other choice but to bounce back. And one of the things that I keep telling people, when you're going through a lot, be careful the friends you have around you. Because those are the ones that can either lead you astray or lead you to the path of recovery. I don't know her circle of friends. She's not my friend, so I don't really know, what's all that circle. But for what it's worth, history has always proven this thing over and over and over and over again.
Right.
That look, when you're going through stress, you are vulnerable at the time. Choose the people around you carefully, because those are the ones that you can either fall back on for proper advice, or the ones that will sell you off at the quickest of any issue, or on a heartbeat, or whatever it is. Right. I haven't said so. It is what it is. She has come up on social media now to now say this is what she's going through. This is the question now. How will she mitigate it for it not to get totally out of control? We've seen a couple of times go and kneel down and tell the man that he's sorry, that she's sorry.
I haven't seen.
I saw one on social media where she was kneeling down, saying, "Look, it won't happen again. You're my husband," and everything like that.
Really?
It is. Yes, it is social media. This was previously, before this new one came out. It is social media. It is what it is. Social media. Not everybody takes it seriously, but it so happens to be, call it as you may, some kind of way of information. Quick information. Whether or not it's doctored, you don't know. Whether or not it's premeditated, you don't know. But at the end of the day, what this means is that those out there who want to get married for money, get married for the comfort, get married because they feel that this is the way out of poverty. The question is this: have you thought about it properly? Because when you say you do, truly, it is for a lifetime.
Something has to give.
And then wedding, like I keep on saying, is a one-day thing. Marriage is a mile and age. So are you ready for it? There must be a point where you will see a lot of things that you don't like. And by the way, speaking of what you don't like and what you like.
We have to go though.
Yes. How do we, well, what makes us think that he didn't know that she was into drugs before they got this far?
I mean, this question is not even, I don't even know if it should be a question, because we don't even know for sure if she's even into drugs.
If at all.
So it's not even confirmable. I mean, all we just have is he said, she said. We need the facts. We need
which is
substantial evidence.
Exactly. Before we begin to base our own conversation around it.
Exactly.
So,
but we have to go.
Based on it being, like they say,
we have to go. Thank you so much for your analysis today. And I do hope that Regina Daniels, Senator Ned Nwoko are fine wherever they are, and I hope that we see a very stable end to this entire thing, and they'll be fine, and they'll be fine and come to social media and we'll smile again. But till then, domestic violence is not something for us to smile at. At any point in time, should you be a victim of domestic violence, run away. That's why we'll leave it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This has been the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
Hello viewers, welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Ifunaya Indigwe. On this day, October 20th, 2011, Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi was killed in Sirte, ending his 42-year rule, rising to power in 1969 after overthrowing King Idris. Gaddafi reshaped Libya through nationalism, oil nationalization, and Islamic reforms. His controversial leadership and opposition to Western influence made him a polarizing global figure. And also today, October 20th, 2002, the Blue Stream pipeline, the world's deepest underwater natural gas pipeline, was inaugurated in Turkey, running beneath the Black Sea. It connects Russia and Turkey, supplying natural gas to meet growing energy demands. The project marked a major milestone in national energy cooperation and engineering innovation. And that's how far we can go today in history. I am Ifunaya Indigwe. Until tomorrow, keep watching BDTV. Hello viewers, welcome.
On October 7th, 2025, the Nigerian Investors Showcase was held, jointly organized by the UK's Manufacturing African Program, UK Aid, and the Private Equity and Venture Capital Association of Nigeria. The event, themed Aligning Vision with Capital, gathered key players in Nigeria's manufacturing sector's investors, development partners, and industry leaders to explore investment opportunities and foster growth in the industry. Yasmin Osaige, country manager of Manufacturing Africa, opened the event, reaffirming their commitment to boosting Nigerians' industrial growth by preparing local manufacturers for investment.
The opportunity of what lies ahead and the scale of the potential impact is huge. Africa currently contributes less than 2% of global manufacturing value add. We know that the continent's population is estimated to double by 2050, and we project that we'll require $400 billion worth of new manufacturing investment by 2030. That's why the Manufacturing Africa program remains firmly committed to increasing the number of financial close of the transactions that we've supported and working closely with investors in order to do so.
5 innovative Nigerian manufacturers pitched their businesses, including Sygen Pharmaceutical, which aim to reduce import dependence through local production. Sygen Managing Director Charles Oguwi shared their strategy to meet rising demand for locally made medicine and create jobs. A vibrant roundtable followed, led by Kemi Onobanjo of Manufacturing Africa, focusing on improving Nigerians' investment climate. Investors praised the continued support from Manufacturing Africa, UK Aid, and PEFCA in connecting the investment community and boosting competitiveness. The event wrapped up with networking, encouraging partnership, and David Meredith from McKinsey & Company closed by reinforcing commitment to Nigerian manufacturing growth through technical support and investment readiness programs.
Initiatives like this are absolutely critical because this is the platform that brings visibility to the companies and also helps with pipeline development for the investors. There's cash looking for where to go, and there are companies looking for cash. But there are not many platforms like this, especially for the manufacturing sector, where you bring all of them together. This investor showcase is a fantastic idea, bringing ready companies, because investors are looking for companies that are ready to receive cash. These are companies that have received support and are ready and are actively fundraising, and bringing them into a room with other investors is a great way to not only get feedback about their business idea and how viable it is, but to actually really get connection for the funding that they need to grow, scale, and create more jobs and impact in Nigeria. So absolutely, we should do this every month, if you ask me, to make sure that companies that are ready to receive funding meet the investors that are ready to deploy funding.
They've given us guidance all through the process and leading to this pitch. We've been able to grow in terms of how to present our company, and they've helped us put ourselves in a state where we are investable. And this opportunity today has given us broader audience in which we are able to have vision.
They're incredibly valuable. It's an opportunity for kind of local businesses from Nigeria to really kind of showcase the opportunities. And there are so many here, and bringing them together with kind of international investors and have that face-to-face contact. It's really valuable because it's an opportunity to really kind of bring to life their opportunities and also answer any questions. And I think that kind of, the face-to-face opportunities is just so important.
The fact that Nigeria is heavily import dependent when it comes to drugs, right? Which creates a major drug security risk. We are setting up a local manufacturing business here, right? And that focus is on helping local production of drugs here. By doing that, that means we have local employees here as well. So we have almost 400 employees in our factories.
And then another key thing is that pharmaceutical manufacturing or pharmaceutical products are highly defensive. Whether you have money or not, if you fall sick, you have to spend money to get better. And so the growth potential is really there. That's for the pharma sector. For the agri-business sector, again, whether you have money or not, you have to eat. Right? Yes. So again, the growth is also there across all the verticals in the agribusiness space, right from production, manufacturing, and then even exports. Right? We are seeing a lot of demand for locally produced and well packaged foods.
I'd say that the manufacturing sector is interesting to investors for multiple reasons. One of which, and very importantly, it solves two critical problems. It meets consumer demands, and it also alleviates the FX volatility problem that we have because it depends less on imports.
So our final the original equipment manufacturers that we will.
On October 7th, 2025, the Nigerian Investors Showcase was held, jointly organized by the UK's Manufacturing African Programme, UK Aid, and the Private Equity and Venture Capital Association of Nigeria. The event, themed Aligning Vision with Capital, gathered key players in Nigeria's manufacturing sector's investors, development partners, and industry leaders to explore investment opportunities and foster growth in the industry. Yasmin Osaige, Country Manager of Manufacturing Africa, opened the event reaffirming their commitment to boosting Nigerians' industrial growth by preparing local manufacturers for investment.
The opportunity of what lies ahead and the scale of the potential impact is huge. Africa currently contributes less than 2% of global manufacturing value add. We know that the continent's population is estimated to double by 2050, and we project that we'll require $400 billion worth of new manufacturing investment by 2030. That's why the Manufacturing Africa program remains firmly committed to increasing the number of financial close of the transactions that we've supported and working closely with investors in order to do so.
5 innovative Nigerian manufacturers pitched their businesses, including Saigen Pharmaceutical, which aim to reduce import dependence through local production. Saigen Managing Director Charles Oguwuyi shared their strategy to meet rising demand for locally made medicine and create jobs. A vibrant roundtable followed, led by Kemi Onobanjo of Manufacturing Africa, focusing on improving Nigerians' investment climate. Investors praised the continued support from Manufacturing Africa, UK Aid, and PEFCA in connecting the investment community and boosting competitiveness. The event wrapped up with networking, encouraging partnership, and David Meredith from McKinsey and Company closed by reinforcing commitment to Nigerian manufacturing growth through technical support and investment readiness programs.
Initiatives like this are absolutely critical because this is the platform that brings visibility to the companies and also helps with pipeline development for the investors. There's cash looking for where to go. and their company is looking for cash. But there are not many platforms like this, especially for the manufacturing sector, where you bring all of them together. This investor showcase is a fantastic idea, bringing ready companies, because investors are looking for companies that are ready to receive cash. These are companies that have received support and are ready and are actively fundraising, and bringing them into a room with other investors is a great way to not only get feedback about their business idea and how viable it is, but to actually really get connection for the funding that they need to grow, scale, and create more jobs and impact in Nigeria. So absolutely, we should do this every month, if you ask me, to make sure that companies that are ready to receive funding meet the investors that are ready to deploy funding.
They've given us guidance all through the process and leading to this pitch. We've been able to grow in terms of how to present our company, and they've helped us put ourselves in a state where we are investable. And this opportunity today has given us a broader audience in which we are able to have vision.
They're incredibly valuable. It's an opportunity for kind of local businesses from Nigeria to really kind of showcase the opportunities. And there are so many here, and bringing them together with kind of international investors and have that face-to-face contact. It's really valuable because it's an opportunity to really kind of bring to life their opportunities and also answer any questions. And I think that kind of, the face-to-face opportunities is just so important.
The fact that Nigeria is heavily import dependent when it comes to drugs, right, which creates a major drug security risk. We are setting up a local manufacturing business here, right, and that focus is on helping local production of drugs here. By doing that, that means we have local employees here as well. So we have almost 400 employees in our factories.
And then another key thing is that pharmaceutical manufacturing or pharmaceutical products are highly defensive. Whether you have money or not, if you fall sick, you have to spend money to get better. And so the growth potential is really there. That's for the pharma sector. For the agri-business sector, again, whether you have money or not, you have to eat.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into economic as well as financial matters. We're starting off with business news making the rounds. So foreign investors are showing confidence in Nigeria, and this was one of the conclusions at the just concluded World Bank IMF meetings. Global investors have expressed confidence in Nigeria's ongoing economic reform and policy direction during the 2025 World Bank and IMF annual meetings that held in Washington, D.C. Leading the Nigerian delegation, the Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso assured participants at the Nigeria Investors Forum of the federal government. At the Nigeria Investors Forum, he assured them of the federal government's commitment to advancing reforms, stabilizing the economy, and unlocking sustainable investment opportunities. Cardoso highlighted Nigeria's improving fundamentals, citing $43.4 billion in external reserves, which is Nigeria's highest in 5 years, and a stronger trade balance driven by policy consistency. He said Nigeria's economic outlooks remains positive, with reforms ensuring macroeconomic stability and inclusive growth. CBN Deputy Governor Mohammed Abdullahi reported a 56.4% rise in monthly foreign exchange turnover to $8.6 billion in 2025, a a reflection of investor confidence. While the special advisor to the president, Sonia Ade Okoli, said that the government targets 7% economic growth by 2027 to 2028 through diversification, infrastructure, and private sector partnerships. At the G24 meetings, Cardoso announced Nigeria's trade surplus had reached 6% of GDP, attributing that gain to ongoing reforms and sound macroeconomic policy. The strong investor turnout and engagement underscored renewed global confidence in Nigeria's reform agenda and path towards sustained recovery and growth. Then we'll move on to the news around the Bank of Industry that is targeting the $1 trillion economy with a deal to boost micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises market access. The Bank of Industry and the digital platform Bumper signed a memorandum of understanding to boost digital market access, e-commerce growth, and job creation for youth-owned MSMEs, supporting the federal government's $1 trillion economy vision by 2030. The MOU was signed at BOI's Lagos office, aligning with the renewed hope agenda on skills development, entrepreneurship, and job creation. BOI Managing Director Olasupo Olusi, represented by Oluwatoyin Edu, said that the initiative reflects the bank's strategic commitment to expanding market access and equipping young entrepreneurs with essential digital tools. He noted that the partnership aligns with BOI's 2025 to 2027 corporate strategy, focusing on youth-led, technology-driven enterprises. Bumper co-founder Kelvin Umechukwu described the collaboration as transformative, stressing that digital adoption is vital for competitiveness. He said 200 small business owners will receive 6 months of hands-on support to integrate technology and track key growth metrics. BOI technical advisor Aderonke Akinloye highlighted that MSMEs contribute 48% to Nigeria's GDP and employ 84% of the workforce. And she said that the partnership aims to address funding and market access challenges, helping youth-led businesses sell smarter, scale further, and reach wider markets. Then we move on to the news of the Asian market, the Asian equities market. Asian shares pulled higher by Nikkei surge as well as China's GDP beat. Asian markets opened higher on Monday, driven by a 2.8% surge in Japan's Nikkei 225, as the country moved closer to appointing its first female prime minister. The collaboration between the Liberal Democratic Party and the Japan Innovation Party lifted investor sentiment, with analysts expecting Senai Takaichi to favor pro-stimulus policies, positive for equities but negative for the yen and bonds. Elsewhere, South Korea's Kospi gained 1% and China's blue-chip stocks rose by 0.8%. Data from China showed that its economy grew by 1.1% in the third quarter, outpacing forecast, while its industrial output climbed by 6.5%. However, the annual growth slowed to 4.8%, the weakest in a year, as falling home prices continue to weigh on household wealth and spending. Investors are hoping for more stimulus as policymakers meet this week to outline the new 5-year plan. On Wall Street, on further west, futures edged higher with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq futures up by 0.3%. Analysts are expecting that third quarter earnings would grow by 8.8%, led by tech giants including Nvidia, Tesla, and Netflix. Lower bond yields and prospects of Federal Reserve rate cuts also lifted sentiment. In commodities, gold is now trading at $4,266 an ounce after last week's sharp gain, while Brent crude has slipped to $61 per barrel amid rising OPEC Plus supply. After the break, we return with market updates from last week and Friday. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
Command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy.
This is Business Money.
Welcome back to Economy and Market. We're moving on to market updates from last week. So on Friday last week, the markets, we saw the all-share index appreciate by 1.35%, gaining over 1,989 points during the week. However, on Friday, the market appreciated by 32 basis points, gained 652.6 points, now hitting 149,000 basis points. Basically, market updates $4.56 trillion naira. Let's move on to the top gainers for that day. Unicell Interlinked was the top gainer of the day with a 10% max appreciation. It appreciated by 10% to hit a share price of 48 naira 40 kobo. Then UPDC, the property development company that is now owned by Custodian Investment, went up 9.92% to hit a share price of 6 naira 98 kobo. Sovereign Trust Insurance up 9.51% to hit a share price of 3 naira 57 kobo. Universal Insurance 9.09% to close at a share price of 1 naira 20 kobo. Dar Communications up by 8.74% to close at a share price of 1 naira 12 kobo. On the flip side, whilst UPDC was gaining 9.92%. Union Home Real Estate Investment Trust, U Home Rights, down 9.98% to close at the share price of 51 naira 85 kobo. There was profit taking on that particular stock. There was also profit taking on Meyer PLC, the paint company that has seen significant appreciation, significant capital appreciation this year, 9.85% down to close at the share price of 15 naira 10 kobo. Sterling Holdco also down by 9.58%, 7.7 naira 55 kobo. Cornerstone Insurance 6.90% down to close at the share price of 6 naira 21 kobo. E-Transact, after weeks upon weeks of appreciation, we see it down by 6.25%. Basically, all of the stocks we see down on Friday were basically a result of profit taking from investors, as all of these stocks that have performed quite well this year. Our most actively traded stocks were majorly banking and finance stocks, led by UBA, 59.175 million shares in deals worth almost 2.5 billion naira. Access Holdings, 50.4 million shares in deals worth around 1.3 billion naira. Fidelity Bank, 46.99 million shares in deals worth almost a billion naira, 944 million naira to be more precise. Sovereign Trust Insurance, 34.242 million shares in deals worth around 120.85 million naira. Tantalizer PLC, 24.556 million shares in deals worth about 54 million naira. Then let's look at the weekly market report. During the week, we saw the NGX appreciate by 1.35%, as the All-Share Index gained almost 2,000 points, 1,989.60 points for the All-Share Index to close at what it closed at last week. Top gainers for that week were led by Sovereign Trust Insurance, that gained 11.2%. Royal Exchange gained 11.1% to close at a share price of 2 naira 40 kobo. Unicel gained 10%. The 10% gained on the last day of the week was the 10% that it stuck with throughout the week. Then SFS Real Estate Investment Trust gained 9.88% to close at a share price of 418 naira 75 kobo. Omatech Ventures up by 9.49% to close at the share price of 1 naira 50 kobo. The top losers of that week, Triple G was the top loser of the week. Triple G and Company, 18.84% decline to hit a share price of 4 naira 91 kobo. Academy Press also was a significant loser of that day, of that week rather, 17.92% decline to close at the share price of 7 naira 88 kobo. Regency Alliance Insurance, 13.94% decline to close at the share price of 1 naira 42 kobo. Then Livingstone Mortgage Bank was a significant downer, down by 13.46 percentage points to hit 4 naira 50 kobo. And Industrial and Medical Gases PLC, down 9.87% to hit a share price of 32 naira 40 kobo. Now, in terms of sectoral performances, it was majorly a bullish run for most of the sectors except one sector, the banking sector. The banking sector was closed just flat. Banking sector closed quite flat. The oil and gas sector also closed quite flat, but other sectors recorded significant gains during the week. Insurance, the NGX Insurance Index up by 2.56%. The NGX Consumer Goods Index up by 1.93%. And we also saw gains recorded by Dangote show up for the NGX Industrial Goods Index, as it moved up by 2.79% that week. Now let's look at the global market from Friday. Friday's global market, we saw the US indexes, all the indices in the US record at least marginal gains. The Dow Jones Industrial Average by record a 52%, 0.52% bump. Same thing, similar situation in the S&P 500, 0.53% bump. And the Hang Seng Index, and the Nasdaq Composite up 0.52% up. Asia index, the Nikkei 225 was down by 1.44%. The Kospi down by 1 basis point, and the Hang Seng index down by 2.48%. Let's look at the European indices from Friday, all in the red, from England, from the UK to France to Germany. England down by 86 basis points. The CAC 40 of the Paris Stock Exchange down 18 basis points, and the DAX index from Germany down by 1.82 percentage. And on the currency side, the naira has been in the corridor of stability. At least the naira closed last week 1,469 naira to the dollar. Against the euro, it was 1,712 naira to the euros. Last week, it closed at 1,696 naira to the euros, and 1,972 naira to the British pounds. The preceding week was 1,953 naira. So we saw quite a decline in the value of the naira. However, we're still within the corridors of stability. From where we started this year to where we are right now, there's been quite significant improvement, and that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. And I'm your host, David Olujimi.
On the 8th of October, ICES, International Cake Exposition Society of Nigeria, in collaboration with Golden Penny, held its 10th exposition event at the All-Season Plaza with the theme Sensational Wedding Cakes, a peep into the future. The event brought together cake vendors, government officials, and partnering food brands to enjoy the warmth and beauty of the cake industry. The welcome address was given by Segun Alugba, Deputy Director, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment, representing the Commissioner for Commerce, Trade and Investment.
My take is very simple. It's first and foremost, the welcome development, and I think it's a platform for MSMEs, particularly in Lagos, because I believe most of them are MSMEs. One of the visions of MCIC, the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative and Investment, is to say that businesses thrive in Lagos and consumer satisfaction. So I believe this program will give our MSMEs a platform to showcase what they are doing and what they can do. First and foremost, the 10th edition, I want to say congratulations to them. It's been a long way over the years for them to be able to sustain the program for the past 10 years. I want to say once again, congratulations to them. But most importantly, it shows resilience. It shows people who are committed. People want to bring their vision to fruition. It shows that they're doing something right for them to be able to sustain it for 10 good years. It has not been easy despite the challenges here and there. I want to say congratulations, and I want to say again, they've contributed to the economy of Nigeria and particularly Lagos State. And I want to tell them that the Lagos State government is ready, most ready to support them. They've contributed to the GDP of Nigeria and by extension Lagos State. And I believe they've created even job opportunities a lot in the state. The Lagos is already contributing a lot, first and foremost to the MSME. Like I said, most of them are MSMEs, small businesses, medium enterprises. Lagos State is doing a lot. It's just that some of them may not be aware. For instance, the LSCTF, Lagos Employment Trust Fund. This fund, Lagos State launched on the 9th of May 2025. It is called LASMECO. That's Lagos' access to finance through cooperatives. It's a 10 billion naira funds for small businesses, MSMEs. You can access it, and you can access as much as 10 million naira per person, which is good. It's just the beginning.
In starting the International Cake Exploration Society in Nigeria, we envisage an organization that will bring together bakers from all walks of life, who will be able to share knowledge, who will be able to network, who will be able to help each other grow in the industry. ICES indeed has come a long way We have been able to grow individual businesses and as a corporate body. And of course, in the next 5 years, we see us also growing in leaps and bounds because now we're in the age of technology. So we're hoping to be able to harness technology in improving our businesses, in technology, in helping the cake world and the cake industry with our creativity, with our ideas, and coming up with new dimensions.
The lead marketing manager, Golden Penny Multipurpose Flour Mill of Nigeria PLC, introduced the new all-purpose flour, perfect for bakers per request, and highlighted some of the key nutrients it provides.
It is good for you to know that your flour is also fortified with vitamin A. When you are producing your cake, baking your cake, and other pastries, you should also know that your customers, your consumers, they're not just getting ordinary flour, they're getting a flour that is fortified with vitamin A.
Okay, for one thing, it's a very organized group. And you also see that it's a national body and they have centers all across different states in Nigeria. So for us, that gives us a platform where you can meet the target audience, people that really need our flour in one place. So they are the right people, they are the one using the flour, and they are very organized. And the event they put together, you will see that the content is very good and they are bringing themselves together to be better. They want to be better bakers, and we as Golden Penny will see that fit because we also want them to be better bakers, and we partner with them, to give them the kind of baking solutions that they need. And that's why we launched the Golden Penny Multipurpose Flour. It's a perfect flour for cakes and for all their pastry recipes. So it's a perfect fit for us. Organized group who wants to be better bakers, and we are Golden Penny, and we want to partner with them to make them better bakers with the use of our flour.
ISIS is about cakes, about bakery, about baking stuff. So when we talk about a sensational wedding cakes, we want to showcase to the world what we can do. Beautiful, simple wedding cakes that you can put on your table, and it's beautiful. So it's a time when all of us gather together. But this is special because when you say wedding cakes, it's limitless. If you go to that table, you see a lot of ideas, people popping in and out with so many ideas.
The event continues with a state parade by the 16 states ISIS is present. National President Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, laid out steps to support entrepreneurs in Nigeria while encouraging more Nigerians towards the line of entrepreneurship.
I think ISIS has grown over the years. They've been very vibrant, and I can see that today's event is also an indication that they are actually waxing stronger. We can see a lot of exhibitors there. We can see virtually all the states in Nigeria being represented. We can see stakeholders in the different industry and the MSME ecosystem being represented here. We can also see government present. I can see a number of commissioners and ministries here being represented. And that shows that they have come to stay. And I must also say that this is what we need in Nigeria. We need to continue to look at how to support entrepreneurs, particularly those in the cake and confectionery. These are creative sectors that can also bring not just money to their pocket, but also create jobs for the country and also give government more revenue. So I feel the best thing we can do as individuals is to continue to look at how we can engage ourselves. Many of these people here today started very small, but they are now big. So it shows that there are so many opportunities in Nigeria. We need not be shouting of no job. We need not be shouting that the condition is not perfect. Let's make the best of the condition we have at the moment. And let's see how we can also become like this or even bigger. And with what I'm also seeing here, it means we have a lot of products that we can also export to the outside world. Africa, Nigeria has a lot of potentials. I'm so happy to be here. I really, really appreciate the leadership of ISIS for organizing this. And I want to see that our association has pledged to continue to support ISIS in whatever they do going forward.
ISIS unites bakers from all over the world. I don't want to limit it tonight. That's why it's International Cake Exploration Society. Okay, we used to travel before outside once a year for a conference in the United States of America. In November, we're going for another, we call it Birmingham show in Birmingham. That's November. So it's a global thing. Now, talking about it adding to the economy, it creates employment, number one. It builds career for some people, okay? it gives people insight, and it broadens people's scope of business. It puts people into business, if I should say that. And I see soon for Nigeria, it brings other companies, our vendors, you know, and it builds companies. You could see Golden Penny, see Valido, see different companies. And while they are here, and get something clear, ICES is not only for bakers. It's supposed to be for cake exploration. But any other thing that has to do with cake, the milk company, the flour producing company, the spice producing company, all of them, we connect with them. We have a relationship with them. People that are into events, people that are into, into outfits, because we make our chef jackets, we make our outfits, we make our, you could see different colors, different states, and we're in about 16 states in Nigeria. So it's a world of economy building.
While the exposition was going on, the event continued with the sugar beavers being taught various baking techniques. The International Cake Exposition Society was an event that highlighted the world of baking, translating thoughts into cakes and showcasing creativity on all sides.
I'm very enthusiastic about the next 5 years. I am very optimistic about the next 5 years. I see expansion beyond Nigeria. I want to see us embrace Africa as a continent, held together by this love for sugar craft, sugar art, and how we can just build on that, create a bond, you know, that crosses borders based on that craft.
Well, how does it aim to support? The Lagos State government is always in support of organizations who are people friendly, who are helping to groom more entrepreneurs, because Lagos State itself is at the forefront of grooming more entrepreneurs, more younger people. And I know that Lagos State government and the state itself has the largest population of entrepreneurs. Even if they move to other states of the federation, I'm sure they would have first started out and grown in Lagos. That's the truth, because the population of Lagos State itself is a unique selling proposition. Lagos State is a trailblazer when it comes to encouraging and supporting small and medium enterprises. And we have millions of such businesses who are also boosting the Lagos economy. So why not? Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is one of the governors who are in the forefront of encouraging and grooming more younger people, more entrepreneurs.
I am Amanda Emasigbuwe for Business Day Television.
Celebrated Day, Organizational Identity highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality, an identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, you know, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, you know, on this day. A famous person said, you know, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, you know, tenure of NIMC, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and you know they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN-auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself three questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock. with two keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message, and that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you give it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities. And
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Cooking gas price drops to 1,400 per kg, says retailer. Police crack down on free Nnamdi Kanu protesters in Abuja. Osibanjo to lead ECOWAS team for Côte d'Ivoire election monitoring. China's economic growth slows as trade tensions with US flare up. Kevin Durant's $19 million Rocket deal surpasses LeBron James' all-time NBA earnings. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where retailers of cooking gas say the prices of the essential commodity have come down from 2,000 naira per kilogram in the past 3 weeks, selling between 1,300 and 1,500 over the weekend. The retailers describe this as a significant improvement, as the liquefied petroleum gas is now relatively available for retailers and consumers. Chairman of the Liquefied Petroleum Gas Retailers Association of Nigeria, Ayobami Olarinoye, confirmed the development, saying that there is a difference in the prices, though normalcy has yet to be fully restored. Olarinoye added that the LPG market is not stable, expressing optimism that things would further improve this week if the supply continued. According to reports, Nigerians are waiting for the price to normalize to 900 naira per kg, as gas shops in different neighborhoods have also reduced the prices compared to the previous weeks. Moving on, protesters agitating for the release of the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, on Monday, fled the protest ground after combined security forces released live bullets and tear gas. The protesters, led by the convener of the #RevolutionNow movement and former presidential candidate of African Action Congress, Omoyele Sowore, gathered at early at 6:50 a.m. around the headquarters of Women's Affairs Ministry. BusinessDay television reports that the security forces drawn from the Nigerian Police, Guards Brigade, Department of State Services, and Civil Defense had beefed up security around Presidential Villa since Sunday. They mounted roadblocks at strategic places leading to the Presidential Villa, National Assembly, Court of Appeal headquarters, Force headquarters, and the popular Eagle Square.
Free Nnamdi Kanu now! 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 Don't tear gas us! Free Nnamdi Kanu now! Don't tear gas us! Don't tear gas us! Do not tear gas us! It's our right to protest!
Still on, the Economic Community of West African States has chosen Nigeria's former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo to head its election observation team for Côte d'Ivoire's upcoming presidential election. The election is set for October 25th, and Osinbajo's team will be on ground from October 19th to 29th to monitor events before, during, and after the polls. ECOWAS, in a statement on Sunday, revealed that this move is part of its ongoing efforts to ensure free, fair, and peaceful elections across the West African region. As the head of the mission, Osinbajo will lead a group made up of respected individuals from different West African countries to meet with political leaders, election officials, and civil society groups in Côte d'Ivoire while helping to promote calm and building confidence among voters and politicians as the election approaches. Also, the Okomu Oil Palm Company plc has reported a profit after tax of 60.33 billion naira for the 9 months ended September 2025, representing a 113% increase from the 28.34 billion naira recorded in the same period of 2024. The company's unaudited financial statement showed that turnover rose 67% to 173.95 billion naira in the 9 months under review, compared with 103.95 billion naira in the corresponding period of the previous year. Okomu's oil gross profit climbed to 112 billion naira, up from 59.31 billion naira recorded in 2024, while profit before tax grew 107% to 84.1 billion naira from 40.68 billion naira a year earlier. According to reports, the performance was driven by higher revenue from palm product sales and efficient cost management during the period, as earnings per share rose significantly to 63.25 naira from 29.71 naira recorded in the same period of 2024. To end the local news, the 7 billion naira per kilometer budget for the Nigeria's coastal highway has sparked intense public debate. According to a recent bdtv report, Nigerians are asking hard questions on how 1 kilometer costs that much, with the best materials and modern coastal engineering standards. While the report revealed that the land acquisition, drainage, shoreline protection, and construction actually took so much effort, it noted that the legacies must be built on trust, not inflated figures, as it remains a national legacy project. Meanwhile, some Nigerians is saying that they need roads that connect their business and movement, not costs that divide them, while others say it doesn't matter the cost, insisting on a good road project that will enhance business development and easy access to connect states. Our correspondent Destiny Momo has more details.
Asking hard questions about the coastal road, talking about the amount that is going into this very good development, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer. Nigerians are worried, and they're saying that transparency is not an attack, but Nigerians deserve to know the breakdown going into this project, because there are a lot of roads, Nigerian roads, federal roads, that also need attention. And they're asking, why will such an amount go into just one project when other roads that lead to economic value in the nation keep suffering?
Basically, when we got winds of the fact that the coastal road is going to be worked upon, we're all excited because we know the economic impact it will bring to this part of the country and also to the south-south region. But with the comment of the Minister for Works, when he made mention of the 7 billion naira per kilometer, I was a bit astonished because I believe that transparency should be the key, should be our watchword. Because I believe 7 billion naira in a road of that magnitude, I think, is a bit bogus. But still, we shouldn't downplay the economic importance it's going to bring to the people of Cross River, to that corridor. So I think the figure on ground, I think, is outrageous. I believe if such money is even being put into other roads, major roads in the country that needs to be looked into, I believe our roads will work better. I believe that the spate of accident and things like going on the road will be minimal because of the bogus sum.
Anything that adds to the infrastructure of the country is a benefit to the country, so it's good. Yes, there are many other roads that need work, but this one too is needed. I mean, we're a country of this size, and for me to get to Calabar, to get to Port Harcourt, to get to the east where I'm from, it takes hours turning from one road to the other. This will make life so much easier for millions and millions. Lagos is still the center of this country, whether we like it or not. So no matter people that move, like Christmas will come, people that move out of Lagos to their hometowns is enormous. Millions of people move. So this road is needed. As far as the money being wasted, I believe strongly that the most important thing is to do the project well. I don't know anything about the cost. I will not lie to you. I haven't followed it. I've tried not to. I've tried to ignore it because, as I always say, hey, it's our money, yes, but as long as they're spending our money for our project, we can live with it. And that's all we should do. As long as they're spending our money for our project, we're fine. But they should spend it for our project. But I'm okay. It's a good thing as long as it's done well.
This issue of coastal road, to me, they should allow sleeping dog to lie. Honestly, when you talk about road construction, most of the people that complain about these roads, some of them are not professionals. When you look at the terrain, to me personally, and as a citizen of this country, there's nothing big about the cost. When you look at that terrain, yes, Nigeria is so big, so vast, so large, that infrastructure decay is a problem now. When we look at the issue of abandoned facility infrastructure, yes, but something has to be done on that corridor. I'm not fighting for government. I'm not fighting representing the Honorable Minister for the works, for works. But at the same time, let's be realistic with ourselves. There's no big deal about that road. It's simple arithmetic. Sit down a structural engineer who will give you every cost of that terrain. That terrain is different to ordinary road, where there's no mud, where there's no water. I mean, there's no way. Just simple arithmetic. Tell me, in any civilized country, where did you want to construct a road that will not be cost, that will not be variation? So, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal.
Here in Lagos, Nigeria, Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News.
We'll now take a quick break, and when we come back, we bring you the foreign news in detail.
In a word, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading Through Change, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily.
We have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out on the great networking
and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. On the foreign scene, China's economic growth slowed in the 3 months to the end of September as problems in the property market persisted and trade tensions with the US flared up. According to reports, the world's second largest economy grew by its weakest pace in a year to 4.8% compared to the same period in 2024. This data reportedly comes after China imposed sweeping controls on its exports of rare earth mineral essentials for the global production of electronics, in a move that rocked its fragile trade truce with the US. The third quarter growth figures will set the tone for a gathering of China's top leaders this week to discuss the country's economic blueprint over the next 5 years, as the growth figures marked a slowdown from the annual rate of 5.2% seen in the 3 months to July. Also, US President Donald Trump says the ceasefire in Gaza is still in place hours after Israel's military revealed it carried out a wave of strikes against Hamas. The Israel Defense Forces, however, say it would resume enforcement of ceasefire after Israel and Hamas accused each other of breaching the deal. Strikes began in southern Gaza on Sunday after the Israeli ministry announced that terrorists fired an anti-tank missile and gunfire towards its troop in Rafah, killing 2 soldiers, while Hamas say they are unaware of any clashes in the area under Israeli control. Israel, however, responded that it had hit Hamas targets across Gaza as hospital sources say 44 people were killed. Hamas insists that it was committed to the ceasefire, accusing Israel of violations and warned strikes could push the situation toward a total collapse. Now to sports. NBA superstar Kevin Durant has agreed to a 2-year $90 million contract extension with the Houston Rockets, cementing his status as the highest earning player in NBA history. Reports reveal that the new extension raises Durant's career earnings to a record $598.2 million, surpassing LeBron James' $183.9 million in total NBA contract value. Durant, 37, joined Houston last July in a historic 17 trade, marking the largest in league history, signing through 2028 when he'll be 40. Despite being eligible for a maximum $120 million extension, Durant reportedly opted to take $30 million less to allow the Rockets greater financial flexibility in building a championship contending roster. To end the news, Harry Maguire delivered a dramatic moment at Anfield as his 84th minute header sealed Manchester United's first victory at Liverpool since 2016, lifting the pressure on manager Ruben Amorim. United has stunned the home crowd only 61 seconds into the match when Brian Mbeumo fired past Georgie Mamashidve after being played through by Amad Diallo. The goal sparked controversy as Liverpool players protested that play should have been stopped for a head injury to Alexis Mac Allister, who gone down following a collision with Virgil van Dijk moments earlier. Gakpo's equalizer in the 78th minute appeared to have rescued a point for Arne Slot's side, but Maguire's towering header ensured back-to-back Premier League wins for the first time under Amorim's reign. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Stay tuned for more updates.
come to the podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI first of all has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool and look at it from also a sustainability point of view and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message: Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Give your undivided attention to the disease that comes without any symptoms. This is Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Emosibuwe. In 2018, the World Health Organization estimated that about 31% of Nigerian adults were living with hypertension. More recent studies suggest that over 1 in 3 adults today suffer from hypertension. Clearly, hypertension is a growing public health concern in Nigeria. Digging with me into this silent but deadly illness, looking at the preventive and managerial ways for hypertension, is a medical professional, Dr. Habib Moshood. Welcome, Dr. Habib.
Nice to have you here.
It's nice to have you here. So let's get into the heart of the matter now.
Okay.
Starting with the basics, in simple terms, what is hypertension?
So, simply put, is elevated blood pressure. However, you don't just check once and then you determine that, oh, this person is hypertensive, right? It's sustained elevated blood pressure that you check over a period of time. So you check at separate occasions, once or twice. So you don't just see a patient once or anybody once and you check their blood pressure and just tell them that, oh, you are hypertensive.
Okay, thank you. From your point of view, how common is hypertension and at what age is it really?
So yeah, I mean, during your introduction, you rightly said that we are one of the hypertension capitals of the world. Unfortunately, it's commoner in the black race, right? And then secondly, you see it most often in people that are above the age of 40. However, there are cases of people that are below 40 years of age that are also coming down with hypertension. It's very good that we make that very known to the public. But it's commoner in people that are above the age of 40, and over 31% of the people in the country have hypertension.
So you said it's more common in the black race. Is there a particular reason why it's more common in black race?
So genetics is one of them,
okay,
right? And there are many other factors actually, but majorly genetics would be one of them.
Okay, so it's everybody says hypertension is a silent killer, is it? But personally, I believe that there must be 1 or 2 signs.
Yeah, it's a silent killer because, I mean, from our own experience, you go to public outreaches that we do where we check people's blood pressure, and you see someone walking and you check their blood pressure, you're seeing 200, 180, right? It's not like malaria. If you have malaria, you definitely be having fever, you'll be tired, can be vomiting. So hypertension doesn't really present like that. But there are some signs that you would see. One of them is you get tired easily. You walk certain distances from here to the front door, and then you discover that you're finding it difficult to breathe, right? You're having chest pain. So those chest pains should not be overlooked. So these are some of the signs that you would see to know that, oh, there's something ongoing, you understand? And it's very good that we check our blood pressure regularly to pick this. So it's a silent killer because complications can come in before you actually even know that this person has been hypertensive for a very long time and we have not been able to pick it up. But if you have to look for silent things or signs that you will see, one of them most importantly is you walk the stairs and you're just panting, you're finding it difficult to breathe, your chest is paining you, your legs are swollen. So those are some of the things that you can see that you will know that, oh, something is definitely ongoing in the heart.
Okay, so you mentioned it's very easy for people to misdiagnose. Like
Yeah,
I could
definitely.
be having chest pain and I'm like, it's fatigue.
Yeah.
I like so long. Oh, maybe I've been standing for so long. So apart from like these things, is there really any significant thing that you can hold on to and be like, okay, this is
Yeah, so the most significant is to check your blood pressure, right? That's the most significant. But however, the others that I've mentioned are things that you would see. You wake up at night, you suddenly find it difficult to breathe. You understand? Those are some of the things you would see, right? But the most significant is checking your blood pressure and noticing that it is above the upper limit.
so as a chronic disease,
Mhm.
is there a cure?
So I mean, from the name, chronic disease. So there's no cure, right? It's something that we manage over time, right? So there are lifestyle modifications that you need to adhere to. There are medications that we are going to give you to, right? Ensure that these medications are prescribed by healthcare professionals, and if you have to change them, right, you have to also consult your doctor. So the fact that one person is hypertensive does not mean the same drug we are giving the person can be given to the same drug we are giving to patient A might not be applicable to patient B. So you do not look at what other people are taking.
Well,
And you just decide
why
to.
do the drugs differ?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So people have underlying conditions that they are dealing with. They have different category that they belong to. There is the kind of drug I will give a pregnant woman that has elevated blood pressure that I will not give someone that is not pregnant. So when we say people differ, that's what we mean.
So, from my little knowledge of medicine, every disease has a genetic factor. That is every
Yeah,
disease, right?
yeah.
So, apart from like the genetic factor of hypertension, what other factors?
So yeah, so there are what we call modifiable and non-modifiable factors. So modifiable factors are basically factors that are within your control. Do you understand? So modifiable factors, I mean, if you are drinking alcohol, you smoke, that's modifiable. It's within your control. You can definitely stop it, right? So your diet is within your control. So it's something you can really work on. So those are example of modifiable factors. Non-modifiable, race is one of them. You're a black person. There's nothing you can do. Even if you bleach your skin, you're still black. It doesn't change anything. Family history. Unfortunately, they are first degree relative, father, mother, they have history of hypertension. So you really can't do anything about that. You understand? So those are examples of non-modifiable factors. So beyond genetics, I'm able to mention some other factors that we look at.
Diet, lifestyle change.
Yeah.
So is I don't know if it's just me, but growing up, people used to say salt. Check your salt. Let's talk about that salt thing. How true is it?
It's very important. You understand? So as part of the dietary restrictions is to look at your salt intake. So to give you an understanding of it, like where salt goes, water follows. And what happened in hypertension is that the heart is doing a lot of work to pump blood around the entire body. So that increases our blood pressure. So if there's a lot of salt intake in the body, right, there's a lot of fluids coming into the heart. So the heart is doing more work to pump blood around the entire body. So that's what happens. That's why we usually advise them to reduce salt intake as much as possible. Okay. It's not just salt anyway. There are other things you definitely reduce.
Like?
Okay, so to explain them, so the cardiovascular system or the heart among other systems that works to make up the cardiovascular system, compare it to a pumping machine that's pumping water around the entire body. So there's the work the pumping machine has to do, but there's the work of the pipes. So sometimes if there's anything clogging the pipes, you notice that water will not be getting to places that water should get to, or the pressure in the pipes definitely go up, which is what you see in hypertension. So salt, you can liken the effect of salt to maybe the heart or whatever, right? Let's talk about the pipes too, the vessels that take blood out of our body. So that's why dietary restriction come in. If you eat fatty food a lot, you take a lot of junks, they can cause fat deposits, right, to block these vessels. And when they block these vessels, there's a lot of pressure that the heart and those vessels have to do to move blood around the entire body. So your blood pressure goes up again. We have seen people that they've been able to manage their hypertension very well following just dietary restrictions. You understand that they don't have to use a lot of medications at all. So it's very important that we take note of this.
Okay, so I've been speaking about hypertension. What is the normal blood pressure.
Exactly. So yeah. Also, it's a range. It's not a static figure.
Okay.
Right? If your blood pressure is between 100 to 120, I'd say normal. If it's 120 to 130, blood pressure there's a figure above, there's one below. So the one above, which is the systolic, right? We would like to have something between 100 to 120. That's fine. Okay. Then the one below, say 60 to 80. That's fine. You understand? Then if you have between 120 to 130, in this part of the world, we'll just say it is elevated if you're not having hypertension yet. But however, if you're having anything above 140, right, and we're having anything above 80 to 90, then you can start classifying into stage 1 hypertension and different other grades that we have for it. I wouldn't want to bore us with that. But most important is that when you check your blood pressure at any point in time and you're getting any figure above 130, you should be concerned.
Okay, these readings that you've given, though, is it gender-based?
Not exactly.
It's general.
You understand? So, not exactly.
So, for someone with a genetic factor where we are seeing hereditary,
so there's a family history.
What is the possibility? Is it 100%? Like, is it 100% that
you must have it?
You must have it.
No. It's
and
not.
Then, if it's not 100%, what are the steps that you can take to prevent or reduce?
Yeah, the same step every other person will take to prevent coming down with hypertension. You should also take it. However, you should just take note of the fact that there is a family history of it. So you probably do more work, right, than others. More work means check your blood pressure regularly. So it's like I said, the genetic factor does not 100% mean you would have it. Let's establish that. So what are the things you're supposed to do to prevent? I'll start with dietary restrictions again, right? Reduce your salt intake. Don't take alcohol, right? Do not smoke. Physical activity too. You notice some people don't drink alcohol, they don't smoke, but they still come down with hypertension. So these days, a lot of people are doing remote work. So they probably just stay sitting in front of their laptops and sit all day without, moving about. It is recommended that you have physical activity up to 150 minutes a week. Something, it doesn't necessarily have to be intense. You don't have to go to the gym and start lifting weights all the time. So even if you can just do brisk walk, which is usually recommended, do brisk walk 150 minutes a week. There are 7 days a week. Just divide it. You can want to be doing 20 minutes per day or 30 minutes per day of brisk walking from one place to another. That's fine. Most people mistake brisk walking for jumping bus in the morning, like moving from one place. That is strenuous. Okay. Right? Brisk walking is you're intentional about moving from one place to another.
Jumping bus, you're intentional.
I mean, it's added to your daily routine.
Yeah.
You understand? So your body has adjusted to it. So it's no longer exercise. It's just stressful. So it has to be something that, it's exercise like. So that's what we can count as exercise.
Earlier on, when I was reading statistics, it said that hypertension is a national issue.
Yeah.
So what should government do? What should health agencies do now?
Yeah, there are many things government can do. First one is, let's look at the preventive medicine aspect of this. So if people do not have access to healthcare services, there's no way they can pick that they are hypertensive, right? So our government should invest more in refurbishing or making primary healthcare services available to everyone. You understand? So I don't have to go to bigger hospitals whenever I feel anything wrong with my chest.
That's true.
So I should be able to go to an hospital that can just check my blood pressure and give me the reading and see a doctor almost immediately. Then they should also invest, we should do more mass education, right? We need people to, if we don't give people right information, they will definitely get the wrong ones. You understand? Then they are doing significant work in reducing tobacco consumption in this part of the world. So we can do better, right? Then alcohol intake. Then these days we should invest more in making our neighborhood safer for people to be able to walk there, jog. So if I'm concerned that if I have to do brisk walking by 6:30 a.m., What if somebody collects my phone or somebody, attacks me on the road? I would definitely not want to do that. So when we discourage people from doing that, it's at the end of the day, there's the public health crisis that can be likened to. Then our nutrition too, what we consume, very importantly. So government needs to have agencies that monitor them and ensure that we eat the right things that do not make us come down with diseases at the end of the day.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Habib. Before we take our last questions, we have spoken about hypertension. We have spoken about the factors, the risk factors involved. Let's take a quick break before our final question.
All right.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. This is still Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness, and we're talking about hypertension, the silent killer, with our guest, Dr. Habib Moshid. So our final questions is subgroups.
Okay.
But firstly, tell us one misconception about hypertension.
Yeah. So the one popular misconception is that people think taking certain herbal concoction or herbal medication would help
Preach
it.
on that.
So they stop using their drugs, and then they just said, you know what, I will just keep using my sister gave me this, my grandma gave me this, and all that. Well, I wouldn't say I'm 100% against it, right? What I would just advise people to do is what is tested and trusted over time is adhering to lifestyle modification and using your drugs, most importantly. Second misconception people have about hypertension is that, it's like a death sentence. Once you have it, you're going to die and all that. So, there are people that have lived with this disease 60, 40, 50 years. Most important thing is that they are very regular with their clinic appointments. They adhere to, the various lifestyle modifications, and they use their drugs as at when necessary. Then some other people start using their drugs. Then they check their blood pressure. Oh, my blood pressure is fine, so I stopped using the drug. You shouldn't stop using any medication unless you consult a doctor. Likewise, you shouldn't use any antihypertensive unless a doctor prescribes it. So that your blood pressure is fine today, tomorrow, it's the effect of the drug you are using that is making you get that value. So when you stop using that drug, you go back to...
Comes back.
Yeah, so it's very important that before you stop using your medication at all, if you have any side effect from it, consult your doctor. If you want to stop using your drugs, ensure you consult your doctor too.
So earlier you said something about agbo and herbal drinks, and do they clash in this? I really want to know, do they clash in this system when you use, is there a confusion? Is your body confused?
No, our body is not confused actually. So people that take herbal concoction make a mistake to think that they are not chemicals, right? But there is a chemical in everything. You understand? There's chemical in the drug we use, even the herbal concoctions too. So the drugs we use, they've gone through a series of trials. You understand? They've checked, they've quantified all those chemicals and ensured that they're in right proportion. And researches are even ongoing on these drugs almost every day. So if there's any side effect, it is made known. But that level of intense research is not being done on most of the herbal concoctions that we take. So one person can mix their own herbal concoction with water, another person can mix with alcohol. So you're not, I mean, there's no quantification of what to use. So that's why we are against it. We're not against it because it is natural and we are dealing with man-made. Everything has chemical in it, but because the chemical in herbal concoctions are not quantified. Secondly, too, you can think that it is lowering your blood pressure, but it's causing more problems to your liver, to your kidneys. So, I mean, these are things that you would not take note of, and you keep using the herbal concoction. So it doesn't confuse our system, in all honesty.
Yes.
It just probably causes more harm than good. Yeah.
Okay, so finally, nice questions. What's one word for hypertensive patients?
Well, they are the strongest, right? I mean, it's not easy adhering to a particular regimen. Like, you have to use these drugs, you have to do this, you have to do that. I like to call them, when I see them in the clinic, like, I mean, you guys are really the strongest, you understand? So it's what I'll just make them know that, like I said earlier, it's not a death sentence. It's something that they can, live with and manage well. So provided they just ensure that what they are not supposed to do, they stay away from them, and what they are meant to do, they do it well.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Habib Moshe. This is such an amazing conversation. So just to add, yes, hypertension is often silent and deadly, but early detection saves life. It is not a death sentence. You can manage it. And if you've been diagnosed, remember, you are not alone. With the right care and lifestyle changes, hypertension is definitely not your death sentence. That's it on Health Matters today. I am Amanda Emosigwe saying, check that blood pressure today. Stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BDTV.
Hello viewers, today in history, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Ifunaya Indigwe. On this day, October 20th, 2011, Libyan leader Muammar al-Gaddafi was killed in Sirte, ending his 42-year rule, rising to power in 1969 after overthrowing King Idris. Gaddafi reshaped Libya through nationalism, oil nationalization, and Islamic reforms. His controversial leadership and opposition to Western influence made him a polarizing global figure. And also today, October 20th, 2002, the Blue Stream pipeline, the world's deepest underwater natural gas pipeline, was inaugurated in Turkey, running beneath the Black Sea. It connects Russia and Turkey, supplying natural gas to meet growing energy demands. The project marked a major milestone in national energy cooperation and engineering innovation. And that's how far we can go today in history. I am Ifunaya Indigwe. Until tomorrow, keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight on BDTV, the show where we celebrate both founders and big ideas making waves in Nigeria and beyond. On each episode, we shine a spotlight on the game changers, building the businesses that are shaping the future of innovation across the continent. Today's episode dives into a fascinating topic from idea to impact, scaling a maritime tech startup in an underexplored Africa market. I'm Glory Brown Odibo, and joining me to explore this exciting journey is Leonard Lawani, who is the co-founder of Vatog. He has a special and strong background in fintech, SaaS, and maritime innovation. He has helped scale tech-driven solutions across Africa and is passionate about using technology to tackle long-standing inefficiency in maritime logistics. Leonard Lawani, welcome to Startup Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Let's quickly dive into the first question I have for you. What gave you the idea about Vatog, the inspiration behind it, and what were you aiming to solve?
Vatog was a result of frustration, actually. So
Oh, really?
we're trying to close an oil and gas deal with a friend of mine who ended up becoming one of the co-founders. We're trying to close this oil and gas deal, and we realized that it was very difficult to get vessels, it was difficult to get the right crew, right? And we thought, okay, I think somewhere along the line we lost the deal. So we thought, okay, why don't we just build a product, since we both have IT background, right? I'm a software engineer by training, and he also has experience in oil and gas. So I thought we could just come together and build a product that would solve the problem, make it as transparent as possible. So that's how Vatog was born.
The maritime sector is most times underlooked.
Yeah.
With Vatog, how have you been able to scale through all these years?
Honestly, I would say that we got inspiration from our fintech brothers. We realized that guys were using fintech to disrupt the banking sector, and it was also at the time an untapped market until guys like Flutterwave, Paystack came, and they created or I would say disrupted it to a point where MoneyPoint could actually piggyback on that type of trajectory. So it was kind of inspiring seeing these guys actually apply themselves in that regard, and that was exactly what made us to dive into the sector. It was very chaotic, to be honest. It was difficult to explain the idea to the traditional oil and gas person or the traditional vessel owner, because they wanted things to be done traditionally. They still used spreadsheets, they still had to make calls. Closing a deal with a vessel owner could take months. So we thought that we could actually solve that by automating the process. So I mean, in the long run, we saw an opportunity with all of these challenges that they were having, and we decided to build on that.
Starting up, how was it like for Vatog?
It was crazy. It was crazy because
Can you walk me through it?
I mean, Prior to VATOG, we all worked in 9 to 5, so it was very difficult to say, okay, let's even focus on this, or we just have 9 to 5 on the side. So we had it was very difficult to actually even get a team together. But fortunately for us, we have an amazing team of experts that contribute in no small measure to making sure that the product is actually as fantastic as possible. So it took us a while to agree on the idea, leverage friends and family, because we also realized that we had people in the sector that were friends and families that also own vessels. So we thought to leverage that opportunity. Our uncle owns a vessel, our an auntie or a family friend is a captain. We could actually leverage that to actually create something that people could use.
In the maritime space, we have different competitors.
Absolutely.
We have different key players as well.
Yeah.
So what's the uniqueness in VATOG that makes VATOG stands out from every other?
I think we focused on we think the most important client is the vessel owner, right? Getting
the vessel owner.
Exactly. So getting the vessel owners to join our platform, or building the platform to be focused to making the vessel owner feel important and also meet their needs. We thought that would actually help sway the market in our favor, right? So imagine you building a product like Uber, right? We focused on the car owners. That was basically what Uber did, and that's exactly the same approach you used for the vessel platform. So we decided to create a platform and tailored it to the vessel owners. We know that when the vessel owners adopt it, every other person would actually come, and that's basically how we've been able to structure the business moving forward.
Talking about the business moving forward, access to funding for you to be able to scale to the top is a challenge.
Absolutely.
So while starting, how are you able to get those funds? When you're starting up and you don't have capital, you get discouraged along the way.
Absolutely.
So how are you able to put funds together for you to be able to get to where you are now, to achieve the goals of VATOG?
We're fortunate enough, like I said, we had the 9 to 5, so we were able to bring some funds together. And because we also have a technology background or technological background, we didn't have to hire too many manpower, so much people to handle programming and stuff. So a member of the founding team is a full stack developer, so that helped us to a large extent to build the back-end architecture of the product. And it was very easy for us to also leverage the friends and family that we had that own vessels and were also in the industry. So these connections that we had was able to help us really move forward without spending so much cash. Of course, we need money to expand, scale, get to other parts of the country. I mean, it's not just Lagos that we're trying to target. There's Port Harcourt, and there's the Niger Delta that we're trying to capture as well. So I mean, we felt like building a product, making sure the product is solid enough, eventually we'll get the right investment. As long as you're solving problems, we'll get the right investment. So far it's just been from out of pocket.
Let's talk about the regulation.
Absolutely.
Regulation in maritime is complex.
Yeah.
It's challenging. So how have you guys been able to stay regarding all these challenges that come with regulation? And remember, it's a startup show. We definitely have people out there looking forward to delve into this maritime starting up, you understand? So how have you guys been able to walk through the regulation process?
What we did was we first identified the agencies that were involved, or major agencies and major key players that we could partner with. It's over $100 billion industry, so it's big, and you have big players there, and you also need to understand that it's not a type of business that allows everybody to just waltz into the door. We noticed NIMASA was a very key player, so off the top of our heads, we decided to strategically partner with NIMASA and the Ship Owners Association as well. So that was something that we did from the jump, because like I said, the product was prioritizing vessel owners. So by partnering with all of these guys, we were able to find a way to leverage their credentials, leverage the architecture, infrastructure as well. So what I mean by that is how you have okay, NIMASA has some level of clearance. So partnering with NIMASA gives us some access into the maritime sector, and that's exactly what we've been doing with other agencies as well. So that's how we've been able to manage, what you asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Many startups struggle with talent gaps. You understand?
Yeah.
So how has Vartok been able to get expertise, the right talent that can be able to come and bring in ideas to move the vision and the goals to the next stage?
Fundamentally, the whole company is set up with, members or experts from different aspects of the oil and gas industry. So some guys are in financing, some in, vessel management, some are also in crewing. So we have a lot of experts within the team. And what we've been able to do is, use the same approach that we use in onboarding our guys internally to, onboard talent for the vessel owners. For example, if a vessel owner needs someone to, a crew member, we have on the platform, a feature that allows you to, check the credentials of the person and make sure the person is qualified enough. Then you can also negotiate the salaries and all of that. So we've made that very easy, streamlined that to, as easy as, filling a form and getting a call the next day that you have a talent that can actually onboard your ship.
Aside profit coming into the company, what other ways has Vartok been able to impact to the people out there, to start up out there regarding job creation, regarding lectures and all that training for startups coming in to learn the maritime tech sector?
Okay, so I think one way we directly impact our community in that regard is by giving them an opportunity to actually train with, some very big names, right? So on Vartok, we promote like internships, with, they call them the IOCs, the big boys in the space. So we create that opportunity where they could actually, train and learn firsthand. So most of these guys are coming directly from marine colleges or maritime colleges, and that's exactly how we directly impact these young people. Another way we do that is another way we do that is by, also allowing some of these guys to come on the platform and use the platform for themselves. It has a lot of data, it has a lot of library. If you're searching for companies to work with, if you're even searching for data, let's say you're trying to build a similar product to solve, a problem within the sector, you could also get data from us. We offer that kind of service, even for people that are trying to build something similar. Yeah.
For startup, it's really not that easy. They go through a lot. How can the government play a role in improving maritime technology for startups to make it easier?
Well, I think one way the government can actually assist in making this journey smooth for us is by creating an opportunity for investors to specifically invest in the maritime industry, because we noticed over the years that a lot of investors are a bit skeptical about the industry. Nobody has really gone there to play, right? And the way things are done, they are very traditional, very, opaque. So you can't really see what's going on. So we're really, taking a risk by getting in there, creating that transparency, making people understand that this market is actually investable, right? I think the government will contribute fantastic if they, collaborate with Vartok and also leverage the data we've been able to collect and use that to also help for, other startups that could actually spring up within the industry. So yeah, I think to a large extent, the collaboration would be fantastic. And also access to funds, right? Access to funds for business within that industry, especially as regards the environment, because to a large extent there's a lot of pollution within this sector, right? And this pollution, and this sector is the most, as in the sector with the highest amounts of pollution, right? Because of the kind of products that they deal with. So I feel like if the government could actually collaborate with not just Vartok but other startups to see that we can actually manage to make sure that the environment that this businesses are run in, are maintained, and a lot more, environmental friendly moving forward. Yeah.
For startups, a lot of them don't even know how to approach the vessel owners. Like you said, they are the main deal when it comes to maritime.
Exactly.
So how can they approach small or big vessel owners? How can they build trust? And how can they keep the relationship going?
I think VATOG has been able to put themselves in the middle in that conversation. So what we've been able to do is we've been able to make sure that a vessel owner can access the charterer or the customer directly. Customer can access the vessel owner directly. But while that conversation is going on, VATOG is in the middle managing it in such a way that there is we're tracking to see if there's any fraudulent conversation going on. We're doing KYCs in the back end to make sure that they're doing business with the right people, right? So these are the things that we do to make sure that it's easy for customers to speak to vessel owners, and at the same time the vessel owners are feeling rest assured that they are doing business with the right people. So internally we have a structure that manages both parties and both conversations. Yeah.
So let me ask you this personal question. If you were to go back and start all over again, what are the things you won't do and the things that you're going to do right this time?
If I was to go back again, I think I would have spent more time researching, because we made a lot of mistakes because we didn't really understand so many aspects of the business. The oil and gas and maritime sector is deep. Right, so one thing we would have done was really invest in R&D, gotten that data, gone to the field, spoken to stakeholders, ask them specifically what are your pain points, right? Instead of, because we did a lot of assumption because of access to data, we didn't have enough data, right? And, getting a hold of these vessel owners, it's not easy. So we had to make a lot of assumptions and learn along the way. But if we were to start over, I would definitely invest, or we will definitely invest in R&D. Yeah.
Talking about advice to startup out there looking forward to delve into the maritime ecosystem.
Yeah.
What advice can you give to them?
Just start. I mean, it's not as hard as you think, right? It's not as hard as you think. And then again, you don't even know how good it is until you get it, you understand? So you would learn to make mistakes, you learn from your mistakes, you learn to improve on the ideas. Just have a simple problem that you want to solve. Don't overcomplicate it. Have a very simple problem you want to solve. Get into the market and try to solve the problem the best way possible. Right. So that's my advice.
For VATOG now, how has the approach with different stakeholders been with it?
Of course, so stakeholders are stuck in their ways, and I totally understand, because the market is actually fundamentally built on trust. So you want to give your vessel to somebody that you trust. This person is going to pay you back after you've given that vessel. So you want to also give it or crew it with people that you also trust, and it's very pillared on integrity. What we've been able to do is we've been able to build a relationship with the vessel owners and make them understand that, look, you can trust us at least. And we can also create a system where at least some things are a lot more consistent. The truth is, with human beings, there are lots of variables. So somebody might call you tomorrow and say, oh, look, I was supposed to come, but something happened. Even though you're using this person for the most time. I think Nigerian tailors are fantastic examples, right? So, I mean, these things happen, but you want a situation where you can bet on, on us. And that's basically what we've been able to do with building the system and architecture and processes that can be trusted and counted on.
For the maritime ecosystem now, how do you compare what it is now and where do you see it's going to be like in the next 5 to 10 years in Nigeria?
Oh my God, I think that's where the next frontier of technology is going to evolve from. I mean, we have a billion fintech products, right? I feel like in the maritime and oil and gas, I would categorize it as the energy sector. I think the energy sector is going to be the next frontier for, the tech evolution, the tech bust, right? So I feel like there's so much that's going to go on. I mean, 90% of our, export and import happens, on the waters. So you can imagine how much opportunity that we're looking at every day. And Nigeria is like one of the biggest in the whole of Africa. So of course there are lots of opportunities for tech startup. I think, Bartok pioneering that movement will actually, not really pioneering, I need to correct that, because there are companies, I think there was a company before us, but I think also championing that movement would actually create some level of faith, and it will open the opportunities to young people to want to dive into that sector as well.
In this era, we have a lot of technology here and there, you understand? How has technology helped in efficiency and also cost reduction when it comes to the maritime sector?
All right, I think to a large extent, with technology has really helped reduce a lot of back and forth. So imagine a traditional approach where I'm trying to get a vessel and I'm speaking to person A speaks to person B, then C, then D, then E, right? Then person F finally gets the vessel, but I have to pay person A, B, C, D, E, right? And person F. So I'm paying all of these people because I just spoke to them about the vessel and they finally got the vessel. Now technology just directs me to the owner of the vessel. So instead of paying these people, I could just pay one person for just pointing me to the vessel. So that's basically what we're trying. That's one of the things we're trying to do. Secondly, the fact that your vessel is there idle, you're paying for it every day, right? So, but if you create a channel where these vessels could actually be engaged regularly, it should be easy for them to make money. So in that case, I, as a vessel owner, I know that my asset is working for me, not just lying there, right? And it also gives the opportunity for small players to come on there and just, participate and make money, right? Because I feel like, because of how it is structured currently, these other young players or small guys don't even get the opportunity to have a piece of this pie. So we are giving that opportunity to them.
One last question before you go. We already have people that are no longer on the startup level. They've already started doing this stuff and they're already on it. But along the line, they feel like, are you sure it's for me? The challenges that comes with it and all that. So what's the big picture you can give to them to still hang on? One big picture that, if you keep to it, this and this is going to happen.
To be honest, I feel, you just have to keep trying. Nobody really knows everything. If you look at some of these big companies that ended up becoming, $1 billion, $100 billion companies, like YouTube, for instance. These guys were about to close shop when Google bought them over, right? So, and you could see how a company like WhatsApp wasn't generating revenue for the longest time until Mark Zuckerberg that's Facebook bought them over. And, you don't really understand, but as long as you're solving problems, I actually believe that as long as you're meeting people's needs, eventually the business will turn around. Right? The business turn around. The
consistency,
people,
right?
Absolutely, consistency, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Leonard Lawani. It's been an insightful journey on the topic of building and scaling maritime tech startup. Thank you for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
That brings us to the end of this episode of Startup Spotlight on bdtv. I am Glory Brown Odibo. Until next time, stay tuned and keep watching bdtv.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIM SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMSI into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMSI, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. Let we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, you know, every September 16th is obviously it's an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, you know, on this day. The famous person said, you know, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, you know, tenure of NIMSI, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and you know they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN auth repositories for more security. They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, is it my phone? You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you give it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was: a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development, and stronger governance. Norma Obuna for Business Day Television. Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN-SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMSI into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards. Our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. Let renewed hope not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. A famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMC, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that.
The dinner for today, for us to really discuss esteemed as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essential managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition, and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, strengthening stakeholder collaboration in construction, demolition, and disaster waste management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their site to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people just used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on consumption is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the consumption in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very, the high-end, high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with LOMA, and then LOMA has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform LOMA that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director, Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
This is right. It's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there are quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, give them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma role is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Waste to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's very we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with the resource for another usage can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal peace, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we are still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of any field.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is to an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers will need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is in a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that's not properly disposed of, it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from LOMA. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that. Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with these agencies. If you're listening to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. The kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not unionized when you say all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and The panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power, it's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste, the waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Acien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
watching Business Day Television.
Updates are reaching you live from Business Day Television News studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, financial stocks power 1.27 trillion naira rally on NGX. And CBN to reissue 650 billion naira treasury bills. And $42.37 billion under remittance as the federal government extends NNPCL probe to December 2024. And over 310 million liters of petrol ready for loading, according to Dangote. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Destiny Momo. The Nigerian Exchange Limited closed last week on a positive note as investors gained 1.27 trillion naira, raising market capitalization to 94.56 trillion naira. The all-share index also rose by 1.35% to 148,977.64 points, driven by renewed demand for financial stocks. Market data showed 2.42 billion shares worth 76.62 billion naira were traded in 126,591 deals, with the financial services sector leading activity and Fidelity Bank, Access Holdings and Consolidated Hallmark Holdings topping. And Sovereign and Trust Insurance led the gainers with an 11.21% rise, while Triple G and Company PLC topped the losers, shedding 18.84%. Analysts attributed the week's gains to stronger investor confidence, expectations of improved third quarter earnings, and easing inflationary pressures. Meanwhile, the Central Bank of Nigeria will hold its Treasury bills auction on Wednesday, October 22, 2025, ruling over 650 billion naira in maturing bills. The sale covers 100 billion naira 91-day, 100 billion naira 182-day, and 450 billion naira 364-day bills, using a Dutch auction to determine final rates. Authorized money market dealers will bid electronically with a minimum investment of 50 million naira and can also submit bids for corporate and retail investors. Analysts expect strong interest in the 364-day bills as top rates will reflect investor sentiment and short-term yield trends. The auction offers investors low-risk returns while guiding short-term interest rates into the fourth quarter of 2025. And also the federal government, through the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAAC, has extended its probe into the remittances of major revenue-generating agencies, including the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, to December 2024. The decision follows unresolved discrepancies in payments and alleged 12.9 trillion naira under remittance by the NNPCL between 2011 and 2017. According to FAAC documents from the October 2025 meeting, several outstanding payments remain unreconciled, with NNPCL and UPRC and FIRS collectively account for over 1.02 trillion naira and $137.84 million in unsettled revenues. FAAC records further show that NNPCL has not remitted any interim dividends this year, despite being expected to contribute 271.18 billion naira monthly, amounting to 2.17 trillion naira so far. The World Bank has also warned that NNPCL's failure to fully remit oil revenues threatens fiscal transparency and economic stability, noting the company has only remitted 50% of subsidy removal gains to the Federation account. Up ahead, over 310 million litres of petrol ready for loading, according to Dangote. We'll bring you more details after this timeout. Stay with us.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading Through Change, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily,
we have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out on the great networking
and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
You're welcome to bdtv News Update. Welcome back. And as petrol prices climbed to nearly 1,000 naira per litre over the weekend, the Dangote refinery insisted it has over 310 million litres of petrol ready for distribution. The refinery's Vice President, Devakuma Edwin, assured that the refinery can meet local demand and still export surplus. Edwin dismissed the claims that the refinery had stopped production, saying it only reduced the crude intake to manage inventory, not because of operational problems. He further stressed that the refinery can supply 100% of Nigeria's fuel needs, producing mostly lighter products such as petrol, diesel, and jet fuel. Edwin also accused some marketers of exploiting public uncertainty to hike pump price, urging them to verify supply before increasing rates. And I'm moving on. Cooking gas price drops to 1,400 naira per kg, and says retailers of cooking gas report a decline in prices over the weekend, with liquefied petroleum gas now selling between 1,300 naira and 1,500 naira per kilogram, down from around 2,000 naira in the past 3 weeks. Ayobami Olarinoye, chairman of the LPG Retailers Association of Nigeria, confirmed that supply has improved, though the market has not yet fully stabilized. The recent price surge followed a strike by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria and a subsequent distribution disruption from the Dangote refinery, which caused a scarcity and prompted government intervention. Consumers say gas shops and various neighborhoods have lowered prices, but many are still waiting for prices to return to 900 naira per kg or below. And the Nigerian Association of LPG Marketers blamed retailers for the surge, while retailers countered, highlighting that the recent high prices were largely due to supply shortages. And now, away from that story, Nigeria's 36 states and 774 local governments received 94.62 billion naira from the Ecological Fund between January and September of 2025, and meant to tackle flooding and other environmental issues. Despite this, 238 people died and over 409,000 were affected by floods nationwide, this is according to NEMA. And data shows states got 51.87 billion naira in councils, 42.75 billion naira, yet many communities remain vulnerable. Experts blame poor planning and lack of transparency in using the funds. Environmentally, say the money rarely reaches real projects, warning that Nigeria will keep facing deadly floods unless accountability improves. And meanwhile, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has launched the Omi Eco project. a $410 million initiative aimed at transforming Lagos waterways from barriers into corridors of opportunity. Speaking on Friday, he described the project as a blueprint to create a more efficient, inclusive and green transport system that eases pressure on congested roads. The project, meaning Water of Lagos, will deploy over 70 hybrid electric ferries, upgrade 20 jetties and terminals, and dredge 15 water routes to ensure safer and faster transport. Special Advisor on Blue Economy, Damilola Emmanuel, said the project also supports the informal sector under the Vessel Industry Transition Program and highlighted the involvement of international partners. The European Union emphasized the project's role in improving urban mobility, saving 25 million passengers on average of 3 hours per peak hour trip. Sanwo-Olu added that the project reflects Lagos' commitment to harness and the blue economy for shared progress and prosperity. And Nigeria has made aviation history with the unveiling of the Isaac Balami University of Aeronautics and Management in Abuja, Africa's first privately owned aeronautics university. Founder Isaac Balami says the school will help address a projected shortage of 65,000 aviation professionals by 2040, training pilots, engineers, and managers with both classroom and hands-on experience. Every student will earn a degree and a private pilot's license with access to simulators and maintenance facilities in Lagos. Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo hailed the project as a revolutionary step for human capital development, while regulators say it will raise safety and professionalism in Africa's skies. Admissions are now open for qualified candidates.
Today we have a university with the support of the Civil Aviation Authority, the NUC, the National University Commission, accepted and tied the university to an existing aircraft maintenance, repair and overhaul facility in Lagos. Which means, like the VC did say, you will not just go and just get theory after 5 years and graduate, but you will at the end of the day get every year, every weekend, every public holiday, aside the idea of going for...
And so what we have today here is actually a revolution, I must say. Why is this a revolution? It's actually the first in Africa in terms of it's not only with the public and private sector, because what he's doing combines two, in fact, three of the critical sectors in the aviation ecosystem. In fact, government has not been able to do what he's doing because we have the flying school in Zaria and we have the African Aviation and Aerospace University, two different. And then we're also clamoring for MROs, three different sectors, three different critical sectors within our aviation ecosystem. The university combines the whole of the three. It is both a flying school, it is also to produce aviation professionals, and it also has an MRO. It's all three in one.
And still to come, Morocco to boost the health education spending to $15 billion in 2026. This and more after this commercial break. Stay with us.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
as they converge at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading Through Change, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily.
We have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out on the great networking
and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seat, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
And welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. Morocco's royal palace has announced that the 2026 national budget will allocate 140 billion dirhams, about $15 billion, to health and education marketing, and marking a 16% increase from last year. The move comes as the government responds to recent youth-led protests demanding better public services. The planned spending represents roughly 10% of Morocco's GDP, underscoring the country's renewed focus on human development. And the palace has also projected economic growth of 4.8% in 2026, up from 3.8% in 2024, driven by domestic demand and stronger non-farming sector performance. The draft budget, which also aims to narrow regional inequalities, will be debated in Parliament next week after presentation by the Finance Minister. And meanwhile, ahead of next year's general elections, the Ministerial Council has approved the 2 draft laws to promote women and youth participation and co-op corruption. Under the proposals, candidates under 35 would benefit from simplified candidacy procedures and state funding covering up to 75% of campaign costs. Additionally, any candidate convicted of a crime of violation will be barred from running. Libya's Zuetina Oil Company has successfully contained a limited oil leak on a 16-inch pipeline linking the Sabah and Zila oil fields, according to a statement by the National Oil Corporation NOC on Monday. The NOC said technical teams repaired the leak site without any environmental damage or harm to nearby agricultural areas. A video released by the corporation showed a stream of oil in the desert and a bulldozer working near the affected site. Oil flow is now being gradually restored between the 2 fields, with on-site teams continuing to monitor the pipeline's integrity and to prevent future incidents. Libya remains one of Africa's largest oil producers, but its output has been frequently disrupted over the past decade amid political instability and divisions between rival administrations in the east and west since the 2014 crisis that followed the fall of Muammar Gaddafi. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. Asian markets climbed on Monday, led by Japan's Nikkei, up 2.8% as the country moved closer to naming its first female prime minister. A new coalition government is seen boosting stimulus hopes. And China's economy grew 1.1% in the third quarter, beating forecasts, and through annual growth slowed to 4.8%, its weakest in a year. Industrial output rose 6.5%, but falling home prices kept pressure on consumers. In the U.S., core inflation is expected to hold at 3.1%, reinforcing bets on more Fed rate cuts, and one this month and another in December. And Eurostoxx and DAX futures rose 0.7%, while S&P 500 and Nasdaq futures added 0.3% ahead of earnings reports. And also, the Federal Aviation Administration says the air traffic control staffing strategies are causing delays at the major U.S. airports, including Dallas, Chicago, Atlanta, and Newark, as the government shutdown enters its 19th day. And flights in Las Vegas and Phoenix were also affected, with over 5,800 delays reported Sunday, according to FlightAware. And weather conditions at the Formula One race in Austin added to the disruption. More than 20% of American Airlines and Southwest Airlines flights were delayed, while about 13% air traffic controllers and 50,000 TSA officers continue to work without pay during the shutdown. Officials say the FAA remains 3,500 controllers short of staffing targets, and marking air traffic control a flashpoint and ongoing political standoff. Up next is sports news after this break. Stay with us.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading through change, building sustainable and inclusive enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily.
We have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out of the great networking
and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
You're welcome back now to sports. Sean Deja has verbally agreed to become Nottingham Forest's new manager, with a deal expected to be finalized later today, according to Sky News. And talks progressed late Sunday, and both sides are pushing to complete the move in time for DJ to prepare for Thursday's Europa League clash against Porto. Only final legal details and paperwork remains. And Forest owner Evangelos Marinakis has also considered Roberto Mancini and Marco Silva as replacement for Ange Postecoglou, who was sacked on Saturday after just 39 days in charge. However, financial restrictions on the PSR rules make paying for the compensation difficult, after Forest already covered the hefty payouts for Nuno Espirito Santo and the Postecoglou's staff earlier this season. And so in the news, Gary Neville says the next few weeks will be crucial for Ruben Amorim's Manchester United era following their dramatic 2-1 win over Liverpool at Anfield. The victory, sealed by Harry Maguire's 84th minute header after goals from Brian Mbeumo and Cody Gakpo, lifted United to 9th place, marking back-to-back league wins for the first time under Amorim. And Neville believes the result could spark a push into the top 6, but urged United to build consistency ahead of Saturday's home clash with Brighton, and he pointed to September's loss at Brentford, which came right after a big win over Chelsea, as a reminder of how quickly momentum can fade. And that's so much we have for you on the news update this hour. Remember to follow us across all social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production. BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
On the 8th of October 2025, ICES International Cake Exposition Society of Nigeria, in collaboration with Golden Penny, held its 10th exposition event at the All-Season Plaza with the theme Sensational Wedding Cakes, a peep into the future. The event brought together cake vendors, government officials, and partnering food brands to enjoy the warmth and beauty of the cake industry. The welcome address was given by Segun Alugba, Deputy Director, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment, representing the Commissioner for Commerce, Trade and Investment.
My take is very simple. It's first and foremost, the welcome development, and I think it's a platform for MSMEs, particularly in Lagos, because I believe most of them are MSMEs. One of the visions of MCIC, the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative and Investment, is to say that businesses thrive in Lagos and consumer satisfaction. So I believe this program will give our MSMEs a platform to showcase what they are doing and what they can do. First and foremost, the 10th edition, I want to say congratulations to them. It's been a long way over the years for them to be able to sustain the program for the past 10 years. I want to say once again, congratulations to them. But most importantly, it shows resilience. It shows people who are committed. People want to bring their vision to fruition. It shows that they're doing something right for them to be able to sustain it for 10 good years. It has not been easy despite the challenges here and there. I want to say congratulations, and I want to say again, they've contributed to the economy of Nigeria and particularly Lagos State. And I want to tell them that the Lagos State government is ready, most ready to support them. They've contributed to the GDP of Nigeria and by extension Lagos State. And I believe they've created even job opportunities a lot in the state. The Lagos is already contributing a lot, first and foremost to the MSA. Like I said, most of them are MSMEs, small businesses, medium enterprises. Lagos State is doing a lot. It's just that some of them may not be aware. For instance, the LSCTF, Lagos Employment Trust Fund. This fund, Lagos State launched on the 9th of May 2025. It is called LASMECO. That's Lagos' access to finance through cooperatives. It's a 10 billion naira funds for small businesses, MSMEs. You can access it, and you can access as much as 10 million naira per person, which is good. It's just the beginning.
In starting the International Cake Exploration Society in Nigeria, we envisage an organization that will bring together bakers from all walks of life, who will be able to share knowledge, who will be able to network, who will be able to help each other grow in the industry. ICIS indeed has come a long way. We have been able to grow individual businesses and as a corporate body. And of course, in the next 5 years, we see us also growing in leaps and bounds, because now we're in the age of technology. So we're hoping to be able to harness technology in improving our businesses, in technology, in helping the cake world and the cake industry with our creativity, with our ideas, and coming up with new dimensions.
The lead marketing manager, Golden Penny Multipurpose Flour Mill of Nigeria PLC, introduced the new all-purpose flour, perfect for bakers per request, and highlighted some of the key nutrients it provides.
It is good for you to know that your flour is also fortified with vitamin A. When you are producing your cake, baking your cake, and other pastries, you should also know that your customers, your consumers, they're not just getting ordinary flour. They're getting a flour that is fortified with vitamin A.
Okay, for one thing, it's a very organized group. And you also see that it's a national body, and they have centers all across different states in Nigeria. So for us, that gives us a platform where you can meet the target audience, people that really need our flour, in one place. So they are the right people, they are the one using the flour, and they are very organized. And the event they put together, you will see that the content is very good, and they are bringing themselves together to be better. They want to be better bakers, and we as Golden Penny will see that fit, because we also want them to be better bakers, and we partner with them, to give them the kind of baking solutions that they need. And that's why we launched the Golden Penny Multipurpose Flour. It's a perfect flour for cakes and for all their pastry recipes. So it's a perfect fit for us. Organized group who wants to be better bakers, and we are Golden Penny, and we want to partner with them to make them better bakers with the use of our flour.
ICIS is about cakes, about bakery, about baking stuff. So when we talk about a sensational wedding cakes, we want to showcase to the world what we can do. Beautiful, simple wedding cakes that you can put on your table, and it's beautiful. So it's a time when all of us gather together. But this is special because when you say wedding cakes, it's limitless. If you go to that table, you see a lot of ideas, people popping in and out with so many ideas.
The event continued with a state parade by the 16 states ICIS is present. National President Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, laid out steps to support entrepreneurs in Nigeria while encouraging more Nigerians towards the line of entrepreneurship.
I think ICIS has grown over the years. They've been very vibrant, and I can see that today's event is also an indication that they are actually waxing stronger. We can see a lot of exhibitors there. We can see virtually all the states in Nigeria being represented. We can see stakeholders in the different industry and the MSME ecosystem being represented here. We can also see government present. I can see a number of commissioners and ministries here being represented. And that shows that they have come to stay. And I must also say that this is what we need in Nigeria. We need to continue to look at how to support entrepreneurs, particularly those in the cake and confectionery. These are creative sectors that can also bring not just money to their pocket, but also create jobs for the country, and also give government more revenue. So I feel the best thing we can do as individuals is to continue to look at how we can engage ourselves. Many of these people here today started very small, but they are now big. So it shows that there are so many opportunities in Nigeria. We need not be shouting of no job. We need not be shouting that the condition is not perfect. Let's make the best of the condition we have at the moment. And let's see how we can also become like this or even bigger. And with what I'm also seeing here, it means we have a lot of products that we can also export to the outside world. Africa, Nigeria has a lot of potentials. I'm so happy to be here. I really, really appreciate the leadership of ICIS for organizing this. And I want to see that our association has pledged to continue to support ICIS in whatever they do going forward.
ISIS unites bakers from all over the world. I don't want to limit it tonight. That's why it's International Cake Exploration Society. Okay, we used to travel before outside once a year for a conference in the United States of America. In November, we're going for another, we call it Birmingham show in Birmingham. That's November. So it's a global thing. Now, talking about it adding to the economy, it creates employment, number one. It builds career for some people, okay? It gives people insight and it broadens people's scope of business. It puts people into business, if I should say that. And ISIS for Nigeria, it brings other companies, our vendors, you know, and it builds companies. You could see Golden Penny, see Valido, see different companies. And while they are here, and get something clear, ISIS is not only for bakers. It's supposed to be for cake exploration. But any other thing that has to do with cake, the milk company, the flour producing company, the spice producing company, all of them, we connect with them. We have a relationship with them. People that are into events, people that are into, into outfits, because we make our chef jackets, we make our outfits, we make our, you could see different colors, different states, and we're in about 16 states in Nigeria. So it's a world of economy building.
While the exposition was going on, the event continued with the sugar beavers being taught various baking techniques. The International Cake Exposition Society was an event that highlighted the world of baking, translating thoughts into cakes and showcasing creativity on all sides.
I'm very enthusiastic about the next 5 years. I am very optimistic about the next 5 years. I see expansion beyond Nigeria. I want to see us embrace Africa as a continent, held together by this love for sugar craft, sugar art, and how we can just build on that, create a bond, you know, that crosses borders based on that craft.
Well, how does it aim to support? The Lagos State government is always in support of organizations who are people friendly, who are helping to groom more entrepreneurs, because Lagos State itself is at the forefront of grooming more entrepreneurs, more younger people. And I know that Lagos State government and the state itself has the largest population of entrepreneurs. Even if they move to other states of the federation, I'm sure they would have first started out and grown in Lagos. That's the truth, because the population of Lagos State itself is a unique selling proposition. Lagos State is a trailblazer when it comes to encouraging and supporting small and medium enterprises. And we have millions of such businesses who are also boosting the Lagos economy. So why not? Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is one of the governors who are in the forefront of encouraging and grooming more younger people, more entrepreneurs.
I am Amanda Emasigbuwe for Business Day Television.
Welcome to Triumph Against Odds. My name still remains Obidiko Kafo, and with me today is somebody I would like to call one of the legends of the real estate sphere. He's somebody who I have admired from afar, and he's somebody who, when it comes to real estate, you can't call real estate without calling his name, because the two are always in sync. So don't go anywhere, and you will really, really enjoy this episode. It's not just about real estate, but it's also about a lot of things about business and life. See you in the next Minute. Good morning, Mr. Bosses. Nice to have you on Triumph Against Odds. Let's just go straight into it so that we will get to know more about it, because even me, as I'm here, I'm very curious to know a lot about, what goes on in your mind and how you do things. So my first question will be, you've spent more than 3 decades shaping Nigeria's real estate sector. How did your early life in Ibadan and Lagos shape the values you bring into your leadership today?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Okafor. It's a pleasure to be on this podcast, Trial Against All Odds. And I thank you for considering me to be interviewed or be put on the podcast. Thank you. Your question says, how did my early years? My early years were primarily Lagos. I was born in Ibadan. and that was 1964. Shortly after that, we came into Lagos, and then the war started, and then we went back to the east, and we came back here. We came back to Lagos in the 1970s. So I spent primarily 90% of my life in Lagos. Now, let me give background to who or what I am. I went to primary school, I went to secondary school, Igbobi College, and I went to University of Lagos here. I studied estate management. I worked with the firm of Dia Fatimnehi and Co. And after about 6 or 7 years in Dia Fatimnehi and Co., my partner and I, Emeka Ele, set up Ubosiele & Co. in 1991. So my early years were basically, as you know, we were not called the Gen Z or the millennials or whatever. We were brought up by very strict parents. There were no mobile phones. There were no social media. You came home from school. You did your homework, you had your siesta, you studied. Network news was at 9 p.m. And of course, as soon as you start hearing the drums for network news, it's time for bed. And then from there, I went to Igbobi College. And I dare say that I'm very happy and proud for the fact that I went to Igbobi College, because a lot of things that the networking possibilities or the networking that we have today, a lot of it comes from that school. The values that were inculcated in us in that school, the values of orderliness, the values of promptness, neatness, studying hard, working hard, the values of Christian values. It's an Anglican school. It means it's an Anglican and a Methodist school. But they were run by the missionaries in those days until the state governments began to take over the schools, and a lot of things went haywire, and now they're back into the hands of the missionaries. So we had a lot of our upbringing in those early years set us on the right path today for a lot of the things that you see happening, not only my life, in the lives of people who, I dare say, between their 50s and above. We had parents who were not wealthy, but were comfortable, were content, and they inculcated in us those values of hard work. The values of, look, if you do things well, if you are orderly, these are the things that would come out of it. That's basically it. We set up practice in 1991. Hard work, tough work. And God has been faithful. God has been kind. We worked hard. We have a firm that has 5 other associate partners, my partner and I. So here we are today. And hopefully in a couple of years, I should be exiting the practice to go and do other things. Yeah.
Okay, so founding Ubosianele and Co. in the early 90s was no small feat. What was the spark that made you believe you could create a firm that could stand the test of time?
Well, yes. I had always wanted to work. I had always wanted to do real estate. That interest came in very early in my life. I don't know why. Maybe the guidance, maybe the orientation of my father, maybe the mentoring of, and then, starting from my father, maybe I should also give a little background. My father was an engineer. He went to DMGS, and he had quite a couple of friends. And I will mention some of their names: Chief Richard Okafor, Chief SN Okeke, Chief Joey Dudu, and so on. They were all his friends, and they studied estate management. And I'm sure, and they were doing well. They were doing well in the early 70s when estate management and real estate practice was just starting. So I'm sure he looked at them and probably said, I think I would love my son to model his life after these guys. And so that was it. He pushed me in that direction. I'm very glad that he did. And so once I took that interest and began to understand what real estate was about, we studied it in University of Lagos. We were the first set of estate management students in University of Lagos in 1982. We were the first set of estate management students. Then it was under the Faculty of Business Administration. Today, they've moved it to engineering, environmental sciences. That again is a discussion that I like to have. I think real estate is a business course. Real estate is a business course. It's not an environmental course. Because here you are dealing with buying and selling. You're dealing with asset appraisals. You're dealing with asset audit and so on. It's a business course. But again, that's a debate and a conversation for another day. So I did estate management. I came out. My partner also studied estate management in Unilag, and we felt that by the time we were coming out, we felt that there were opportunities in the industry. We felt that there were opportunities in the market. And we said, okay, let's watch. I worked with D.F. Fatinle and Co. My partner worked with Edomobi, Ikeyina Edomobi and Co. The firm is defunct now, but Senator Ikeyina is there, still around. I think Chief Edomobi is also still around. And so in 1991, we set up practice. And it was tough. I can tell you, 2 young men, we borrowed at that time a total of maybe 21,000 naira. We paid for an office, we bought a computer, and bought one car. That 21,000 naira could go a very long way at that time. Yeah, we bought one car, and that was it. We now put our heads down, and we knew that it was hard work, and we just stayed focused. We had our plans, we had our objectives, we had our vision, and we knew that hard work would create the opportunities and also create the luck that you need in making a success in business. And 35 years later, I can say that we are happy that we took that plunge and most likely have very little regrets.
Looking at your career now, do you feel you're at a crossroads or in a season of consolidation?
Very interesting question. I saw that question. Very interesting question. My boss in DIA, Fatimle Yanko, Mr. Kola DIA, said that it's always said something to us. He said it's only in the public service that you can get to a point and say, okay, I'm consolidating. In the private sector, you're either moving up or you're moving out.
Okay.
Now, you need to understand that in proper context. In the public sector, you you can get to a point and you say, okay, PAMSEC, now let me just stabilize and retire and go. In the private sector, you can't, except you want to exit completely. You must be always upward bound, because the moment you decide that you want to consolidate or coast as or maybe just rest, as you may have put it, you would be on the way down, because there are always competitors coming behind you, doing new things, doing greater things, a lot more creative, making more contacts, making more networks than you, and they will overtake you. And once they begin to overtake you, they begin to eat into your market share. And once they begin to eat into your market share, you're on your way down. So when you say, are we at crossroads or are we at a stage of consolidation, I like to say that I am always clawing my way up. Not even crossroads. At this point, crossroads means I'm not sure what next. I know what next. We're still going up. We're clawing our way up. We have we always have a vision of where we want to be every year, every 6 months, and so on. So there's no space, there's no room, there's no, what's the word? There's no time for that kind of rest and say consolidation. You're permanently planning your next move that will take you 1-2 steps ahead of your competitors, and that means you're moving up. Yeah.
So has there been a personal belief or assumption you once held about real estate that no longer serves you?
No. Everything I have always known about real estate, and I learn about real estate every day.
Every day, yeah.
Tells me is what I've come with. I don't think that there's anything I have known about real estate that no longer serves me. I think that real estate is one of the best investments that anyone can make. It doesn't matter where you get that real estate investment. I think it is one of the best, and I know if I say this, people will say that's because it's the business I am in. But real estate is one thing that you can do and you don't have to worry about, especially in a place where you are certain about what you have acquired. Yes. Unlike stocks and shares, the company can close down. The management can one day eat up all the shareholders' funds and everything collapses and so on, or the economy can turn against you.
Yeah.
There's a popular saying about real estate. They're not making it anymore. The size of the whole earth is fixed. The size of earth on this our world is fixed. They're not making it anymore. So let me put that again in perspective for you. In Lagos, the size of Lagos is fixed. They're not making it anymore. So that's why you see so much reclamation. Everybody is now reclaiming into the water to get solid land on which to build on. Yeah. So everything I know about real estate has held 34, 35 years, possibly 40 years into practice. I have worked in the private sector all my life. I left school in 1985. So I worked in the private sector all my life. And this year is actually 40 years that I started working in real estate.
Was there ever a time you thought about stepping back from it all, and what made you stay?
Nope. There was never a time. I have always, again, let me contextualize this. One of the things they tell you about making a success of whatever you do is that you have to love it. You have to love what you're doing. It definitely must not, don't let whatever it is that you do must not, whatever it is must not look like work for you. It must be something that you love. And that's how I have treated real estate and treated the practice of Ubosele & Co. So we were virtually working 24 hours. Even in our early days, we were virtually I would take inspections Saturday, Sunday. One of my closest friends who lives close by here, I remember the property he bought from us. It was 3 a.m. in the morning. We were at a party. And I remember when I saw him, I said, come, there's a land near here that I think you would like. He said, I said, let's go and see. This was 3 a.m. at a party. Yes, at a party. So we drove to the land. He looked at it. He said, actually, I like this place.
But how can you see the land when it's night?
You're looking at bare land. You don't look at land as if I brought you into Ikoyi at night, you would still see what I'm showing you. You would know where you are. Your location, you'd have a fair idea. It was 3 a.m. in the morning. We went there. There are a couple of buildings around. He saw the place. And on Monday afternoon that day, he paid for it. Yeah. So, there's really, I love what I do. I love what I do. I love the challenge of picking a property, taking it into the market, getting a buyer. And I love that challenge of convincing a buyer or convincing a prospect that if you don't buy this land, if you don't buy this property, you could be losing something of immense value. And it's not just about buying and selling real estate. We also do a lot of other things, facility management, we develop. And then we do a lot of asset appraisals, valuations. It's always interesting when I look at people's assets. The man says, no, go and value my house in so place. We do the valuation. We send him a draft copy. And he calls me back and says, are you sure that this is my value? And I say, yes. He says, no. It's too much. I never knew that this property had appreciated so much. And I say, look, sir, that's why you should make your valuations very regular. And those are at times like that, that's when you also get some satisfaction that indeed you are in a place where you can help people. We do a lot of that kind of work for virtually all the financial institutions in Nigeria. They use our valuation reports, and it's a very essential tool for them when they're making advances, when they're lending money to customers. It's a very essential tool for them. And we are always very happy when people come back and tell us it's only your report is one of the few valuation reports that we can take with confidence and we go to sleep with. So we've never, when I look at our trajectory, there's nothing that we really can regret. In fact, I wish we could do a lot more. In fact, I wish I could have 20 years of youth added to me so I can do so much more.
So how did you and your firm adapt to keep moving when the market looked frozen? As in during times when, like, recession, and all of that, how were you able to, adapt to keep up with, the difficulties when the market was down and things were difficult?
Yeah. Again, we've had turbulent times in Nigeria. I can tell you, we've had turbulent times. Starting from, when we came into business as far back as June 12, the issue of June 12, 1993, and all that time when the country was shut down. Then we had 2 or 3 offices. People couldn't come to work and so on. But we survived. What did we do? We just kept whatever small resources that we had. We used it. We were able to keep our staff. For June 12, that whole period of July, August, and I think part of September, before there was that whole thing, we were going to work. We were not necessarily going to work. Half of the staff were at home and so on. I know where you're coming from is what have we done differently? Many times when you look at when there is a recession, another recession we went through was about 2000, 2010, that recession about 2008, 2009, 2010. It was a bad period. In fact, we had just bought some properties from one of the banks. We had taken a facility and bought properties one of the banks, and we couldn't sell them. But again, you have to, for every business, when that time comes, you have to sit back sometimes and look at your business. What can we stop? And the nice thing about the real estate business and what we do is that there are many arms. We do sales, we do asset valuations, we buy, we develop, we do facility management. For us, there is always something. There will always be something that is moving. During that recession, as much of it's the fact that there was a recession, people were buying. And that's the strange and interesting thing about Nigeria. When you say there's a recession, when I'm trying to sell a property, I'm looking for one person. I'm just looking for one person with that money. I'm not looking for 200 people. If I'm trying to sell a property in Ikoyi, I'm looking for one single person with ₦1 billion or ₦1 million that I can convince that this is the time for you to put your money in this property, because when the tide changes, you would be making so much more. So at every point in time, the truth is that we are always we adapt. We adapt. I don't know whether to use the word "we are more for us," but yes, at the end of the day, when these challenges come, every time we step back, we look at what we have, we look at what we think we can push, and try and move on. Yeah.
Okay, so as someone who advises on billion naira property transaction, what's the toughest no you've had to give to a client, investor, or even to yourself?
I'm not sure. When you say no, I'm not sure.
So the point is, there are things that you have refused or not done because when you looked at it, you were like, either to a client or to an investor or to yourself. Maybe you feel, okay, we don't need this kind of investor. Maybe they have a shady past, or this client has something that, that kind of thing. You look at it and like, I feel we don't have to deal with this client. There might be a better client that might come.
Okay.
So I'll say no, another kind of thing. So what has been for you those, as in, when you had to say no, what has been those things?
I see where you're coming from. Yeah. We've had they're not that many. The areas where we actually put our foot down very strongly is always in the area of valuations, asset appraisals, because many times people want to dictate the values to us. Their property is worth 10 naira, and he's trying very hard to convince you it's worth 100 naira, and he wants you to put it down in that report, because he's taking that report, he's going to a financial institution, he's going to drop it with them, and they're going to extend him a facility based on the strength of that valuation report. Yeah, so I had mentioned earlier that we work for virtually all the institutions, the financial institutions, and they rely very strongly. Very early in practice, very, very early in practice, we understood our role in that ecosystem. And we knew that we could not afford to have a problem or to get sanctioned. Not just that, we could not afford to have a valuation report that would be tainted, or that would be questioned, or that the values themselves would be such that the banks will turn around to us and say, look, you led us astray. So a lot of times, we get those pressures, and I say, no. Please take your job, take your valuation elsewhere. They will gladly give you whatever value you want. But we will not do it. And as often as you begin to refuse, you find that the word is out there in the industry that these guys will not compromise. They have standards, they have lines with which they will not cross. So word gets out. And then, of course, the other thing is, now and again, yes, we do have that occasional buyer who comes in. With all the money laundering laws and so on that we have in Nigeria, many times for big ticket transactions, I always need to know where you are coming from, who you are, where is this money coming from? Because, at the end of the day, no matter what, everybody has, all the government agencies do have access to all our accounts. So when those monies move, they can flag your account and ask you, okay, so who is this guy? Where is this? So you should be able to answer those questions. But yeah, now and again, not very often, because again, people have learned. So not very often, but yes, now and again, maybe once in a couple of years, we have transactions that we say, look, sir, I'm sorry, we can't do this. And these are the reasons why we can't do them. Maybe because we're not clear about the source of the funds, or even talk about ownership of the property. Again, yeah, people can come and tell you, I need to sell this property. Where are the documents? Oh, the document is there, the document is there. Well, we need to see these documents before we can proceed. They don't come up with them. After a while, say, look, sir, I'm not sure that we can do this. Yeah.
So when the numbers look daunting, how do you balance optimism about solutions with the realism of entrenched challenges?
When the numbers look daunting, that's what we talked about. I've talked about that when I said, is there anything else that we could do differently? I don't know what numbers. At the end in Nigeria, every day is daunting. It's every morning, every day is daunting. Numbers from the government, numbers from the banks, numbers you get on the streets, numbers you get in your office. Every day is daunting.
But what makes you optimistic? What makes you optimistic without denying the realities that you see?
Yeah, I will tell you, that for me is very easy. I wouldn't exchange Nigeria for any other country. I can't be anywhere else. This is the place. What makes you go on every day? Because every day you step out on the streets, you can see opportunities. Opportunities every day. And like they say, the Chinese say that it's the same word that describes the translation for opportunity and challenge is the same word. But Nigeria is interesting. Every day you get out, you can see opportunities. I mean, real estate. Every day I drive out and I see an old building, I know that that's an opportunity. We could do something with that property. Every day I go out and I see people teeming population. That's an opportunity. These guys need to be housed. I see industries. These guys need valuation reports. I see vehicles. These guys need to move. So you look at it. You must have that mindset. It's a mindset that gradually comes with time. When you begin to understand the environment. You could see the challenges. You can see the bad roads. When you talked about figures, I was going to smile and say, when you get to the office in the morning, maybe on a Monday morning, and the accountant puts the cost of diesel for you, and you look at it, it's 800,000, and you are wondering, whoa. You are still shouting, whoa. Then you look at what it costs you to fuel the cars for a week. It's 1 million something. Some days you want to man, please, you know what? Let me just go back home. You guys do let me go home and rest my head. I can't handle this. But you also know that when you look at those figures are what enables you go out there and look at those opportunities and be able to take on those opportunities and make the income, convert those opportunities to business and make income that will be 10 times more than those figures that you're signing in the office and are making you feel very uncomfortable. But that's for me.
What you said is very true, because you look at those things and you're like, even though I have to pay for these things, but at the end of the day, you have to pass through that pain to get to where you're going to.
Let me. A story I always tell my staff is when we were some other meetings and discussions. I say, look, it's okay to work in an office. You take a lot of things for granted. When you own the office, even a biro, you'll suddenly discover that the cost of biros is a lot of money. You know, you could discover that easily you're doing 250,000 on biros every year. And you look at your own singular biro and say, no, but this is 100 naira, this is 150 naira. No, it's not. You're now buying biros for the entire office. So everything costs money when you run your office. And at the end of the day, those are the numbers that when you sit at the head of the organization that you see. Those are the numbers that you see. Those are the numbers that are daunting, you know, and those are numbers that some days you have a headache. You want somebody else to do it. But hey, that's what it takes to sit at the top of the organization.
So what bold move would you make today to radically change the face of Nigerian real estate? I think if there are no challenges, I won't say fear, I would say if there are no challenges and nothing, and you just, you could do this thing, what bold move would you make for real estate?
You know what I would do? First thing, deal with the Land Use Act.
Okay, the Land Use Act.
Yeah. Maybe not scrap it. Change a lot of sections. The sections that give governors and the federal government power over every property. No, you can't. We've talked so much about that. But yeah, that's one of the first things I would deal with. I would change things that will ease access to land. I would change things that would make registration of title very easy. Here in Nigeria, Nigeria is sitting on 923,000 square kilometers. 927,000 square kilometers. That's the land area of Nigeria. Less than 5%, okay, let's even be generous, 8% of this country, of that 927,000 kilometers, only 8% is titled.
Wow.
Yeah. Only 10% is titled. And when you read, what's his name? Hernandez Soto. When you read his book, The Capital, something about, I've forgotten that. That's Capital. When you read his book on Capital, it says that the singular thing that changes the lives of real estate owners is title. Every one of us, and his background is simple. His background is simple. We all come from villages.
Yes.
Everybody in the village, once you are born, your family knows you have, the family has a plot of land.
Sorry.
Your family knows that as you are born, in Nigeria, especially for the Igbos, the male child already knows. They already know that they have a plot of land for it. Yes. Maybe the females, because they believe the females will marry and go. But things are changing.
Yes.
In the Southwest here, everybody inherits, male and female. So you have your plot of land. But you can't, that land is useless to you because you don't have title to it.
Yeah.
That land is useless to you.
I've never thought about that.
Mr. Kafo, if you have land in your village, why don't you go and take it and run an industry? because nobody will take it from you. It has no title. It's just land. It's your word against.
It's your word against
every. Because the day the industry sets up, somebody else can come and say, no, now it wasn't Mr. Okafor's land. In fact, it's his younger brother that owns it. The man is mistaken, and so a tussle will start. But if you had title to that land, it changes the dynamics. It changes completely the dynamics. You can use that land as your own equity contribution in a business. You can sell it. You can develop it. You can take a facility with it. The dynamics completely changes. And so one of the things that I would do is just change this thing about registration of land. It's not about making. Many of the state governments have converted it to a money-making venture, Lagos and so on. It's not about making that money originally. It's about the possibilities that it opens for people along the road. Not just people, the economy, the system, the state. If I develop my land, I create employment, I add value, I'm buying building materials, I'm creating jobs, I'm using it for some other activity that creates jobs. I'm paying taxes. On whatever it is that I'm doing there. I'm paying ground rent. I'm paying land use charge. So it's not about collecting hundreds of millions from me upfront. It's about understanding that along the road, when that land is titled, there's so much more that can be done. And if people have title to their land, it will lift easily 60-70% of Nigerians out of this so-called poverty that we're talking about. Because with title to your land, the dynamics changes completely. Yeah. So that's, for me, is something that I will do. Of course, again, I will strengthen the courts. The courts, so that the average land case today is 30 years. You start it, 25, 30 years, you're still in court.
Wow.
So I would strengthen, and I'm talking from my own perspective as a real estate practitioner. So I would ensure that real estate cases, I'm sure, let me put it out, I'll try and ensure that commercial cases, real estate and so on, are dispensed of within 3 to 6 months. If it means creating more judges and more jurisdictions. But, make the system strong. Because those are the things that will enable the economy grow. Yeah.
So imagine the next 5 years of your life as a book chapter. What would the title be, and what story would it tell?
The next 5 years of my life.
Yes. If it was a book chapter, what would the title be, and what would the story be about? What would be the story arc?
What would I title it? I haven't thought about that. But the next 5 years, I still want to do a lot of real estate. I want to go into development. I want to do a lot more development. The next 5 years, I think, because one is also looking at quitting, you want to also begin to look at not consolidating. You want to also begin to look at ensuring that you have begun to look ahead of the years when you will no longer be able to earn as much as you're earning now. Again, let me put that in perspective. I saw you drove in, you offloaded, I came down the stairs. So careful. 10, 15 years from now, you may not be able to drive. I may not be able to walk down the stairs unaided. I may not be able to make the calls that generate money for me. There will be younger people who are a lot more dynamic, who are a lot more active, who have a lot more strength. Today we're doing this interview. In 10 years, 15 years from now, you may not be able to wake up before 12 midday. You may not be able to wake up before 12 midday in the afternoon. Not because you don't want to, but because you just don't have the energy. So, again, it's something that I see with a lot of people. You know, you walk, and then suddenly you stop, and then you have so much, it can't take care of you after that income has stopped. So I'm going to do a lot more. Hopefully, as the money comes, I'm going to do a lot more investments, and now with a view to ensuring that I'm taking care of my old age. I keep telling my wife that, look, we will travel the world. Don't worry.
Just relax.
Just relax. We'll travel the world.
Okay. So what I want to ask is, what is that, when you look now, I know you've been around for 40 years, but when you look at it now, what is that, before you started, you went into real estate, what is the one thing you wish somebody had told you before you started? When you think about it, I say, I wish somebody had told me it would be like this, or that kind of thing. What's one thing you wish somebody had maybe whispered in your ear, told you before you went on this long journey, this journey that has been so long?
Yeah. Okay, I wouldn't say it's one thing. I think, okay, let me put it this way. If I was talking to my younger self, because I was reading somewhere that occasionally you should talk to your younger self. If I was talking to my younger self, the first thing I wish somebody had told me is that, look, be confident in the fact that you will succeed. We all start. You are just not sure. There are always those doubts. What will happen? Will I make it? Will I have that success that I needed? And so on. I think people should be confident in the fact that if you work hard, if you stay focused, and you just do the things. Yeah, just persistence and consistent, you will succeed. That mindset is very important. Very, very important. The other thing that I would say, which when I speak to a couple of estate surveyors, and even those who are just coming into the industry, setting up their own practices, occasionally they come and rub minds with me and ask me these questions. And I say to them, one of the things that I would advise you to do, always invest in your firm, which we did, but invest in real estate. One other thing I would encourage people is what I call delayed gratification, which is save your money. I was reading somewhere a few days ago. It says, when you earn 100%, spend 50, save 30, invest 20. The 50, 30, 20 rule. I don't know how possible it is today in Nigeria for people, but it makes, even if you can't do 50, 20, 30, it's a guide to what you can do. But particularly for a lot of young people, and not just in real estate, invest in real estate. The plot of land that you buy 5 million today, in 10 years would be worth 50 million, 60 million. When that money is coming back into your pocket, it will look like if you just won the lottery, because you would have forgotten the pain and the sacrifice that you used to make that 5 million naira payment at that time. And I also say, look, if you can't buy that property alone, set up an investment group, 4 or 5 of you. If the property is 20 million, 4 of you, 5 of you come up with 4 million, 5 million, buy it, hold it, hold it for 2 years, 3 years, sell it, take the money, put it somewhere else again, take out some profit, put it somewhere else again, and buy. Maybe by the time you've done it 2-3 times, you would then have your own capital to be able to do these things alone. But the reason why I say this is that life is interesting. When you have these investments, life doesn't get easier as you age. That's another thing. In your 20s, it's like, man, this life is fantastic. You're earning good money, you're driving a car every weekend, party, club, everything is good. You get married. Suddenly, it's no longer as easy. You now have somebody, you must clear a lot of things with your wife.
True.
You must clear a lot of things. So I'm going to London. But you just came back 3 months ago. What are you going to do? I just want to go home. No. We could do something else with that money. Then the children come. School fees come. If it's a private school, you know the 2 million in term, or Nigeria is also a funny country. You pay more when your children are in kindergarten than when you are in university. So the children come. You want the best for your children. So primary school, secondary school, university, you have to get a bigger house. You have to get now, you and your wife, instead of one car, you have to get two cars. You have to get 3 cars because one car has to take the children to school. I mean, we all have different levels.
Yes.
Your wife goes with one, you go with one. You can't. So, these things all come at you. What cushions a lot of those pressures are those investments that you have done in the past when you were much younger. So you put 1 million in a plot of land in somewhere on the outskirts of Lagos. You forgot about it. You put it where you were 30. By the time you are looking at it, you are 45. You remember that land is there. You go and look at it. Oh, somebody is ready to offer you 80 million for it. You're saying, are you sure the man, we're talking about the same land, and then they point to you and say, how about this man sold his own, this man sold his own. And you're wondering, this land I paid 1 million for it. So, for me, that's something that I encourage people to do. And not just real estate people, everybody. Try and have that mindset of putting money in investments. And because I'm in real estate, I always talk about the real estate investment. So if I was going to talk to people or advise myself, those are the things. I learned that a little later in practice. And that's why when you asked me about what my next 5 years would be, I'm going to put quite a lot more money into real estate investments. Yeah, I'm going to try and put a lot more money into real estate investments, because hopefully in a couple of years, I want to be able to sleep till 12 midday. If I don't want to go to work on that day, I pick up my golf bag and go and play golf, and then I come back home.
If young Chukwudi Bosi was here and he saw you today, what reaction do you think he'll have seeing you where you are right now?
When he sees me, I said, when you asked me a question, I think the last question, and I said, one of the things that I wish somebody had whispered into my ear is just be confident that you will succeed. When you go into, it doesn't matter, practice, you set up an industry, you're not just sure. But every day you go out there, you do what it takes, whatever it takes to move ahead, you do it. And gradually, your efforts, your struggles, your challenges begin to yield results. And it's like a plane that is taking off. The most dangerous part of an aircraft is that point when it's taking off. So you're constantly, for someone in practice, you're constantly taking off. You're constantly taking off. A plane takes off and then the pilot tells you, we're now cruising at so many. But always remember, even that aircraft, when you look at it and the pilot says we're cruising, the nose of the aircraft is always slightly up. So he has to constantly be moving against the wind. It's the same thing about practice. So at any point in time, you are not just sure about that success. But After so many years, you then begin to understand and say, we made it. What would surprise me is that I have come this far. I have come this far, and we've made a success of what we started. We've come this far, we've made a success of what we started. I wouldn't say that I didn't think we could come this far, but you know, it's not always a gain, and it's very important to be very clear. It's not always a gain about us, the person. There are a lot of factors that come into play. Again, it's about the hand of God, providence, God, favor, and all kinds of so many small things that come together to actually lift you and put you in that space where you will look back and say, wow, we made it a success. Was it my whole contribution? No. Was it the contribution of my partner? No. We've done so many things, we get so many briefs that people just call you out of the blues. They don't even know who you are. They've just seen your name and they say, okay, look, I want you to do something for me. You take on transactions that you think, oh, wow, this thing is going to be very difficult, we won't do anything. In 1 week, you finished it, and you're making so many millions or whatever in fees and so on. So, it's not always about the person. I would like to say that at the end of the day, the hand of faith and God, I'm a Christian, the hand of faith and God has been very strong in taking us to where we are today. Surprised? Would I be surprised at who I am today? I think so. I think I would be surprised
of how far
I have come. I'm sure that we never knew we could come this far. But when the opportunity, each time the opportunity came to leapfrog or move ahead, we did it, and we thank God that He's brought us this far.
Okay, thank you so much,
Thank
Mr. Chukwudi. Is it Chudi
Chudi.
or Chukwudi? Because I've seen somewhere Chukwudi, I've seen somewhere Chudi. So I said, when I see you, I will ask you, is it Chukwudi or Chudi?
My full name is Chukwudi.
Chukwudi,
okay. Which means, as Igbo mentioned, that there is God. God exists. Chukwudi. But
Chukwudi,
I had to cut it short because a lot of people couldn't pronounce the full name. Even you are not getting it right.
Chukwudi.
Not Chukwudi. Chukwudi.
Okay.
Chukwudi. The only person that gets it right is my mom, and when she calls you that full name, there's a problem.
Okay, so it's so nice to have you on Triumph Against Odds. But at this point, I think we have come to the end. Thank you. I would like to say, I hope you keep in touch. Let's keep talking.
Yeah.
Real estate is a fascinating topic. It's something that you can, there's so much to learn, there's so much to do, there's so much to achieve in it and all of that. Yeah. So even after now, we can still, keep this conversation going. And then also,
anytime,
you can keep us abreast of, your journey, how you're going and all of that, so that we can also, follow you and know how you're going. You've been here, you've been doing this for like 40 years. It's been interesting to know what's happening next.
In fact, we had a partnership meeting yesterday, which was virtually the whole day, and we're going. Next year will be 35 years of Ubosele and Co.
That's so nice.
And so we're going to we're going to celebrate it, and I will let you know.
No problem.
I'll let you know how so that you can be part of it.
No problem. That would be awesome. So thank you for watching another episode of Triumph Against Odds. We want to say thank you for staying tuned. And like we always stay here, always stay resilient and don't lose hope. Thank you.